Heh! This is just an outstanding disciple of my ascending heaven sect. The old man quietly walked up and blocked Xiangnan's path. The ambitioner placed his hand on Xiangnan's shoulder and sent a voice transmission to Xiangnan's ears through physical contact. "You're not alone now," he said. "You can't take risks on impulse, and you can't bury your brothers with you." Normally, Xiangnan didn't care about this at all. As long as he was prepared to take action, even the nine-tailed fox would have to fight him. But on second thought, since he had become the boss of others and set down rules for them, he had to put on the appearance of being the boss and consider his subordinates. Thinking of this, Xiangnan sighed in his heart and retreated. This was the reason why he liked to be alone. He didn't have to worry about anything. But now, this advantage of being alone was gone. He secretly made up his mind that once he completed the demon race's mission, he would continue to be single. Oh, outstanding disciple! Bai Wudao was not so easy to deal with. He thoughtfully circled around Xiangnan and sized him up from top to bottom. "It doesn't make sense, does it?" Bai Wudao chuckled and said, "How could a disciple of the profound Tao have such great strength?" The old man said calmly, "This disciple is born with divine power and is a martial arts genius. Unfortunately, all of the strongest disciples in this world are from the profound Tao sect. He has no chance to cultivate martial arts. Do you dare let me inspect it?" As Bai Wudao spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand without warning. His hand was as fast as lightning, and he instantly grabbed onto Xiangnan's wrist. Then, a wave of perceptual power drilled into Xiangnan's spiritual sea. This action was too sudden. Not even the old man could stop it. Everyone's expressions changed, ready to fight at any time. However, Xiangnan remained unmoved. Bai Wudao immediately loosened his right hand and returned to his own team. He silently said, "What a coincidence!" No one knew what had happened, but Xiangnan knew. Bai Wudao was unable to detect Xiangnan's dipper chi. He felt a pure lightning-attributed power in Xiangnan's spiritual sea. Xiangnan must have a dipper chi. Bai Wudao and Xiangnan exchanged blows several times, so he believed that the person in front of him was not Xiangnan. However, this human spiritual sea was filled with lightning power. It was actually the same as Xiangnan's lightning veins, which was why he said, "Such a coincidence." Previously, those people said that Xiangnan had escaped into the Ascending Heaven sect, and the Ascending Heaven sect happened to have a disciple with a lightning vein. Isn't that too coincidental? Although Bai Wudao retreated, his gaze was still wandering around Xiangnan. "Isn't that so?" The handsome man leaned over and whispered in Bai Wudao's ear. Bai Wudao's face darkened as he whispered, "It shouldn't be Xiangnan, but I always feel that something is wrong." Xiangnan did indeed possess a profound cultivation of the profound Tao. His Tai divine art was a cultivation method that combined the black tortoise with the 9 transformations of thunder. Strictly speaking, it should also be considered a cultivation method that was half profound and half martial. Moreover, Xiangnan really did have a soul. "What's wrong?" the handsome man asked. Bai Wudao thought for a moment and said, "He doesn't have any dipper chi. Not even the slightest bit." "Oh," the handsome man asked curiously, "even a disciple of the mysterious Tao will obtain a small portion of yuan chi and dipper chi in the process of cultivation. How can there be people who do not possess any dipper chi? That's why I find it strange." Bai Wudao shook his head. "Are you satisfied?" the old man asked. "Since you can't find the person you want, can you leave now?" Bai Wudao chuckled and said, "My people have won all 3 battles. Shouldn't your sect fulfill its promise and let us search?" The old man cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Although my Ascending Heaven sect is not a top-notch sect, it is still considered a 1,000-year inheritance. There are many treasures stored in the sect. Isn't it a bit too blatant for an outsider to say that you want to search my heaven ascending sect?" Bai Wudao's expression darkened. "Why? You are so respected. Do you want to break the previous agreement? Ha! Relying on the large number of people, you're bullying us outsiders." At this moment, a long howl suddenly came from the sky outside. What a big tone! I don't know who ran to our territory to search our local sect, but they actually took a bite out of us. Thick black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by tens of thousands of figures. At the front was a dignified, middle-aged man. He cupped his fists and said, "The Wenshuan sect is here to help." On the other side, a giant ship appeared. The ship floated in the clouds. The strangest thing was that it was made of paper. It was exactly the same as a child's paper boat, but it was incomparably large. There were tens of thousands of people standing on it. An old man floated out of the paper boat and cupped his fists. "Tao-seeking sect, come and help." Afterwards, the local sects appeared one after another, arriving at the ascending heaven sect's airspace. Bai Wudao laughed loudly. "I just said that you bullied others with more people, but in the end, you immediately gave me a live performance. Could it be that your sects are all such unreasonable barbarians?" The man from the Wenshuan sect laughed loudly. "Little Junior, I don't care what agreement you have with the ascending heaven sect, but if you enter this realm and forcefully break through our protective array, I can't treat it as if I can't see it anymore." The defensive array was created mainly for the attributes of demons, and it wasn't particularly outstanding against humans. He didn't know what kind of Dao weapon Bai Wudao had used to directly open a large hole in the protective array. This was much more disturbing than what Xianxia had done. Many sect elders landed on the cliff and stood on the side of the ascending sky sect. More sect disciples were still in the air, surrounding Bai Wudao. "A junior," the man from the Wenshuan sect said, "turn around and leave now. You can let bygones be bygones with the matter of destroying our grand formation." An elder of the Tao-seeking sect laughed strangely. "Leaving? Isn't it too cheap for this kid to leave the weapon in his hand?" Someone had a good temper, but others were even worse-tempered. Some people hoped that Bai Wudao would leave quickly. One more thing was better than one less thing. However, more people were angry and wanted to make Bai Wudao pay the price. Bai Wudao laughed heartily, seemingly without the slightest bit of panic. As for Xianxia, he frowned slightly. He didn't expect that things would be so big. Many sects in this world had come. Now, it was no longer up to the old man from the Ascending Heavens sect to decide. It seemed like the situation was going out of control. Most importantly, there wasn't even a single heavenly tribulation realm expert amongst the reinforcements. Apart from the Ascending Heaven sect's sect master, the strongest reinforcements were only at the late martial sage realm. There were only a few heavenly tribulation realm experts in this realm. These few precious heavenly tribulation realm experts either wanted to maintain the grand defensive formation or defend against the invasion of demons. They would not take risks because of other matters. But then, the situation became even more troublesome. Apart from the Ascending Heaven sect's old man, no one could stop Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao laughed loudly and pulled out a 10-meter-long banner. He then erected the banner in the air with ease. The majestic flag fluttered in the wind, and on it was written a powerful white word. Upon seeing this banner, the expressions of all the martial artists from the Six Emperors' world changed. The ambitious man cried out. Bai Wudao held the flagpole in his hand and said, "You clowns who cultivate the mysterious Tao really don't put my martial arts in your eyes. If any heavenly tribulation realm martial artist comes to humiliate me regardless of age, this flag will immediately shatter when it senses the fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation realm. At least 3 days, at most a month. My ancestor will personally come and fight. I will flatten your entire world." The man from the Wenshuan sect laughed loudly. "So arrogant! I don't need the heavenly tribulation realm to kill you." After he finished speaking, the man was the first to rush towards Bai Wudao. Along with him, there were many Wenshuan sect elders. As for the other sects like the Tao-seeking sect, the same was true. All the elders attacked together. Among these people, the highest realm was at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, and the lowest was at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. It seemed that they hadn't used up all of their sect's strength when they came to help the Ascending Heavens sect. They had only sent out a portion of the elders. Dozens of super sect disciples who had followed Bai Wudao were also prepared to make their move. But Bai Wudao waved his hand and said, "Stand there and watch the show. I alone am enough to deal with this bunch of scum." The two sides immediately exchanged blows. Xianxia thought to himself, It was indeed the ascending heaven sect that broke the rules and did not abide by the agreement. Furthermore, there were so many other sects attacking Bai Wudao together. Xianxia had always thought that only people like him would encounter such unfair treatment. It turned out that people like Bai Wudao would often encounter such things. It seemed that being looked down on wasn't just the exclusive property of the righteous disciples of famous sections. Bad people were also often bullied and ridiculed. However, the moment the battle started, it immediately shocked everyone. Bai Wudao was too powerful. Hundreds of martial saint elders were fighting around Bai Wudao, but none of them were able to get close. All sorts of dazzling and strange techniques crisscrossed each other, flying at an oblique angle and shooting randomly, causing everyone to be dazzled. Bai Wudao's counterattack was also extremely violent, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. He also knows how to swim freely. Xianxia's heart sank. Bai Wudao was not suppressed by any realm, which meant that he knew how to travel freely. In other words, Bai Wuya should have created this cultivation method that ignored realm suppression. Something's wrong with his talent, the ambitious man whispered in Xianxia's ear. Xianxia nodded silently. White ancestor, heavenly shine. Bai Wudao jumped up and raised his right hand high, drawing a holy white light from the sky. The white light had a tremendous amount of restraint on the power of the divine soul. When a large amount of strange magical light flew over, it slowed down the speed of the white light. Immediately after, a large number of profound weapons flew towards Bai Wudao. Battle-type Shendao cultivators also needed to use weapons, but the difference was that martial artists usually used their own weapons to fight. On the other hand, experts of the mysterious Dao used their divine soul power to control their weapons to fly back and forth, attacking the enemy without holding them in their hands. True fire. Supreme Overlord body. Bai Wudao's body trembled as he stabbed his horse into the air. Boom! His entire body quickly burned, turning into a blazing red human form. Those profound weapons controlled by the martial saint divine soul actually rebounded after hitting Bai Wudao. My God! What the hell is this? The ambitious man sucked in a breath of cold air. Tyrannical body. Everyone knew that it was the Bai clan's solo venture. But what was the true fire supreme tyrannical body? Never seen it. Many profound Dao cultivators were also shocked. A martial saint second-layer martial artist could actually withstand the attacks of a martial saint eighth-layer martial artist? Bai Wudao's martial Dao foundation was already so strong that he could kill people across borders. However, Shendao cultivators did not care about any foundation. They only cared about the mastery of strange techniques. Therefore, the level of a profound Dao expert was extremely loose. Even the most ordinary martial artist was more stable than their foundations. Ordinary martial artists were inferior to sect martial artists. Sect martial artists were inferior to sect geniuses. Sect geniuses were inferior to super sect geniuses. Super sect geniuses were inferior to the Bai clan. Bai clan disciples were inferior to heavenly word disciples. And heavenly word disciples were inferior to Bai Wudao. This was the staircase gap in martial arts. Bai Wudao smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, this demigod fire vein is really very powerful. The ancestor didn't lie to me. Bai Wuya was the only divine vein expert in the Bai clan, and all the martial skills he used were created according to his divine veins. Therefore, the descendants of the Bai clan could only comprehend the superficial knowledge they had learned. Only when their talent reached the divine grade could they truly unleash Bai Wuya's martial skills. This was precisely what Xianxia lacked the most. He had no talent for divine grade, but he did not have a complete set of martial skills suitable for divine grade. However, Bai Wudao did. Shape-shifting sheep. The man from the Wenshuan sect raised his hand and pointed. Bai Wudaoping's voice turned into a little white sheep. Many martial sages attacked at the same time, hurriedly taking advantage of this precious time to attack Bai Wudao. Talent awakening, fire. The little white sheep spat out human words and suddenly disintegrated into a sea of fire. Shit! This is a divine vein. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he immediately saw through it. When Bai Wudao awakened his innate talent did not decrease. This was a phenomenon that only divine talent would appear. Since when did Bai Wudao have a divine-grade fire vein? Tyrannical body, heavenly sword. Bai Wudao leapt up and transformed into a beam of fire that fell to the ground. In midair, a powerful flame aura condensed into a flame disk. Bai Wudao's entire body violently smashed into the flame disk, emitting a loud explosion as the ring of fire that devoured the heavens and the earth wildly spread out. With a shout, hundreds of martial Saint mysterious Dao experts were engulfed by the flames and sent flying. Bai Wudao sneered and shouted again, "Fire Overlord body! Law storm!" Boom! A sea of ultra-high temperature flames appeared. The most terrifying thing was that these flames were actually added with the Overlord attribute. A flame that possessed a tyrannical body. What was even more shocking was that Bai Wudao had combined the Overlord body flame with the Storm of Laws. 100-meter-tall Storm of Laws rose from the ground and roared in front of him. Xianxia's Law Storm, apart from the power of laws, also had an additional layer of lightspeed rotation effect. As for Bai Wudao, who possessed the demigod fire vein, his affinity for fire elements was just as frightening. He could even exert his tyrannical body onto the fire vein. This was something that most ordinary talented martial artists in the Bai clan would never be able to do. Bai Wudao's firestorm was completely a storm of laws that had unleashed a tyrannical body. Its lethality was unimaginably high. As they watched, hundreds of martial saint experts were pulled back by the high-temperature storm and flew towards the core of the storm. All the Xiandao cultivators in this world were scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a terrifying power before. They were deeply impressed by the unfamiliar martial arts. At this critical moment, at most 3 seconds, at least 2 seconds, all martial saint experts would be sucked in and ground into meat paste by the storm of laws. This guy is going to fight alone in a world. Ambitious people and all of Xianxia's subordinates felt their scalps go numb. Bai Wudao's strength had increased too much. Compared to the previous Bai Wudao, he was completely different. Xianxia sighed and said, "Sorry everyone, I have to take action now." Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia suddenly turned into a shadow and appeared in front of the flaming storm. In the clear sky, a thunderclap resounded through the clouds. Xianxia slammed his palm onto the top of the tornado, and a torque that was so strong that it almost tore apart space suddenly appeared on the tornado. Reverse rotation, light speed storm. Xianxia did not release the law storm himself. Instead, he used Bai Wudao's law storm as the foundation and directly used it. The lightning storm that was spinning at the speed of reverse light forcefully poured into the flame storm. Lightning flickered on the flaming storm, causing thunder to burst forth. Boom! The entire storm instantly exploded. Terrifying flames mixed with dense lightning scattered across the sky. It was like the end of the world. Everything quieted down. Hundreds of martial saints were freed, and all of them fled back in a sorry state. In the sky, Bai Wudao put his hands behind his back and looked at Xianxia indifferently. "It's you again. It's me again," Xianxia said. "Xianxia." Bai Wudao said Xianxia's name directly. Xianxia remained silent, neither denying nor admitting it. He didn't want to be a person who didn't have the guts to admit his name. But the head of the Ascending Heaven sect had already said that Xianxia wasn't here. If Xianxia admitted it, it would be equivalent to selling that kind old man. Xianxia was determined not to do anything about crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Is he the legendary Xianxia? The disciples of the super sect were very curious. They circled around Xianxia and looked at him as if they were looking at a rare animal. Xianxia's fame in the Six Emperors world was too great. In the past year, he had been the focus of the entire Six Emperors world. However, seeing it with their own eyes, those super sect disciples felt extremely disappointed. A martial sage crossed his shoulders and said, "I thought Xianxia was such a domineering man. He should be like a saber piercing through the clouds. Aggressive." Another martial sage shook his head and said, "Now that I've seen Taoist Master Xianxia, it's really too different from what I imagined. I didn't expect him to be such an ordinary fellow." Everyone began to think that Xianxia might have overstated his reputation. Xianxia's enemies would always make such mistakes. even though they had already warned themselves in their hearts not to underestimate their enemies. After seeing Xianxia, this feeling grew out of control. That's because you've never seen him go crazy. Bai Wudao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Those who had already understood and pursued Xiang then all nodded their heads in agreement. This was the biggest characteristic of Xiangxia's body. Normally, he was completely an ordinary, even somewhat humble, young man. However, if this person was really determined to fight, he would immediately become another completely unfamiliar madman. Many people had the impression that Xianxia was a battle madman and that he was completely reckless when fighting. Bai Wudao had suffered this kind of loss before. He was Xianxia's biggest opponent so far, but he was also the opponent who understood Xianxia the best. Do you know how I'm sure you're Xianxia's? Bai Wudao pulled out a long sword. This action caused the eyes of the disciples of the super sect to tremble. Weapons are lit up. Bai Wudao, who was arrogant enough to single-handedly challenge the most talented disciples of all the first-rate sects and super sects, actually lit up his weapon. Xianxia did not say anything. Bai Wudao said, "Because of your gaze, after I displayed such extraordinary strength, there was a fear in everyone's eyes when they looked at me. This fear would even appear on my companions. But there's no such fear in your eyes." Xianxia still looked at Bai Wudao indifferently. That Bai Wudao said, "Very good. When you left the Bai clan, you were only at the first level of the divine martial arts. Now, it seems that your realm has stabilized at the 5th level of the divine martial arts. This means that I have not misjudged anyone. You are worthy of my defeat." With that, Bai Wudao drew his sword and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his saber. Blades and swords clashed. Bai Wudao's sword had a shocking killing power, causing the tyrannical flames to shoot in the opposite direction. Above the giant saber, the overbearing lightning also scattered in the opposite direction. The dense lightning crackled as it illuminated half of the sky. Just as the two monster-level experts clashed, the impact of the sabers and swords transformed into a shockwave of a strong wind, causing everyone's clothes to be thrown into a mess. Even those with a slight deficiency in cultivation were blown backwards and slid backwards. Damn it! Is this the strength that the 5th level of the divine martial arts should have? The disciples of the super sects were stunned. Ha! This is decent. Bai Wudao became excited. He licked his lips and said, "For people like you and me, every level of cultivation is precious. It can directly allow our strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Unlike the bunch of trash beside them, placing a 3rd or 4th level cultivation realm on them is simply a waste, and it doesn't have any effect at all. With your 5th level of divine martial arts, you are already comparable to a half-step martial saint. This is the demeanor that our Bai clan should have." The disciples of those super sects all had displeased expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that Bai Wudao would ridicule them as well. "Is that enough?" Xianxia said. Bai Wudao smiled excitedly and said, "You've obtained all the inheritances of the ancestral hall and even swallowed the white tiger divine pill. Do you think I'm useless? You used to like Qingzhu, didn't you?" Tisk, unfortunately, Shen Qingzhu still fell into my hands in the end. Ever since I joined hands with her, she and I have undergone a qualitative change. This effect is even stronger than the white tiger divine pill. Xianxia. Bai Wudao licked his lips and said, "This sword strike of mine only used the strength of the 5th level of the divine realm." Xianxia said, "Shen Qingzhu is already a dead man in my eyes, and you've been chasing me for so long. Isn't it just to defeat me? Then stop talking and show me your full strength. Don't look down on people." Bai Wudao said angrily, "I, Bai Wudao, am the #1 expert of my age. With the same cultivation realm, I can still kill you." Bai Wudao shouted, "True fire, supreme overlord body." Boom! He burned again and became the flame tyrant again. This move caused the hearts of both the enemy and the friends present to sink. It was precisely this tyrannical body that allowed Bai Wudao to resist the collective attacks of hundreds of experts at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. In their eyes, this true fire tyrant body was simply invincible defense. It was an absolute domain-like existence that could not be defeated. Bai Wudao turned into a flame mark and suddenly shot out. However, it was not Xianxia that he rushed towards. Instead, it was the man named Feng Yun from the East Arrival sect. Bai Wudao grabbed Feng Yun's collar, his eyes spitting out flames. Feng Yun was shocked and said, "Wudao, what are you doing?" Bai Wudao grabbed Feng Yun, but his eyes were still staring at Xianxia. He shouted excitedly, "Xianxia! This person is the expert who made the Ascending Heaven sect helpless just now. But under the suppression of my true fire overlord physique, he is only a paper man." In an instant, Bai Wudao's killing intent surged. Feng Yun was shocked, and he hurriedly condensed his dipper chi and threw a punch at Bai Wudao. Dozens of disciples from other super sects also rushed forward in panic, trying to push Bai Wudao away. However, Bai Wudao's killing intent had already been decided. He had suddenly raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the divine martial arts, and swinging his hand was like a flaming sword light. True fire, blazing sword, high temperature, unimaginable heat. Dozens of martial sages who had come to rescue Feng Yun were blown away. As for Feng Yun's protective aura, it instantly melted when it encountered this kind of temperature. Feng Yun didn't even have a chance to fight back. His body vaporized on the spot. Nothing. The arrogant Feng Yun had been vaporized on the spot by Wudao's sword strike. Everyone was dumbfounded, including those martial artists who had learned Dao-grade martial techniques in the Lost Civilization. Bai Wudao returned to the 5th level of the divine martial arts. He looked at Xianxia and said, "True fire blazing sword. When I use the 6th level of the divine martial arts to release the sword, the core temperature of my sword light is already equivalent to the middle temperature of a star, reaching 100,000 degrees. The scene was completely silent. Bai Wudao laughed wildly and said, "Perhaps you still don't know the temperature of the stars. There was a time when our Bai clan's ancestor, Bai Wuxia, personally went to the core of the sun to create a martial skill suitable for the divine fire vein. He found that the surface temperature of a star is between 5,000 and 6,000 degrees Celsius, while the temperature of the star's core is around 25 million degrees Celsius. Under such a high temperature, no one can survive except Patriarch Bai Wuxia." Bai Wudao pointed his sword at Xianxia. The sword burned violently again, turning into a state of incandescence. He said, "And this sword in my hand is called True Fire. It was once worn by our ancestor Bai Wuxia when he was young. It was a high-grade Dao weapon and could withstand up to 5 million degrees of heat." Heavens, an elder of the Ascending Heaven sect, was dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a thing before. What kind of existence was the so-called ancestor of the Bai clan? Even the head of the Ascending Heaven sect sighed and said, "There is a heaven beyond the heavens." However, Xianxia's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "That is your ancestor, not mine. My surname is not Bai." Bai Wudao laughed loudly. "Regardless of whether you admit it or not, the strength you possess comes from my Bai clan. This kind of strength should not belong to you. Today, let me clean the door for the Bai clan." As he said that, Bai Wudao held the true fire sword in his hand and slashed at Xianxia with a second strike that made everyone tremble with fear. The blazing sword, the serpent said, "He has finally found his own way. Let's see if your lightning meridian is powerful or if my fire meridian is even more berserk." Bai Wudao roared as his sword slashed down. No one dared to face the power of this sword. Even though everyone was watching from afar, they subconsciously took dozens of steps back. Xianxia's right hand trembled as he faced the enemy head-on. The tyrannical lightning energy wrapped around Xianxia's entire right arm and covered the surface of the giant saber. In this instant, Xianxia directly summoned the power of the profound ice bomb. The two incarnations formed seals behind him, quickly forming an accelerated seal. The lightning energy had turned into ice-attributed lightning. Black ice, speed of light slash. The swords collided at that moment. The incandescent sword, which had the temperature of a middle star, struck the lightning saber, which had the attribute of ice. Boom! When the swords collided, A huge ball of energy exploded from the middle of the sword. The big ball exploded wildly, devouring everything it encountered. Get out of here! The Soaring Heavens sect master quickly formed a seal and used a great teleportation paradox to bring everyone out of the cliff range. Everyone suddenly appeared in the distance and looked towards the cliff of the Ascending Heaven sect. The energy ball engulfed the entire cliff and destroyed it into countless pieces. Heavens! He has never used this move before. The ambitious man's eyes widened in shock. Only now did the 300 experts who had chased after Xianxia realize that Xianxia had always retained such a move. That meant that when Xianxia fought against them, he was always hiding his trump card. As the swords and sabers separated, Bai Wudao slid back tens of meters in midair, leaving a long air mark beneath his feet. However, when he saw Xianxia, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xianxia did not retreat a single step. Damn it! That's impossible! Bai Wudao gritted his teeth and charged towards Xianxia again. Xianxia's body flashed and he appeared beside Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao did not possess the speed of Xianxia. He knew this very well and roared angrily. External Tyrant Release. In an instant, Bai Wudao condensed a spherical flame astral chi shield. This shield was completely wrapped around Bai Wudao, but it had obtained a Tyrant Body additional shield. The shield was expanded from 3 meters in diameter to 10 meters in diameter. This terrifying Tyrant Body shield actually pushed Xianxia out. The spherical shield had no blind spots. It had a perfect defense of 360 degrees. No matter which direction Xianxia sneaked in from, he would be smashed open by the shield. When Xianxia was pushed away, Bai Wudao immediately turned around and attacked with a 100,000-degree blazing sword. Xianxia no longer used the Crimson Dragon Sword technique. Bai Wudao's weapon was a Dao weapon that could resist elemental invasion. Furthermore, the temperature of the Crimson Dragon Sword technique was below the temperature of Bai Wudao's incandescent sword. It was completely pediatric and could not be raised to the surface. Xianxia could only block with his backhand and forcefully swallowed Bai Wudao's sword with his giant saber. The temperature of this sword strike was naturally astonishing, but its strike power was also extremely high. The supreme true fire hegemon body's super-strong defense was equivalent to a super-strong offensive power. Under this sword strike, Xianxia was actually chopped into pieces without a trace. However, at the same time, a burst of thunder rang out from the horizon, followed by a bolt of lightning. Charge at the speed of light. Boom! The giant saber landed firmly on Bai Wudao's shield. The super tyrant shield actually cracked inch by inch, and Peng's voice shattered. As for Bai Wudao, he was struck by the impact and disappeared. The scene was still completely silent. They were so shocked by the incomprehensible combat strength of the two monster experts that they didn't utter a single word. In the horizon, a small sun appeared. Bai Wudao walked over from the sun, his feet stepping on the sky, his entire body burning with raging flames. I heard that your master is most skilled in the Heavenly Yang Divine technique, but which one of her techniques is stronger or weaker than mine? Bai Wudao smiled sinisterly. Xianxia placed the giant saber across his chest, his eyes cold and indifferent. So Bai Wudao waved his sword. You haven't quenched the sun yet, have you? You're still preserving your strength. True fire. Blazing storm. Bai Wudao waved his sword and a storm of incandescent laws flew towards Xianxia. This brat has ill intentions. Don't fight him to the death, the big snake hurriedly said. The law's storm consumed too much astral chi. That Bai Wudao was actually at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, but he used the 5th level of the Divine Martial realm to release this move. He would be able to preserve even more astral chi. However, if Xianxia also retaliated with the law storm, he would probably lose his thunder power if he didn't release the law storm twice. Xianxia took half a step back and gently raised his left hand. An annihilation shield was formed. The blazing storm struck the annihilation shield. Both sides cancelled each other out and disappeared. Ha! Bai Wudao frowned. What kind of trick is this? It's my turn to attack. Xianxia raised his hand and sent out a 7-star finger, shouting, Speed of light, 7-star finger. Hiss! The 300 subordinates sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, his 7-star finger can actually be released at the speed of light. Bai Wudao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly took a horse step to defend himself with the true fire supreme overlord physique. Pooh! A 7-star finger of light struck Bai Wudao and was dissolved by the super-strong defense and super-high temperature. Xianxia pointed with his right hand, and a 7-star finger shot out in a crisscross manner. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of 7-star fingers struck Bai Wudao at the same time. This Dao grade beginner martial skills power was extraordinary. It actually broke Bai Wudao's defense in a large amount of attacks. At the same time, Xianxia charged at Bai Wudao with the speed of light, fiercely smashing into his chest, causing Bai Wudao to spit out blood and fly backwards. As for Xianxia, he swung his saber and slashed at Shen Frost's speed of light. The enormous saber light of the profound armament instantly struck Bai Wudao's body, pushing him back rapidly and crazily cutting through his new tyrannical defense. Bai Wudao's flesh was being sliced open rapidly and red blood shot into the sky. He can't take it anymore. Ambitious people are overjoyed. But in the next moment, the scene that worried everyone the most happened. True fire, supreme overlord body. Bai Wudao's realm suddenly soared to the 7th level of the divine realm, and his body's surface temperature had actually reached an unbelievable 200,000 degrees Celsius. Xianxia's saber light was forcefully dissolved by Bai Wudao's supreme body. Although the speed of light slash was powerful, it was still based on Xianxia's lightning power, whereas Xianxia was only at the 5th level of the divine realm. Xianxia chuckled. Aren't you arrogant enough to use the 5th level of the divine martial arts to fight me? Why can't you handle it anymore? Ah! Bai Wudao roared angrily. You've angered me. At this time, Bai Wudao's temperature had already reached 200,000 degrees, and the heat he emitted was 40 times that of the surface of the sun. Standing opposite Bai Wudao, Xianxia felt even hotter than walking directly on the surface of the sun. Fortunately, Bai Wudao's body wasn't big, and the spectators could withstand it even if they were to stay a little further away from him. If Bai Wudao's body expanded to the size of a sun, then the entire planet would be melted. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Bai Wudao covered his face and bent down to laugh wildly. Xianxia, you like to attack my dignity so much. As you wish, you have already forced me to use the strength of the 7th level of the divine martial arts. However, what good is it for you to do this? You can only make me burn with anger and extinguish you completely. Blazing sword. Bai Wudao waved his hand and a 200,000 degree flame sword light appeared. Xianxia could only use the Dream Dao again and summon the Annihilation Shield to counteract this attack. However, Bai Wudao's sword light could be released in large quantities. A streak of sword light was cancelled out by the Annihilation Shield, and Bai Wudao immediately chopped out a series of sword lights towards Xianxia. There were more than 100 of them. One must know that Bai Wudao was using the strength of the 7th level of the divine martial arts, but his own realm was at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. This was equivalent to a 7th level divine martial arts martial artist possessing 625 times the divine astral chi content. As for Xianxia, he was only at the 5th level of the divine martial technique. So Bai Wudao's divine chi was 15,625 times more than Xianxia's. There was no hope for Xianxia to fight against Bai Wudao because of the huge gap in the amount of astral chi. He would lose without a doubt if he fought against Bai Wudao in the battle of astral chi attrition. Annihilation Shield. Xianxia used his Dream Dao again and summoned the Annihilation Shield again. A series of high-temperature sword lights disappeared on the Annihilation Shield. However, the Annihilation Shield disappeared 3 seconds later. The sword lights were linear and were still flying. Xianxia could only rise quickly and draw the sword light into the sky. The moment the Annihilation Shield disappeared, Xianxia immediately dodged. He saw the string of sword lights leaning towards the sky and flying towards the depths of the universe. So close! The onlookers broke out in cold sweat. If those sword lights hit the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. We can't fight here anymore. We have to move the battlefield immediately. Xianxia shouted and immediately flew towards the universe at half the speed of light. Bai Wudao and the others opened up a gap in the defensive array, and Xianxia flew out of the gap. Bai Wudao was also reluctant to give up, and his flying speed was extremely fast. The high explosive power of the demigod fire vein caused him to instantly increase his speed to an exaggerated degree. It was practically on par with Xianxia's speed. Don't chase. The ascending heaven sect old man saw that everyone wanted to catch up and watch the fun. So he hurriedly stopped everyone and said, "The battlefield between the two of them is too dangerous. Don't chase after them and watch." As he spoke, the old man raised his hands high up. The majority of the protective array formations in the sky immediately changed shape, turning into a convex mirror, like existence. It directly projected the scene that had occurred in the universe onto the surface of the array formation. The old man said, "This is a spying formation we created to observe the demons descending from the sky. Everyone can still see the battle here. Is the world of martial artists that powerful?" An elder from the Wenshuan sect said in horror. Both of them only used the combat strength of the divine martial realm, but we martial saints don't dare to approach them so easily. The old man's expression was solemn. The destructive power these two people displayed is far beyond the reach of martial artists of the same realm. It has already reached a height that we cannot understand. Bai Wudao, who was at the 6th level of the divine martial saint realm, was already able to kill a super disciple of the 1st level of the divine martial saint realm in one move. However, after he advanced to the 7th level of the divine martial saint realm, he was still unable to deal with the legendary Xianxia. Such a short battle had already brought too much visual shock to everyone. In the universe, Bai Wudao was like a small humanoid sun chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia had already shaken off Bai Wudao, but Bai Wudao began to accelerate further, gradually closing the gap between the two sides. He started to speed up. Sure enough, he also cultivated the galaxy shuttle. Moreover, his berserk fever greatly shortened his acceleration process. The serpent said, "Quickly use the full speed of light to sprint. This Bai Wudao will reach the speed of light in about 10 seconds. Xianxia immediately summoned his avatar. After forming the seal, he instantly reached the full speed of light and flew towards a remote asteroid. Behind him, Bai Wudao was getting faster and faster. 1/5 of the speed of light, 1/4 of the speed of light, 1/3 of the speed of light. The speed of both sides was about to be equal. Xianxia was far ahead of Bai Wudao, but the lead was not long enough. As long as Xianxia stopped, Bai Wudao could catch up with Xianxia in a few seconds. If Xianxia didn't stop, Bai Wudao could also keep chasing after him. Find an opportunity to kill him. Don't retain your strength any longer. Take advantage of the fact that he hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. The big snake said. Xianxia abruptly turned around and looked at Bai Wudao, who was excited and ferocious in the back. He then roared in a low voice, "The speed of light trap!" In that instant, Xianxia suddenly released the power of the void divine lightning and collided with the space laws in 1/100th of a second. Boom! Everything stopped, and Bai Wudao suddenly stopped behind him. His entire body was still at 200,000 degrees Celsius. Xianxia immediately turned around and returned, slashing at Bai Wudao with the speed of light. However, not only did this saber strike not split open Bai Wudao's body, it even melted Xianxia's own saber light. No, ordinary saber light can't hurt him anymore. Quickly use your martial skill, the big snake hurriedly said. There are only 4 seconds left in the light trap. Xianxia instantly pulled out half of the lightning energy and condensed it into a tornado of light, engulfing Bai Wudao. The tornado that was spinning at the speed of light was tearing apart Bai Wudao's body like crazy. However, the surface of Bai Wudao's body was only slowly torn apart. Oh no, I can't. Xianxia's heart sank. Quick, squeeze the speed of light storm, reduce the contact area, and cut him in the shape of a wheel, the big snake said. Xianxia had never used this move before, so he could only try to take a look. Bai Wudao's true fire supreme body was too ruthless. This type of true fire technique was obviously a Dao grade martial skill, and it had the effect of a laws. It was already equivalent to a law defense technique. In addition, Bai Wudao's own true realm was at the martial saint's second layer. He only used the strength of the divine martial 7th layer, but his physical strength and aura were still at the martial saint 2nd layer. Together, the two effects caused the speed of Lightstorm to not be able to tear Bai Wudao apart in a few seconds. Xianxia could only try to see if he could forcefully crush the tornado-shaped storm, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This law storm is a martial skill, it is not a dipper chi that can casually grasp a shape. No way, Xianxia said. The serpent said, there is no need to crush the storm itself. Quickly use the power of the void divine lightning to distort space. Xianxia instantly understood what Big Snake meant. He immediately released the power of the void divine lightning, attempting to stretch out the space and place the storm in a distorted space that was being dragged out. This way, the space would be crushed and the storm in the space would also be crushed. Xianxia's new attempt proved that it was not that easy. He discovered that it was very easy to break through space, but if he wanted to distort space, he would have to expend even more power from the void divine lightning. The consumption of distorted space was actually thousands of times that of crushed space. Xianxia could only release the power of the void divine lightning in large quantities, but in this way he would have to use more lightning power as attraction. Only half of the lightning power was left, but he took out another half. Finally, the small space was forcefully elongated, and the law storm was crushed into a gear-shaped disc. There were only 2 seconds left. Go! Xianxia waved his finger. The disc-shaped storm of laws immediately sliced into Bai Wudao's neck at the speed of light. The speed of light storm cut was much more powerful than Xianxia's speed of light cut. Finally, Bai Wudao's terrifying defensive power was powerless when faced with this kind of cut. In the midst of the cut, large sparks shone in the universe. Bai Wudao's neck was cut open, and then the wheel continued to cut deeper into half the diameter of his neck. There was only one last second left, and the roulette wheel continued to crazily go deeper. Finally, at the same time that the light speed trap failed, the light speed will cut off Bai Wudao's neck and flew into the vast universe with a whoosh. After the wheel of light left the distorted space, it quickly turned into the shape of a tornado, causing its speed to be slowed dozens of times. Success! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Shit! I failed! The big snake shouted. Bai Wudao's head didn't split apart. Run! The serpent roared. Before Xianxia could think about it, he immediately formed a seal and proceeded at the speed of light. Bai Wudao smiled sinisterly and continued to chase after him. What the hell is going on? Was that an illusion? Why do I feel like he's a liquid man? Xianxia said. You're not mistaken, said the serpent. He is indeed a liquid human now. You can think of him as a kind of incandescent lava. Bai Wudao, who was in the incandescent state, was liquid magma. After his neck was sliced open, he was able to quickly fuse together. This was the characteristic of liquids. Is this a rebirth ability or an immortality ability? Xianxia asked in shock. The serpent said, he can't be reborn, but it's not that he won't die. It's just that it's not easy to kill him. He can't be killed by a single cut. He has to be cut into several pieces and then separated, or directly shattered into pieces. Feels like a ball of liquid floating in front of you. You cut the ball of liquid with a sharp knife, but it still fuses together. Only by punching the ball of liquid into more small balls would it be able to disintegrate. But you don't have this kind of ability at your current realm. The serpent sighed. Xianxia's cultivation was too low to shatter Bai Wudao. In fact, he could only cut open Bai Wudao's neck by compressing the speed of Lightstorm. However, the current situation was that this plane had already been collided with the speed of light once. If one wanted to use the speed of light trap again, they would have to wait for a while. What other way could he defeat Bai Wudao? Xianxia pondered quickly in his mind, only to discover that he was unable to defeat Bai Wudao. The gap between the 7th level and the 3rd level left Xianxia helpless. Xianxia could only continue to fly and continue to think about countermeasures. At this moment, in the human world, everyone could no longer see the battle between Xianxia and Bai Wudao. The two of them flew too far away. Even with the grand formation, they were unable to see the details of the two of them. They could only see the occasional burst of intense light when the two of them were fighting. In the universe. Xianxia surrender. Bai Wudao was excited. Extremely excited. He finally waited for this day to come. He could finally personally kill Xianxia to wash away his humiliation. In his undefeated battle record, Xianxia was the only defeat for Bai Wudao. An asteroid appeared in front of him. Xianxia attempted to slow Bai Wudao down with this asteroid. He directly used the power of the Void Stone to pierce through the planet without any obstruction and flew out from the other side. Bai Wudao didn't have any Void Stones, nor did he know how to pierce through all living things. He directly collided with them in a more violent manner. His body collided with the planet. The 200,000-degree temperature had just touched the surface of the planet, and it immediately melted through the surface of the planet. He was like a fiery red dagger, easily piercing through a piece of loose and soft grease. The most terrifying thing was that he had pierced through the planet's core with this high temperature. This caused the asteroid to explode in the universe with a loud boom. He destroyed a star. Xianxia looked back, his eyes filled with shock. The planet exploded and turned into a giant ball of light, surrounded by a flattened halo. After Xianxia increased to the full speed of light again, this scene became eternally still. As the speed of light moved forward, Xianxia could only see the scene from the previous moment. If he continued to move forward like this, then for the next several hundred years, tens of millions of years, as long as he could still see the planet would remain the same. Oh, so this is the Void Realm Master's time parallax. Xianxia immediately reacted. The Realm Master had said that if a person moved at the speed of light, what he looked back on would forever be static, and if he moved beyond the speed of light, he would gradually see the history of what had happened. Xianxia was still flying. He didn't feel the shock wave from the explosion of the star. The shock wave couldn't catch up with him. Bai Wudao also restored the speed of light from the galaxy shuttle. The two of them chased after each other and were engaged in a long chase. Xianxia, how long do you want to escape? Stop fighting me to the death. A consciousness struck Xianxia's mind from behind, forming a voice. The speed of sound simply couldn't catch up with Xianxia's, but consciousness could. Consciousness was the only thing that humans could grasp that could surpass the speed of light, so it didn't take time for consciousness to transmit. Xianxia also returned a portion of his consciousness and said, "Fighting against the Martial Saint's second layer with the Divine Martial fifth layer is not brave, but stupid. Even you know how to chase after me after raising your cultivation realm. Could it be that I'm stupid enough to make such a mistake?" Hey! Bai Wudao laughed sinisterly and said no more. What method could he use to kill Bai Wudao? Xianxia was thinking about this question. Evidently, Bai Wudao did not know what method he used to possess a talent similar to a divine vein. Perhaps it was a divine vein, or perhaps he was just a bit away from reaching a true divine vein. The key was that he had a high cultivation realm. Who could guarantee that when Xianxia stopped fighting with Bai Wudao would suddenly use the second-level Martial Saint realm? This brat only wanted dignity on the surface, but if he was anxious, he would use any method. Previously, he had said that he would defeat Xianxia at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Technique, but wouldn't he still be able to advance to the 7th level? Big Snake, how much time do I have left in my dream Dao? Xianxia asked. The serpent said, "Use the annihilation shield before and after. Dream on each occasion. You still have more than 8 minutes left. It's enough. Could it be that you want to?" Xianxia nodded and immediately activated Dream Dao, releasing a nether wolf. Instead of letting the nether wolf attack Bai Wudao, he directly left the nether wolf in place. At this moment, Bai Wudao was advancing at the speed of light without any bias. Before the nether wolf was annihilated, he had already collided with Bai Wudao. All right, Xianxia's eyes lit up, but the result wasn't so good. Bai Wudao was liquid, and his speed was too fast. As for the nether wolf, it was inferior to the nether spider, and its rate of annihilation of humans was relatively slow. Bai Wudao instantly made it easier for the nether wolf to pierce through. He didn't have enough time to be annihilated by the nether wolf, but the rapid penetration caused Bai Wudao's body to suddenly shrink a little. Ha! Bai Wudao was also stunned. His original height of nearly 2 meters suddenly became around 1.8 meters. Because he was liquid, the holes in his body were quickly filled, causing his body to shrink. "A few more," the serpent said excitedly. "Although it can't be killed in one blow, it is still effective." Xianxia released another nether wolf, but when he saw Bai Wudao's movements, he knew that his move had failed. Bai Wudao was extremely clever. He adjusted his route slightly and no longer maintained the same straight line as Xianxia. As a result, the nether wolf and Bai Wudao were no longer on the same line. Before the nether wolf had enough time to adjust its position and collide with Bai Wudao had already brushed past the nether wolf. "This kid is so smart," the big snake said. "Be careful. Meteorites," the big snake suddenly shouted. Xianxia didn't even have time to look back, so he decisively used the escape technique. The consequences of colliding with a solid meteorite at the speed of light were catastrophic. Xianxia could only use his escape technique to directly penetrate the meteorite. However, Bai Wudao was not afraid of the speed of light. His temperature was high, and he could melt through the meteorite the instant he collided with it. Sure enough, Bai Wudao also pierced through the meteorite, but at the same time that he left the other end of the meteorite, the giant meteorite that was roaming in the universe instantly melted into a pool of magma. Without gravity, the liquid spreads itself into spheres. Another planet appeared in front of him. Not good. The diameter of this planet has already exceeded 600,000 li. "Go around," the big snake said. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to penetrate the planet this time. His lightning escape could only last for a second. Once the diameter of the planet he penetrated exceeded 600,000 li, which was the speed of light for a second, it would incorporate Xianxia into the planet's interior at the moment the lightning escape failed, causing a collision effect. He probably wouldn't die if he crashed into Xianxia, and he could even be reborn after bathing in flames. However, the amount of time it took for Bai Wudao to recover from the flames was enough for him to catch up. Xianxia drew a broken line and dodged the planet. Bai Wudao also drew a long arc and continued to pursue Xianxia. "You know what? I'm tired of playing." Behind him, Bai Wudao's consciousness entered Xianxia's mind. Immediately after, Bai Wudao slowed down. "He gave up?" the great snake asked curiously. "Impossible." Xianxia frowned and said, "This person is very vengeful. He will never let me go. I have a bad premonition." Bai Wudao's consciousness was still coming. He said, "You feel that the speed of light is the fastest speed of sprinting. That's true, but the intelligence of human martial artists is not as shallow as you think. Actually, many years ago, humans already had ways of moving beyond the speed of light, and you must have even seen it with your own eyes a few times." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. "Shrink to an inch." With a sound of consciousness, Bai Wudao took a step forward. Suddenly, he crossed a long distance and arrived at Xianxia's side. This was an incomparably brilliant movement technique. It utilized the laws of space, allowing space to be twisted and folded. Xianxia had really seen this move before, and it had happened more than once. The first time was on the Island of Exile when Shen Qingzhu, who was at the divine martial realm, chased after him. Ordinary attributed martial artists were indeed unable to reach the speed of light. Even Bai Wudao, who hadn't learned how to travel through the galaxies, could only sigh at the speed of light. However, this did not mean that powerful martial artists were helpless against the speed of light martial artists. They had spatial law-type movement techniques, and Xianxia's shadow transformation was one of them. However, the distance between them was even further. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the farther they would be able to reach the limit of one step. Unexpectedly, Bai Wudao had also learned this move. At the same time that Bai Wudao took a step forward, his right hand had already grabbed Xianxia's wrist. The 200,000-degree heat in his right hand grabbed onto Xianxia's wrist. The boiling temperature immediately caused Xianxia's wrist to begin to dissolve. Xianxia wasn't a vegetarian either, and a domineering bolt of lightning energy directly poured into Bai Wudao's body. Xianxia's wrist instantly broke. His broken wrist ignited a flame of laws and his wrist reformed. As for Bai Wudao, he was directly injected into his body cavity by the lightning energy. The violent lightning energy shot wildly within his body, causing him to suddenly freeze on the spot. Xiangnan was quick-witted and slashed at by Wu Dao's waist. This kind of attack can't kill. You know. Bai Wudao smiled sinisterly with difficulty. Bai Wudao was slashed by Xiangnan's saber before turning around and leaving. Is that so? Xiangnan sneered as he grabbed Bai Wudao's legs and flew away. Bai Wudao was not a big snake, so he could not be reborn or not die. Bai Wudao's eyes turned cold. All the parts of his body from his waist down were dragged away by Xiangnan. His body is starting to weaken, the serpent said happily. Continue to stall for time. After his body is separated, he will not be able to survive for a long time. In another 10 seconds, he will lose the chance to heal. But he can still catch up to me, Xiangnan said. The serpent said, breaking space and escaping in different planes. His shrinking to an inch is no longer useful. Xiangnan immediately crashed into space and arrived at another plane of the universe. Bai Wudao frantically chased after Xiangnan. He panicked. He had to reconnect his body within a certain period of time. Otherwise, if the lower half of his body could not be replenished by the new aura, it would slowly lose its Dao luck effect and change from liquid to flesh and blood. At that time, he would never be able to connect again. After being sliced at the waist, humans would still be able to survive for a few minutes to an hour. This depended on the strength of the martial artist's own qualities. If the lower half of his body could not be combined, then Bai Wudao would also die from the waist chop after a period of time. However, the lower half of Bai Wudao's body was still burning. Xiangnan could not touch it with his hand. Instead, he used a bolt of lightning to pull the remnant body into the next dimensional universe. However, the space he crashed into needed a few minutes. Bai Wudao also pierced through the spatial rift and followed up on the next plane. When Bai Wudao was about to use shrinking ground to catch up, Xiangnan bumped into him again, entering the third plane universe. Bai Wudao could only give up temporarily and try to shrink to an inch after entering the third plane universe. But Xiangnan crashed into the fourth plane universe. Enough! Bai Wudao roared angrily and shouted, all realms are opened. Bai Wudao's realm had begun to recover, the 8th level of the divine martial arts. His true fire martial skill had reached a temperature of 300,000 degrees. Divine martial 9th layer. The temperature had reached 400,000 degrees. Martial Sage Level 1. The temperature had reached 500,000 degrees. Martial Saint Level 2. 600,000 degrees. A troublesome place is coming. Xiangnan only continued to shuttle through multiple planes, but he didn't advance in a straight line, unable to extend the distance between him and Bai Wudao. During this distance, Bai Wudao was still able to sense the lower half of his body. Although the lower half of his body could not be filled with brand new astral chi, the remaining astral chi still belonged to Martial Saint Level 2. The Bai Wudao realm was fully opened, and the half of his body was also sensed, raising the remaining Dipper Chi to the second level of Martial Saint. The high temperature of 600,000 degrees had even burned down Xiangnan's lightning. I can't catch it anymore. Xiangnan immediately let go. The lightning energy around half of his body was burnt off under the high temperature. Bai Wudao rushed forward and grabbed half of his body, immediately butting into the upper body. He's weak, the big snake said in shock. Xiangnan suddenly turned around and sensed that this was indeed the case. After all, Bai Wudao was unable to survive. This period of time, his waist slash had cost him his life. After rejoining his body, he entered a short period of weakness. However, this degree of weakness was not high. It only caused Bai Wudao, who was at the second level of the Martial Saint stage, to decline to the first level of the Martial Saint stage, and the temperature to drop to 500,000 degrees Celsius. However, this was still 6 small realms higher than Xiangnan. You monkey who knows how to jump up and down. Stop! Bai Wudao raised his true fire sword high and roared. The laws are out of balance. Pong! Xiangnan, who was preparing to enter the next plane, suddenly collided with space and was bounced back. The laws of space had failed. Xiangnan hurriedly escaped at the speed of light, but he found that he could no longer enter the speed of light. The laws of light had also failed. This is Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The serpent said, "Damn it. That's probably the fate of the true fire sword. It can cause the laws to be unbalanced." How could it be? Xianxian paled in shock. Did he invalidate the laws of the universe? The big snake said, "No, look into the distance." Xianxian looked into the distance and found a spherical absolute domain zone. He was inside the spherical zone. This spherical space was about 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. In other words, the true fire sword could temporarily unbalance all the laws within a space of 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Millions of kilometers was very short for the speed of light, but without the speed of light moving, it was very long for martial artists. Xianxian transformed into a beam of bright light and flew at a normal speed. However, Bai Wudao was still chasing after him. With the true fire sword in Bai Wudao's hands, that absolute domain had been moving along with him, causing Xianxian to be unable to escape. As for Xianxian, who had a normal flying speed and was at the 5th level of the divine realm, he couldn't compare to Bai Wudao, who was at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. The distance between the two sides rapidly narrowed. "You damn traitor!" Bai Wudao roared. "Do you know how long it will take for the true fire sword to condense a single Dao luck release? 10 days. Within a full 10 days, my true fire sword will no longer be able to cast its laws out of balance. Die! True fire, 1-star finger." Bai Wudao raised his hand. A 1-star finger at 500,000 degrees suddenly shot towards Xianxian. The power of the 1-star finger itself was far inferior to that of the 7-star finger, but its temperature was too high. Moreover, it was the strength of the 2nd level of martial saint astral chi. Xianxian was completely unable to defend against this move, so he could only release the annihilation shield. The star finger and the annihilation shield cancelled each other out. However, Bai Wudao had already discovered the time law of the disappearance of the annihilation shield. At the same time that the annihilation shield disappeared, a second 2-star finger shot over. This was the advantage of keeping one's trump card, and the disadvantage of exposing one's trump card. Xianxian released the annihilation shield many times, allowing Bai Wudao to discover the laws and take advantage of them. Xianxian tried to hide in the void and dodge this move, but he failed. The imbalance of laws made it impossible to use the laws of space to escape into the void. He could only raise his strongest saber to forcefully receive this finger. Boom! The 500,000-degree 2-star finger struck the nether silver saber. The ferocious nether silver caught it. Unless the heavenly tribulation was above the 5th level, there was no power capable of destroying nether silver. However, the impact from the blade also surged into Xianxian's body. That shockwave directly pierced through Xianxian's entire body, turning him into a bloody mist. On the spot, a small sun appeared. The flames of laws could not be ignited, causing Xianxian to no longer be able to revive by bathing in fire. Fortunately, the sun god technique could also trigger the revival by bathing in fire. Xianxian began to reunite, and the blood mist condensed together, reforming into a humanoid silhouette. Bai Wudao chased after him with a cold smile. He held the sword in his right hand and pulled out a leather belt from his waist with a shake of his left hand. "This is carefully prepared for you. It's just to deal with your rebirth after bathing in fire." The belt in Bai Wudao's hand flickered with a dark blue light. The belt was actually also a weapon. It was made from something of a cold attribute. Oh my god! It's actually the ice dragon tendon. The big snake sucked in a breath of cold air. The Bai clan is really generous. They actually let Bai Wudao take out this thing. Little brat Xianxian, you must be careful. Even if this thing does not possess the power of water laws, it can still prevent you from being reborn after bathing in flames. Ha 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 ha. Bai Wudao laughed arrogantly and said, "Xianxian, you also have today. Do you still remember how you humiliated me when I was in the western region? Today, I will personally collect this blood debt." Bai Wudao raised his right hand and his 3-star finger began to condense. "It's bad. No matter what, I can't escape this time." Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. "The sun," the snake suddenly said. "The greater the energy, the greater the mass. Bai Wudao is now a sun. Xianxia immediately understood what Big Snake was trying to say. His eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the Dream Dao again, pulling out a black domain. The black domain was an infinite collapse zone created by an anti-law force, and even light could not escape from it. Xianxia threw the black domain towards Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao had never seen such a thing before. He panicked and felt the terrifying power of the black domain. He hurriedly dodged. However, Xianxia could only borrow the black domain, but he could not use it as a weapon like the Nether Dragon. The black domain that Xianxia had unleashed wasn't that fast, and it was actually dodged by Bai Wudao. However, he dodged, but Bai Wudao was too close to the black domain. He was sucked into the black domain. Bai Wudao frantically struggled to escape the gravity of the black domain. As a result, the black domain was unable to suck Bai Wudao in, and Bai Wudao could not escape. The strength of both sides reached a stage of equilibrium. If the Netherworld Dragon hadn't been weakened by 2/3, he would have been sucked in and crushed to nothing by now. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life would not be in danger now. The serpent said, "Throw the black domain away." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he immediately borrowed the Nether Dragon's power to push the black domain into the distant universe. The black domain began to advance, heading towards the vast universe sea. Bai Wudao was unable to escape the gravity of the black domain and was dragged into the distance. After the distance between the two sides grew longer, Xianxia left the True Fire Sword's domain. The serpent said, "Hurry up and go back. Bai Wudao is now banished, unable to escape the gravity of the black domain. However, after his weakness period has passed, he will be able to recover to the Martial Saint's second layer. At that time, he will gradually break free from the gravity of the black domain and slowly break free." Xianxia returned one by one from the spatial rifts he had crashed into before, returning to the previous plane universe. At the same time, the spatial rifts slowly healed. "How long before he returns?" Xianxia frowned. "It's hard to say," said the snake. "That depends on how efficient he is in finding this world. Maybe a few days, maybe a few months. There's no way to calculate this." "Enough." Xianxia nodded and flew towards the planet where the human world was. The serpent said, "Hurry up and raise your cultivation realm. This kid's talent and strength are too strong. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape the next time I meet him." This time he was too conceited. He didn't use the True Fire Sword's Dao luck from the beginning. If he had used it from the beginning, then you would have been killed by him long ago. To be fair, he is indeed qualified to be your old enemy. That True Fire Sword is indeed very troublesome, Xianxia said. After returning to the Ascending Heaven sect, Xianxia's return left everyone stunned. No one could imagine what Xianxia had done, and Bai Wudao had actually not followed him back. "Where's Bai Wudao?" a disciple from a super sect shouted. Xianxia was hesitating whether he should fight with these people. Bai Wudao had used his strength at the 6th level of the Divine Martial stage to kill Feng Yun, who was at the 1st level of the Martial Saint stage. As for himself, he was at the 5th level of the Divine Martial stage. If he were to forcefully fight, he should be able to kill one of them. However, there were about 50 people on the other side, so it wouldn't be easy to fight. "Fuck off." Xianxia lightly spat out a word. The disciples of the super sects hesitated. They didn't know if Bai Wudao had really been killed by Xianxia. If so, Xianxia would definitely have an even more powerful trump card. Without Bai Wudao around, they really didn't have the courage to take this risk. "Let's take a long view," a disciple of a super sect whispered, and then immediately flew out of the sky. One person ran away. Although the remaining people were angry, one after another people fled. Those who wanted to fight had no helpers, so they could only leave together. "Did you really kill Bai Wudao?" The ambitious man walked up and said in disbelief. Xianxia shook his head. "It's not that easy. After all, Bai Wudao is at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint stage. I only temporarily banished him." "How much time do we have?" the ambitious man hurriedly asked. "At least a few days," Xianxia said. "It should be enough." The ambitious man heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, We can wait for the mission to arrive. He didn't directly say the word demon. The word demon was very sensitive in the human world. Xianxia looked at the ambitious man and said, "What's your name?" This person could be considered a more rational and thoughtful subordinate. Xianxia liked to deal with this kind of person, so he was more relaxed. The ambitious man said, "My name is Li Huan." Xianxia nodded. "Lead the other subordinates to stay in the Ascending Heavens sect. I have a personal matter to settle." After saying that, Xianxia expressed his gratitude to the old man from the Ascending Heavens sect and flew away like a beam of bright light. Li Huan looked up and found that the direction Xianxia flew in was the eternal darkness. Xianxia returned to the demon race territory. He first summoned a rank 6 demon nearby, and then expressed his desire to meet the heavenly tribulation realm demon realm master. After a while, the middle-aged man appeared. "It's not time yet." The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia without a cousin and said, "But I don't think you came to find me for a mission." Xianxia said, "The Bai clan has been here before. I think you should have sensed it." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Are you here to be held accountable for not helping you? If you don't have the ability to solve such a small problem, we won't be interested in cooperating with you, let alone helping you deal with your enemies." Xianxia said, "You think too much. I never take it for granted that other people should help me. I will find a way to deal with my troubles, not just blame the heavens and blame others." The man nodded. "Very well. I like your idea." Xianxia said, "Let's get straight to the point. I know that you have a world-exterminating divine lightning here. I need this divine lightning. Conditions, whatever you want, as long as I can afford it." The man said, "I can ask you one more question. Do you want the world-devastating divine lightning?" Xianxia said, "Become stronger." The man smiled and said, "The stronger you are, the more helpful it will be to us. But unfortunately, I can't give you the divine lightning." Xianxia frowned and said, "I didn't say that I would take it for nothing. You can put forward any conditions. If possible, I am willing to help you do a few more missions to compensate." The man shook his head and said, "Do you know why the human emperor did not continue to chase after our heavily injured emperor after the battle of the 5 emperors 10 years ago? Because of that divine lightning?" Xianxia said. The man nodded. "This divine lightning can ignore the plane and conceal the entire plane. After locking onto my emperor's aura, it can allow my emperor to move freely without being detected by any emperor or heavenly tribulation realm human martial artist. If I give it to you, then my emperor's position will be exposed quickly. How much do you think you can pay for this divine lightning?" Xianxia gave up and muttered, "So this divine lightning can conceal a person's aura. It's actually such a strange attribute. But it's not that I can't give it to you at all." The man changed the topic and said, "As long as you continue to work for us, there will be a day when my emperor is no longer afraid of the human emperor. Then the divine lightning will be useless. At that time, it won't matter if I give it to you." "Understood." Xianxia cupped his fists and turned to leave. The serpent said, "Have you noticed? What he said shows that the demon emperor is not hiding in the main camp at this moment. With that world-devastating divine lightning, the demon emperor can even operate in the 6 emperors' world without anyone noticing." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Do you know what kind of divine lightning it is?" "Of course." The serpent said, "Once you know the attributes, you will know who you are. That is the 4th-ranked void divine lightning." "Nothingness." Xianxia said, "This thing is very similar to the name of the void divine lightning. What kind of attribute is it?" The serpent said, "The void divine lightning and the void divine lightning are 2 completely different things. The void divine lightning has an attribute called nothingness. This divine lightning has eyes, and when it closes its eyes, it doesn't exist. The demon emperor must have borrowed this attribute of the void divine lightning to conceal his own existence." Xianxia said, "As long as it closes its eyes, it doesn't exist. Doesn't that mean that if it doesn't want to, even if I forcefully capture it, I definitely won't be able to catch it?" The snake said, "Well, let alone you, even if I wanted to catch it, I wouldn't be able to catch it. This fellow is between existence and non-existence. It only exists when it wants to exist. If it doesn't want to, then no one can find it. After Xianxia returned to the Ascending Heaven sect, he met up with Li Huan and the others. There were still 2 days left before the demons would issue a mission to let them go. Before that, they could only make a rough guess about the mission. At this moment, the 300 subordinates were truly obedient to Xianxia, and not limited to the devil race's deterrent power. After witnessing Xianxia and Bai Wudao fight with their own eyes and successfully returning alive, they were greatly shocked. That was Xianxia of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Saint Realm, escaping from Bai Wudao of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm. Have you found a problem? As everyone gathered, Li Huan said. Xianxia said, just speak frankly. Li Huan said, although there are many of us, we didn't play any role in the battle between the Ascending Heaven sect and Bai Wudao except for you. Xianxia did not say anything. The rest of them had shameful expressions on their faces. They had already become Xianxia's subordinates, but when they encountered trouble, they were useless. This gave them a great sense of crisis. What if the demons discovered this matter and no longer acknowledged their existence and only hired Xianxia? Then wouldn't they be homeless again? But to be honest, Xianxia had never considered this problem. He always liked to put all the blame on himself. He felt that since these people had become his subordinates, he had an obligation to help them resist the problem. However, from the perspective of their subordinates, they didn't see it that way. They cared about their existence. Li Huan was the first person to think of this. He said to Xianxia cautiously, even if you don't care that we are a bunch of trash, we still have to fight for our contribution to the demons. What can you think of? Xianxia nodded. Li Huan said, we have many people, but we can't waste this advantage in numbers. Do you still remember the law storm we learned? Xianxia said, I understand. You mean, everyone can condense the storm of laws together. Talking to smart people is fun. Li laughed. That's right, that's what I thought, and I've calculated it carefully. Law's storm is a kind of martial skill that can be fused. We are all divine martial 8th layer martial artists. Every 5 martial artists' storm fused together is equivalent to a divine martial 9th layer law's storm. When 300 people fuse together, it is equivalent to a storm of laws at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. Together, we don't have to fear Bai Wudao. Xianxia nodded. I see. This is indeed a good idea. Another martial artist hesitated for a while before whispering. But we've seen Bai Wudao kill Feng Yun. That Feng Yun is at the martial saint 1st layer, not much weaker than the martial saint 2nd layer. Even if we work together to create a 2nd level martial saint law storm, facing Bai Wudao at the same realm, he is still weak. He can instantly kill all of us. Li Huan glanced at the martial artist and said, you don't understand my thoughts at all. Xianxia crossed his hands and said, let me explain. The storm of laws is not dominated by realms, but by laws first. After you guys condensed the 2nd level martial saint laws storm, I injected my stats into it and it became a 2nd level martial saint light speed storm. This is equivalent to all of you working together to push my realm to the 2nd level of the martial saint realm in another situation. That's right. The martial artist who raised the question slapped his forehead and said, our martial saint's 2nd layer is weakened by Wudao's eyes, but your martial saint's 2nd layer can defeat him. Ha! It's indeed a good idea. Li Huan rolled his eyes at the martial artist, as if he was saying, only then did you understand? Xianxia temporarily bid farewell to everyone and went to the Ascending Heaven sect to find the old man to learn how to change the fluctuations of spiritual energy. His 300 subordinates didn't have any profound Tao attainments, so they definitely wouldn't be able to learn it, so Xianxia could only go by himself. Xianxia's outstanding profound Tao potential also surprised the old man from the Ascending Heaven sect. I didn't expect that apart from being a martial artist, your profound Tao attainments would be so exquisite. The old man looked at Xianxia with endless emotion. Afterwards, the old man taught Xianxia this strange technique to change the fluctuations of spiritual energy. This kind of paradox wasn't very clever, but its complexity, and cleverness couldn't be equated. Only those who had many years of experience in the profound path could use this kind of strange technique. Its name was illusionary concealment. However, the strength of the paradox was related to the cultivation of the releaser. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of the paradox would naturally be. As for the power of these two fonts, they were now on the surface of the illusory concealment technique for a long time. Xianxia could use the illusory concealment technique on him for 3 days and 3 nights at most, while the old man could continue to use the illusory concealment technique for dozens of years. This was the huge difference in cultivation realms. At the same time, Xianxia could also release the illusion to his subordinates. With Xianxia's cultivation, this group illusion technique could last for a day and night. As for the illusory hidden technique, its reproduction time was equal to Xianxia's own maximum duration of 3 days and 3 nights. This made Xianxia consider that he couldn't release the illusory hidden technique for a long time. He had to use it when necessary. Xianxia personally went to test it, and it really worked. However, during this period, the 300 subordinates asked Xianxia once again if he could impart the Tai divine art to them, even if it was only 1 or 2 levels. However, Xianxia still refused. The Tai divine art was not divided into 2 parts. It only had 1 move. For the same reason, he definitely couldn't learn this technique. The safest way was for Xianxia to take care of it himself. Although everyone was disappointed, they had already anticipated this outcome. Another day later, they bid farewell to the ascending sky sect and returned to the eternal dark side. The middle-aged man was already standing there waiting. "Coming," the middle-aged man greeted. Xianxia nodded and said, "What did you promise us?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Demon Emperor has already announced in public that he will stand with the Demon Emperor for the time being. As long as the humans don't initiate a dispute, everyone will continue to be safe and sound." However, although Bai He's actions have stopped, the wedding between Bai Wudao and Shen Qingzhu has not been postponed. We don't know what kind of temptation Bai He is going to use to make the other 3 human emperors attach themselves to him in this engagement, but at least this engagement itself is not simple. Xianxia said, "I also thought of this point. Actually, I have a small idea of my own." The man said, "Tell me." Xianxia muttered, "Bai Wudao's potential is very great. He even surpasses Bai He himself. I thought that Bai He would show Bai Wudao's potential in public on the day of the wedding, causing everyone to be afraid." Li Huan immediately said, "That's right, your guess should be the most reliable. After seeing Bai Wudao's strength in the ascending heaven sect, our hearts have lingered in fear. If he reaches the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, then I'm afraid no human emperor in this world will be Bai Wudao's opponent. He might even be able to fight 3 against 1. If Bai He and Bai Wudao joined forces at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable." The demon man nodded slightly and said, "It can be considered a guess with a higher degree of willingness. But there's something I don't understand." Li Huan pondered and said, "If Bai Wudao is really so important, then why would Bai He let him out to take risks? If he dies, wouldn't Bai He's plan be in vain?" Xianxia said, "It definitely wasn't Bai He who released Bai Wudao. With my understanding of Bai Wudao, he must have insisted on killing me." Bai He couldn't help but reluctantly agree. The demon man clapped his hands and said, "It's pointless to make any conjectures now. Before this happens, no one can be 100% sure. Next, I'll give you a mission. All of you must go to the Saint Realm and advance to the Martial Saint Realm as quickly as possible. At least, you should be at the Martial Saint first layer." Xianxia said, "This is the mission given to us? Increase our strength." The man said, "Of course not. This is only a prerequisite for the mission, because with your divine martial realm, you are useless to our demon race. Go to the Martial Saint Realm first, and then you will receive the details of our mission." "Heh, this is a good thing." Xianxia smiled. He was busy doing all sorts of things. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't have time to cultivate. But now, cultivation had already become one of the missions given to him by the demons. Finally, he could justifiably increase his strength. The man said, Next, you must return to the Six Emperors world and use the teleportation passageway there to go to the Saint Realm. Understood. Let's go. Xianxia nodded and left the Eternal Dark Plane with his subordinates. After bidding farewell to the ascending heaven sect old man, the group of people turned into bright lights and flew into the universe. Halfway through, a subordinate found an opportunity and asked, I really can't figure out a question. Since the demons also have access to the sacred domain, why don't we just use it? Why do we have to return to the Six Emperors world to take risks? Xianxia glanced at the martial artist and said, Li Huan, explain it to him. Li Huan said, the reason why the demons are willing to help us is because we are humans. We can do things that are inconvenient for them. If the news of us colluding with the demons is exposed, then our value will be useless. Do you understand? Oh, I see. The martial artist suddenly came to a realization. His doubts were also the doubts of the others. At this moment, he was perfectly explained. A group of humans swaggered through the spatial passageway of the demons and arrived at the Saint Realm. Didn't they reveal their identities? Right now, they were the undercover underlings that the demons had planted in the human race, and their second-rank identity was their only value. Be careful. The people from the super sect may still be here. Xianxia reminded everyone. Instead of flying in a straight line, everyone circled around a large circle before returning to the vicinity of the spatial passageway. From here, they entered the demon race transfer station and returned to the endless forest of the Six Emperors world, the interior of the mountain in Montenegro. When they saw the sun in their hometown again, many martial artists took a deep breath and smiled complacently. I'm finally back, Li Huan said emotionally. These people had experienced a great circle of chasing battles, exiled in various planes, fighting and fighting with death. Now they had finally returned. Moreover, it was with a completely different identity. Ha! This endless forest is our territory, a subordinate shouted excitedly, his eyes glittering. Xianxia asked Li Huan, I don't know much about the Saint Realm. How many spatial passageways are there to the Saint Realm? Li Huan said, each of the Six Emperors has one, and each of the 5 supersects also has one. One of these items is enough, so the human emperor did not forge too many. I don't know about other people, but I used to use the same passageway to go to the sacred domain, but the sacred domain has already disappeared. Everyone looked at Xianxia with lingering fear. That meant, look at what you've done. Li Huan said, as for the remaining 5 supersects, I'm afraid they won't be used by us. It's too late for them to chase after us now. Xianxia had no other choice but to say, then we can only ask the Southern Emperor for help. Right now, he is probably the only one willing to help us. Xianxia didn't know where the sacred domain was, so he couldn't locate it with the void stones. The spatial passageway was necessary to allow a large number of humans to pass through. If others wanted to enter the sacred domain, they had to borrow the spatial passageway. After all, not everyone, like Xianxia, possessed 30 void stones. Right now, Xianxia and the others were going to cross the endless forest and head towards the Southern Emperor continent. There would be no more dangers along the way, because the endless forest was Xianxia's territory. Xianxia sensed it for a moment and discovered the existence of a few other rank 7 demons. This was the effect of the magic seal on his chest. There were a total of 5 7th-grade demons, and if Xianxia was included, there would be a total of 6 lords. There were 6 demon lords in the endless forest. They were all equal in power and could freely move any demon in the endless forest. Let's go. Xianxia took the lead and flew south. In their own territory, they were full of confidence. Unexpectedly, after flying for a while, he actually encountered a group of pursuers. Those pursuers numbered more than 200 people. Once they discovered Xianxia, they immediately surrounded him and his group. You guys are still looking for me here. Xianxia frowned. Hand over the white tiger formation. The pursuers stared covetously at each other, extremely excited. These people's realms weren't low either. Each of them had between the 6th and 9th levels of the divine martial arts, so they could be considered powerful soldiers. Li Huan shouted, "Get lost! We caught Xianxia." The pursuers on the other side all laughed loudly. One of them said, "Whoever sees it has a share. If you want to monopolize the White Tiger formation, you have to ask the martial artists under the heavens whether they agree or not." Xianxia said, "Hurry up and run for your life. I'll count to 10. A middle-aged man of the 9th level of the divine realm stood out from the pursuers and sneered, "I only count to 3. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the 3 words fell, all the dipper chi of the pursuers on the other side released. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, "You're courting death. How can you let me forgive you? Come out." 10 shadows suddenly appeared in the surroundings. These 10 shadows landed on the ground and took shape, turning into 10 6th-grade female devils. The moment they saw the female demon, the 200-plus pursuers sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were incomparably pale. Immediately after, a large number of Class 5 demons flew over with their enormous wings flapping. Countless Rank 5 demons soared in the sky, circling and flying, turning into a huge black vortex. Countless 4th-grade demons lurked from the depths of the jungle. Behind the dark leaves, dense fiery red eyes flickered. Too many. Large numbers of demons surrounded this place. The surroundings were completely blocked. The 200 pursuers were all dumbfounded and stunned. Never had he seen so many demon armies dispatched at once. That's right, these aren't wild demons, they're all demon armies. A demon army clad in armor and armed with weapons. You. The 9th-level divine martial cultivator was so frightened that he sat on the ground and pointed at Xianxia for a long time, unable to speak. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I gave you a chance." After saying that, Xianxia pointed at the crowd and ordered the demon army, "Kill them." The 200 pursuers didn't have any chance to retaliate and were directly swallowed up by the demon army's ocean. As long as he didn't kill any of them, he wasn't afraid that others would leak the news that Xianxia could command the demon army. Those pursuers were truly corpses that didn't exist. "How many people are looking for me in the endless forest?" Xianxia asked Li Huan. Li Huan said, "I don't know. I'm afraid there are millions, or even tens of millions." In short, all the sect martial artists from all over the world have come. However, he attacked our sect afterwards, which should have caused some of the pursuers to be transferred back by their own sect. There should still be a portion of the endless forest right now. However, it is a small number. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of them. Xianxia nodded. "These people are scattered in every corner of the endless forest. We shouldn't all encounter them. Let's go. Kill as many as we see." With that, Xianxia put his hands behind his back and stepped into the air. Behind him was a huge army of demons. 10 6th-grade female devils devoted themselves to their duties and surrounded Xianxia, in case there was any threat of sneak attack on their lord. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Li Huan and the others felt their blood boil when they heard Xianxia's domineering words. "Damn it, this daddy also has the day to turn around. In the past, this endless forest, which everyone was afraid of, has now become our boss's territory. Ha 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 ha. I want to see who else dares to act wildly in front of me." A subordinate martial artist laughed arrogantly. Xianxia looked back at the laughing martial artist and couldn't help but frown. Li Huan said helplessly, "There's no other way. There is such an ungraceful fellow in the team. Endure it." Along the way, Xianxia and the others encountered dozens of pursuers in succession. Most of them were hundreds of people in groups, and the few were 3 to 5 teams. Xianxia swept away the fallen leaves in the autumn winds and crushed them along the way, killing a path of blood. These foolish humans who had entered the endless forest without reason in order to pursue Xianxia finally paid a painful price. That allowed them to understand that the endless forest was not something that could be trespassed upon randomly. At this moment, even Li Huan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This forceful return was simply too prestigious. When he was about to arrive at the border of the endless forest, Xianxia stopped. He turned around and said indifferently, "The general's retreat." A female demon hesitated for a moment and asked in a voice completely unlike a human voice, "Lord, it's not safe for you to go to the human world alone. All the humans here are looking for you. Xianxia said, It doesn't matter. I have my own ideas. Retreat. Yes. The female demon bent down to accept the order and led the tide of demons to retreat. When we get to the front, we should rely on our own strength. Xianxia greeted him, but he was still the first to step into the distance. These 300 people left the endless forest in a mighty manner. This place was already the territory of the Southern Emperor continent. Many of their subordinates looked back reluctantly, thinking that, as the boss, they could mobilize all the demons and armies in the endless forest to slaughter into the human world. How glorious and arrogant that should be. Unfortunately, they had a mission and could not do such a thing. Otherwise, they would definitely kill the pursuers, killing them to the point that they would cry heaven and earth. However, this martial artist's camp changed extremely quickly. He had forgotten that they were also one of the pursuers chasing after Xianxia. He immediately turned the spear around and thought about how to deal with the other pursuers. Boss, shall we go meet the Southern Emperor directly? Li Huan asks. Do you know where the Southern Emperor is? Xianxia shook his head and said, No, go find the Valurium sect master. Ha, I know the Valurium sect. I'll lead the way. A subordinate who was eager to express himself hurriedly flew to the front to clear the way. Everyone flew towards the crater of the Valurium sect. But along the way he encountered another obstructionist. White River attacked the sect, causing a large number of sect members to be in danger. They hurriedly gathered the disciples from the endless forest back in large numbers. Don't forget, 1/4 of these pursuers were from the Southern Emperor continent. As Xianxia and the others were on their way, they encountered a group of pursuers in the Great Retreat. There were quite a few of them. There were a total of 3,000 to 4,000 people. On their way back to the endless forest, those people all stopped after sensing the aura of Xianxia and the others chasing after them even faster. Xianxia and the others also noticed the large group and stopped. Li Huan whispered in Xianxia's ear, These people may have gathered together in the forest and returned together. Damn it, they were caught up by us. Is that Xianxia? 3,000 to 4,000 troops stopped in the air, and one of them was at the 9th level of the divine martial arts. He looked at Xianxia hesitantly. The moment everyone sensed this, their expressions changed. Heavens, it's really Xianxia. He really broke through the iron shoes and found nowhere to go. He actually came to the door on his own. A few people from the 9th level of Xinwu flew over and cupped their fists at Li Huan and the others. Friend, where did you come from? Did you catch Xianxia? Li Huan cupped his fists and cupped his hands, saying, That's right, in the lower Eastern Emperor continent. Li Huan from the sect of all lives. A martial artist on the other side said, All right, everyone is part of it. Since you are in the Southern Emperor continent's territory, please hand over Xianxia to us. Li Huan smiled coldly. You think cleverly. The martial artist on the other side also sneered and said, Don't forget whose territory you are in. At this time, a person appeared beside the martial artist. He was also at the 9th level of the divine martial arts. He looked at Li Huan and laughed. Isn't this junior brother Li Huan? Wang Mo. Li Huan's expression darkened. Last year, you followed your master and came to our sect to discuss the Tao. You were defeated by me, but now you have the guts to shout at us. Wang Mo said mockingly. Thousands of martial artists burst into laughter as soon as these words were spoken. Li Huan was so angry that his face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, Bastard! Even some of Xianxia's subordinates wanted to laugh out loud, but when the laughter came out, they hurriedly shut up and suddenly realized that they were on the same team as Li Huan. They were all Xianxia's subordinates now. Not to be taken as a precedent. Xianxia glanced at the laughing subordinate. The subordinate hastily straightened his face. You want to arrest me? Xianxia said to the martial artist opposite him. Of course. Everyone on the other side said. Xianxia patted Li Huan on the shoulder and said, Have you forgotten that you learned a Tao grade martial skill? Now that you see Wang Mo, you still need to be afraid. Li Huan had a bit of a psychological shadow on Wang Mo, causing him to only focus on embarrassment, but he forgot the most important thing. Ah! Li Huan patted his forehead. Xianxia pointed forward and said, "Kill them! Kill us? What a big breath!" Wang Mo's arms trembled and he roared, "Brothers of the Southern Emperor Continent, go!" Xianxia said, "Go! Leave no one behind." The 300 subordinates all rushed forward with excited howls. With the number of 300 people, they rushed towards more than 3,000 people. This was a completely disproportionate battle. The moment the battle started, crisscross star fingers immediately pierced through the entire enemy camp. Has the opponent ever seen such a high-grade finger technique? In an instant, hundreds of people were pierced to death. Immediately after, the one-star finger rose to 2-star. Its power was even stronger. These 2-star fingers were no longer capable of simply killing a martial artist. Instead, after easily piercing through the first martial artist, the remaining power of its fingers could pierce through the second, third, and fourth martial artist. The martial artists on the other side were all in chaos. Their astral chi martial skills and astral chi shields were immediately pierced through after being hit by the 2-star finger. There was no defensive finger force. This kind of long-distance penetrating finger technique was simply invincible in group battles. A single finger force pierced through several martial artists. 300 fingers shot out randomly, killing a third of the opponent's crowd in just a single confrontation. The remaining 2,000 martial artists fled in a panic. Li Huan excitedly stared at Wang Mo's back and laughed. "Run! Run! You damn bastard! Today is my revenge day. Everyone, law storm!" The powerful storm of laws was something that the pursuers of the Southern Emperor Continent were utterly unable to resist. As soon as the terrifying storm of 300 people appeared, it devoured the heavens and devoured the earth, violently pouncing towards the pursuers. The pursuers immediately turned into deserters, fleeing in all directions. However, there was only one huge storm of laws, and the chaotic deserters flew in different directions, making it very difficult to kill them all. At this time, the 300 Xiang clan army looked at Xianxia and Li Huan said, "Boss, it's your turn to take action." Xianxia leapt forward and released a storm of light. The speed of light storm merged with the storm of laws, immediately transforming the storm of laws condensed by 300 people into a super speed of light storm. The law storm that rotated at the speed of light produced an incomparable attraction. Those martial artists who fled everywhere were completely unable to avoid this attraction. They all desperately flew out, but they were still pulled in by the wind and crushed into powder. The advantage of the law storm was that it could be controlled by those who released it, and it wouldn't cause any accidental injuries to Xianxia and the others. Many Xiang clan soldiers were dumbstruck by this scene. Although they had already mastered the Law's Storm martial skill, this was the first time they had used the Law's Storm on their enemies. The effect was still extremely shocking. Too ruthless. Li Huan was also frightened by his heroic deeds. "Hurry up and leave. Don't waste an hour." Xianxia was not obsessed with the spectacular scene he had created. Instead, he immediately ordered them to move forward. He said, "Such a huge storm of laws will cause the laws in this region to tremble. Many great figures will definitely notice it. They will quickly rush over to check on the situation." Fortunately, the Valurium Sex crater wasn't far from the endless forest, so they flew quickly without the slightest delay. When they stepped into the crater mountain territory, the area where the Law's Storm had been activated had only just been inspected by a great figure. The second time he arrived at the crater mountain, Xianxia was unable to determine the position of the Valurium Sect Master. He did not know whether the Valurium Sect Master would still support him or would suddenly turn hostile. However, this was Xianxia's only best choice. Otherwise, he would have to cross a long region and directly seek help from the Demon Emperor. This journey was too far, and there were too many variables. "You guys stay outside and prevent yourself from being caught in one go. I'll go ask for the Valurium Sect Master alone." Xianxia gave an explanation and then looked at Li Huan, saying, "When I'm not around, you have the right to command. Remember to adapt to the situation. If you find that something is wrong, run away immediately." Li Huan nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Only then did Xianxia turn around and fly into the crater. At this moment, the crater was much calmer than when Xianxia came last time. At this moment, there was no longer any activity like the armament exhibition conference. The only ones left in the valley were the local sect martial artists. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the airspace of the round mountain range, streaks of intense light shot into the sky. Many elders and even sect masters felt Xianxia's existence. At this moment, Xianxia's spiritual energy fluctuations were too sensitive, and the entire world was paying attention to him. This scene caused the entire Xiang clan army to immediately become nervous. They were ready to flee at any time. The current Xiang clan army was truly not in the mood. They had yet to experience a life-and-death battle, nor did they have mutual trust and friendship. Once they encountered danger, they would naturally face a catastrophe and fly away. Xianxia knew this and Li Huan knew it well. Xianxia didn't expect much. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of local sect martial artists surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even have a chance to land. He was forced to stop in the air. He looked around and scanned the movements of all the martial artists. Xianxia, you actually have the guts to come and die. A sect master with the 5th level of heavenly tribulation licked his lips excitedly and said, "This is to bring the white tiger formation to the door." Another young sect master who possessed the 4th level of heavenly tribulation immediately released a dipper chi cage and imprisoned Xianxia inside. All the martial artists were eager to try. They were extremely happy. Everyone in the world knew that Xianxia and the Southern Emperor had a slight friendship. At the very least, the Southern Emperor was willing to use Xianxia. However, in front of their interests, these people from the Southern Emperor continent simply didn't care about this. As long as they had the Tai divine art, even if they killed Xianxia Hui and offended the Southern Emperor, they wouldn't be afraid anymore. Furthermore, no one believed that the Southern Emperor really cared about Xianxia. Xianxia was just one of the chess pieces that the Southern Emperor used. Although it has nothing to do with me, I only want your white tiger formation, but I can't help but ask curiously, what is the purpose of you coming here to trap yourself? The 5th heavenly tribulation sect master floated in front of Xianxia. Xianxia shouldn't be so stupid. He must have a reason. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I'm here to see the Valurium sect master. Don't worry, you will definitely meet the Valurium sect master. But before that, you have to hand over the white tiger formation." The 5th stage heavenly tribulation sect master said with a smile. "I can't." Xianxia shook his head. Everyone laughed. The little sect master said, "I'm afraid it's not up to you to hand it over now." Xianxia's eyes moved. From the crack in the crowd, he saw a hidden figure with lightning-like eyes. That figure contained extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists. "Since Sect Master Luli is here, why don't you meet me? Don't you think the friendship between us isn't even enough to meet?" Everyone hurriedly turned around and found that the Valurium sect master was hiding behind the crowd. The Valurium sect master discovered that he was exposed and shook his head and sighed. "I knew I would have to be friendly when I saw you. Originally, I wanted to hide behind you and wait for others to torture you. After obtaining the white tiger formation, I'll come out and pretend to be a peacemaker." Xianxia smiled and said, "The Valurium sect master is still such an open-minded person." The Valurium sect master waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's go back. Xianxia is my guest. I have to invite him back to my territory and treat him well." "Senior brother, this?" the little sect master hurriedly said. Sect master Luli raised his eyebrows and angrily said, "Why do you want to refute my face in front of so many people? Believe it or not, I'll give you a palm." This seemed to be nonsense, but everyone present knew that the Valurium sect master could really do it. The little sect master was so frightened that he hurriedly took half a step back and said, "I don't dare, senior brother. Forgive me." The Valurium sect master waved to Xianxia and said, "Follow me." A strong light swept away Xianxia. Many martial artists were greatly disappointed. Presumably, even if the Valurium sect master obtained the white tiger formation, he would probably not teach it to anyone outside the Valurium sect, right? Valurium Sect, Sect Master's back garden. The Sect Master and Xianxia sat opposite each other in a small pavilion. Xianxia cupped his fists and smiled. This junior is here too. The Valurium Sect Master waved his hand and said, Don't speak yet. Leave me alone. Xianxia said, I wonder why the Sect Master is so troubled. The Valurium Sect Master took a sip of tea and said with a heavy heart, I was wondering how to get you to bring over the White Tiger formation. Xianxia nodded. Help yourself. After saying that, he picked up his tea bowl and drank it leisurely. After a while, the Valurium Sect Master's eyes lit up. What? Has the Sect Master thought of a way to deal with me? Xianxia asked. The Valurium Sect Master said, I think I've thought of something, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Help me analyze it. I'm afraid only the Valurium Sect Master in the world can say such words. You're going to mess with her, and she's going to help you analyze her. Sect Master, please speak. Xianxia smiled. The Valurium Sect Master hurriedly said, Well, I'll kill you with a palm strike later, and then I'll get the White Tiger formation from you. I've thought about the consequences of doing this. I might kill you and cause the Demon Emperor to be dissatisfied. But if I were to be more careful, no one would know that I killed you. Those martial artists outside are all my people. They wouldn't let the news leak out. If I really can't, I'll bite my tongue and insist that you left after coming for a while. The Demon Emperor has no evidence and cannot frame me out of thin air. Xianxia nodded. That's true. The Valurium Sect said, There may be other influences. My Southern Emperor wants to use you. If you die, he will lose a potential chess piece. However, compared to the White Tiger formation, your use value is far inferior to this kind of formation. After thinking for a while, I feel that it is feasible to strike you with one palm. However, you know that I am a very cautious person. I am afraid that I will not think carefully and ignore some other negative situations. Help me think about what else will be bad for me after I kill you. Xianxia muttered, If you kill me, the Bai clan will definitely be happy. However, the Western Emperor will definitely not be happy. This is equivalent to helping Beihuang Baihe. And the Southern Emperor once expressed his support for the Western Emperor. This will make the Southwest Second Emperor feel resentful. The Valurium Sect Master waved his hand and said, No, you're not that important. This doesn't count. Think of another one. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, I may not be able to think of anything. The Valurium Sect Master was overjoyed. He raised his hand and said, Then I will beat you to death. Xianxia picked up his teacup and said, The negative effects are gone. However, I have not recorded the Tai divine art in the form of a book. This incantation is hidden in my heart. Even if you kill me, I will not be able to obtain it. The Valurium Sect Master slowly put down his palm and said with a pleasant expression, Little friend Xiang, if I were to say now that I have always treated you as my son, wouldn't it be too late? Yes, it's too late, Xianxia said. The Valurium Sect Master pondered for a moment and then said, In that case, I'll beat you half to death first, and then find a profound Tao expert to read your heart. What do you think? Help me think if there are any loopholes in this. Xianxia said, Don't worry. No one can read my heart. You have forgotten that I am Old Man Mo Ling's disciple. That's right. The Valurium Sect Master raised his hand and slapped Xianxia's chest. The power of this palm was very tyrannical. It directly struck a dent in Xianxia's chest. Xianxia exploded and flew out. Then, he collided with a wall of Dipper Chi that the Valurium Sect Master quickly condensed and rebounded back. This palm strike almost killed Xianxia. Xianxia sat on the ground, coughing up blood and said, Since you know that killing me is useless, Sect Master cough, why? The Valurium Sect Master picked up his teacup and took a sip of the tea, saying, Vent your anger. All right, my sect is much more at ease now. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia struggled to do it, but it was very difficult to do so. He could only release the laws of flame to recover, but in the end, he failed. Rebirth by fire can only repair lost parts of the body or broken parts of the body, but it does not have the effect of healing. Using the 9 purities cosmos technique to heal his injuries was a little time-consuming. Xianxia said, "Sect Master, please give me another palm." The Valurium Sect Master waved his hand again, directly shattering Xianxia. At the same time, when Xianxia finished speaking, he released a flame that revived him and healed his injuries. Under the envious gaze of the Valurium Sect Master, Xianxia casually walked back to the pavilion and cupped his fists. "I want to ask to see Your Excellency the Southern Emperor. I want to borrow your spatial passageway to make a trip to the sacred domain." "You want face?" "Ha!" The Valurium Sect Master frowned. "You didn't give me any benefits, and you still wanted to borrow our spatial passageway. Why are you so shameless?" In the end, the Valurium Sect Master agreed to Xianxia's request. When he and the Xiang clan army went to see the Southern Emperor, of course, they were all sealed by the aura of the astral chi. The Valurium Sect Master did not receive any benefits, but he did not think of any reason to reject Xianxia. In his words, at least Xianxia was still alive and could discuss the White River. This was something that his Southern Emperor martial artists were very happy to see. When they arrived at the entrance of the Southern Emperor Palace, the Valurium Sect Master left and said to Xianxia, "I am in a very unhappy mood. I feel like you have used me. I have to go to the sacred domain in a few days. When the time comes, you have to help me refine grade 8 divine pills for free. Otherwise, I will think of all sorts of ways to create chaos for you." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "It's only natural for me to do my duty. Please rest assured, Sect Master." The Valurium Sect Master nodded in satisfaction and said, "I really hope that you can die at the hands of the Bai clan. That way, this sect will be even happier." After saying that, the Valurium Sect Master left valiantly. The Xiang clan soldiers were dumbfounded. Li Huan said in a daze, "I had heard the Valurium Sect Master's delightful words long ago, but I didn't expect it to be like this." After Xianxia saw the Southern Emperor and expressed his intention to come, the Southern Emperor did a favor and sent Xianxia away. Within the long spatial passageway, Xianxia and the others began a new journey. The sacred domain was quite familiar to the 300 Xiang clan army, but it was very unfamiliar to Xianxia. Along the way, Li Huan explained the situation of the Saint Realm to Xianxia very carefully. Xianxia already knew the general outline of the Saint Realm. There were a large number of warriors from different planes there. Could be said to be a mixture of fish and dragons. It was extremely dangerous. Apart from that, the Eternal Secret Realm was the most dangerous treasure land in the Saint Realm. All martial artists were heading for the Eternal Secret Realm. The Eternal Secret Realm had 3 great laws that everyone had to know beforehand. First, in the Eternal Secret Realm, space is eternal. You cannot use any spatial jumping movement techniques, nor can you crush space. You can only rely on land travel and flight. Second, in the Eternal Mystery Realm, all injuries could not be healed, so injuries there were often fatal. Unless one left the Mystery Realm, the wounds would never heal, but it could be blood. Third, in the Eternal Secret Realm, you must never leave Safety City. After 5 days, you must return. And this third law involved a series of situations which were very complicated. In the Eternal Mystery Realm, there was an eternal mist. Once a human inhaled this mist, it would become an eternal state. It would become an immortal, immovable, and immovable shadow. People called it the Eternal Shadow. In fact, it was almost like dying. Therefore, in the Eternal Mystery Realm, one had to swallow something called the Moon Spring Water, which could resist the effects of the eternal mist for a period of time. As for the Moon Spring Water, it could not be placed in the storage ring, so it had to be carried in containers. A martial artist would inevitably have to fight in the Eternal Secret Realm. The containers that contained the Moon Spring Water could easily break, causing the spring water to flow away. At this time, they had to hurry to the safe city in the Eternal Secret Realm to replenish the new Moon Spring Water. As for Safe City, it led to the 3 great powers in the Eternal Secret Realm: the Compact Guild of the 4 Human Kings, the Compact Guild of the Dark Forces, and the Independent Compact Guild of the Demon and Demon Races. The Compact Guild had 3 parties, but not only 3. Basically, all the martial artists in the Sacred Domain had to join the Treaty Guild, and the benefit they obtained was the right to use Safe City. The Eternal Secret Territory had one characteristic, that was, this place would not be permanently damaged. No matter what kind of damage was caused by a battle, it would automatically heal after 10 days. Moreover, the coordinates of the plants and the terrain inside would be refreshed after 10 days. In that case, any buildings constructed by humans would disappear in 10 days, but Safe City would not. Safe City was protected by the aura of a powerful heavenly tribulation realm martial artist, guaranteeing that it would not be invaded by eternal beasts. Safe City also had to regularly inject water from the moon spring to ensure that it would not be disappeared by the eternal secret realm. This required a large number of people to regularly transport moon springs to all the safe cities in the Eternal Mystery Land. This was a very troublesome process, and only the compact guild could accomplish such a magnificent feat. Moreover, there was another very effective thing involved. It was called time coordinates. Time coordinates could be considered as a reference object to ensure that martial artists would not get lost in the Eternal Secret Territory. Thus, a single martial artist entering the Eternal Secret Realm was basically a close call. Only those who joined the guild would have the right to use the time coordinate and Safe City. These two guarantees would allow the martial artist to survive. Lastly, about the Holy Spirit Stones. A martial artist's cultivation level was 5 times higher than the first level. For example, the second level of Heavenly Yuan was 5 times higher than the second level of Heavenly Yuan, and the third level of Heavenly Yuan was 5 times higher than the second level of Heavenly Yuan. However, absorbing the Holy Spirit Stones to increase one's cultivation level was equivalent to 2. The most standard rate of increase that humans had discovered was that a low-grade Holy Spirit Stone was needed to reach the first level of the Divine Realm, 2 were needed to reach the second level, 4 were needed to reach the fourth level, 8 were needed to reach the fifth level, and 2 were needed to multiply by 2. Taking Xianxia's 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts as an example, he needed 16 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones to reach the 6th level. As for the 9th level of the Divine Martial Saint Realm, it required 256 inferior-grade Saint Spirit Stones, and the second level of the Martial Saint Realm required 512 Saint Spirit Stones. To reach the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the first level of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm, 131,136 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones were needed. The Holy Spirit Stone was mysterious, and there was a specific amount of upgrade. It did not change based on a martial artist's own level of gold or talent. Li Huan said, "There are many martial artists who live in the sacred domain all year round. Some have lived there for hundreds of years, and some even more than 1,000 years. Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists are still very precious there. After all, 130,000 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones are extremely difficult to gather." Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. A Divine Martial Stage martial artist would normally need a single-digit low-grade Saint Spirit Stone to upgrade their cultivation. However, the higher their cultivation level, the higher the amount required. When they reached the Heavenly Tribulation stage, they would usually need hundreds of thousands or millions of Saint Spirit Stones. It's hard. As for the Saint Spirit Stones, the ratio was very simple. 1 high-grade Saint Spirit Stone was equivalent to 10 mid-grade Saint Spirit Stones and 100 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones. As for the Holy Spirit Stone, it had the biggest characteristic, that was, each piece could only increase 1 level of cultivation regardless of grade. For example, Xianxia had obtained a high-grade Saint Spirit Stone, which was equivalent to 100 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones. However, he only needed 16 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones to advance to the 6th level of the Divine Realm. After absorbing a high-grade Saint Spirit Stone, he could only advance to the 6th level of the Divine Realm, which was equivalent to wasting 84 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones. Therefore, the exchange of Holy Spirit Stones became a necessity. He had to bring high-grade Holy Spirit Stones to the exchange hall to exchange for 100 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones, and the exchange hall was only open to his guild members. Li Huan said, "When a martial artist enters the Treaty Guild, they can enjoy the resources of the guild, but they must share the accounts with the guild. Normal treaty guilds have 50% to 50% of the bill. For example, the Four Kings Treaty Guild, how many Holy Spirit Stones a martial artist obtains is equal to 50% of the guild's bill. However, the recruitment mode of the regular treaty guild is very complicated and strict. Normally, martial artists will not be accepted unless they meet such harsh conditions. Therefore, martial artists with insufficient qualifications can only join scattered guilds, such as the Dark Forces Guild. The conditions for entering such a guild are very simple. As long as you are willing, you can enter. However, this guild's account-sharing method is very miserable. For a score of 30 to 70 points, a martial artist must hand over 7 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones to the guild, and only 3 to himself. At this point, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Xianxia discovered that he had appeared in a large city. The world in front of him was the Saint Realm. The sacred domain was a very strange place. It was indeed a plane in itself, but it was not the universe as a whole because it did not have a universe, nor did it have any superfluous stars. Some people suspected that the sacred domain might be some sort of plane sandwich. There was only a sun and a moon, and nothing else. Xianxia felt a dense spiritual energy pervading the air. Li Huan said, "This was one of the landscapes created by the martial artists who brought the sacred spirit stones back to the human world of the sacred domain. Although the rich spiritual energy in the air was not comparable to that of the Six Emperors' world, it was still quite good. At least it was 5 times denser than that of the 5 continents world. However, for martial artists above the divine martial realm, this little bit of spiritual energy was a drop in the bucket, and it was more effective to absorb Saint Spirit stones. With Xianxia's perceptual ability, there was no end to the size of this city. This meant that its radius had already exceeded 50,000 kilometers. This city was also three-dimensional. A large number of floating island-like areas floated in the air, like scattered small cities floating in the sky. Li Huan introduced that this place was called Moon City. There were 100 small cities floating above this enormous moon city, and its overall scale was astonishing. Xianxia saw that there were all martial artists coming and going on the streets. All of them were martial artists, not even an ordinary mortal. The most common martial artist at the divine martial realm was a martial artist at the divine martial realm, which could be considered the lowest level. From Li Huan's words, there were actually fortune realm martial artists, but those were rare and usually not seen. These martial artists on the streets were all different in their clothes, figures, and appearances. Some martial artists were the same as Xianxia. They were between 1.8 and 2.3 meters tall, which was considered normal height for Xianxia. However, there were also martial artists who were between 1 meter and 1.5 meters tall. Some of them were 3 meters tall or even 5 meters tall. Li Huan said, "Countless human martial artists from different planes are gathered here. That's why we can see a large number of humans from different races." Xianxia was very surprised. This was the first time he had heard that humans were also divided into different races. Li Huan briefly introduced several common human races: the dwarves, the giants, the normal, the three-eyed, and the 9 desolates. Normal humans were referring to Xianxia and the others. The 9 desolate race was the rarest but also the most powerful of them all. In fact, it was the 9 desolate eye race that Xianxia had seen before. This was a human race that was almost extinct, and it was hard to see. The dwarves were the shortest, usually between 50 centimeters and 1 meter tall. Some of them were exceptionally small, below 50 centimeters tall, but they weren't common. The so-called ordinary humans of Xianxia and the others were considered to be the oldest and most authentic human race. There was no objection to this point, even the other human races thought so. This was because in countless human civilizations, even in the oldest records, the most common thing they saw was ordinary humans. Xianxia saw a human over 7 meters tall, carrying a heavy spear as he walked past him. The martial artist was strong, and the heavy spear on his back was 10 meters long, thicker than Xianxia's thigh. Li Huan introduced that this was the giant race, from a strange plane universe. The talent and martial skills of these races? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Li Huan said, "It's much worse than us. Among all the planes, the martial artists of the 6 Emperors' world are the strongest, but we can't generalize. Because some of the martial artists from other planes have lived here for thousands of years, and have merged with a large number of other races, giving birth to some inexplicable races. Their disadvantages are constantly being made up for. For example, the dwarves never existed before. They are a combination of the dwarves and giants. Isn't that strange?" Logically speaking, after the combination of the dwarves and giants, they should have given birth to a race that was close to an ordinary human, but in the end, they gave birth to the dwarf race. Furthermore, the human martial artists from all planes are chaotically merging and coexisting here. After thousands of years, everyone's martial arts and techniques have assimilated with each other. The difference is negligible. Of course, there are also some of the more classic cultivation techniques and martial skills in their plane. Of course, there aren't many of them. Where are we going now? Xianxia asked. As he walked, he constantly observed his surroundings and the various humans. He discovered that the people here usually didn't talk casually. Every passerby had their own exact goal. They were all on their way, and very few people were simply wandering around. Li Huan said, "Let's go to the Four Emperors Guild to see if it can be accepted." Li Huan introduced them. They were all from the Six Emperors world, so when they first came, they didn't need to go to the Four Emperors Guild, because their own sect brought them here and directly recommended them in. But now, their identities were sensitive, and they could no longer use their previous identities, so they had to personally take the examination for membership of the guild. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "White River is still chasing after me, not you. He doesn't know that you have already followed me. So now I'll give everyone a choice. If anyone wishes to return to their own sect, you can still go back now. You don't have to follow me to get into a regular guild. You don't have to accompany me through this." Everyone was silent. Obviously, they were also struggling. They already had an identity here before, but after following Xianxia, they had to regain their footing here. "Boss, I already admire you for saying such things, but since I've decided to follow you, I'll naturally follow you to the end. I'll accompany you in the exam," Li Huanxue said with a smile. Almost everyone nodded resolutely as soon as these words were spoken, expressing their willingness to follow Xianxia. Xianxia looked at everyone's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, since this is your choice, then I respect it. I don't dare to say more. At the very least, I can guarantee that I, Xianxia, will not starve you all to death with a single mouthful of food. We've seen your abilities before," Li said with a smile. "This is the motivation for us to firmly believe in you." The Four Emperors Compact Guild was not a guild, but four compact guilds composed of the four emperors of the East, South, and West. The Northern Emperor Guild was absolutely impossible to go to. That was the world of the White River. Then only the three emperors of the Southeast and the West would be left with the Treaty Guild. In Moon City, there were all guild branches except for the Treaty Guild between the Demon Race and the Demon Race. Xianxia and the others arrived at the Southern Emperor Guild first. They were teleported from the Southern Emperor, so they were naturally closer to the Southern Emperor Guild branch. However, what was troubling was that Xianxia and the others had just arrived at the entrance of the enormous Southern Emperor Guild branch when they were stopped. Xianxia said to the martial artist guarding the door, "We are here to pass the examination for membership of the guild." The two martial artists guarding the door were both at the early divine martial realm, but they looked at Xianxia and the others with contempt and said, "No one below the martial saint realm is allowed to enter." Xianxia said, "Below martial sage, you cannot be admitted to the Southern Emperor Guild? But how did the two friends get in?" One of the guards said proudly, "Because the two of us are from the Six Emperors world, and we are from a sect in the Southern Emperor continent. Of course, we can enter, but you can't." This was Li Huan's so-called sect recommendation. They followed their own sect elders and could directly join a regular guild. Li Huan smiled bitterly and said, "As I said, the recruitment criteria of regular sects are the strictest. We are idle martial artists now." Xianxia hurriedly said to a gatekeeper, "Can you accommodate us? Although our realms aren't high, we can still see through our strength." The doorkeeper glanced at Xianxia contemptuously and said, "Do you not understand human speech? I said that no one below martial sage is allowed to enter." "Fuck! What are you talking about?" A member of the Xiang clan army stood up and shouted, "Don't you dare to show off your might here? Do you know what the relationship between our boss and the Southern Emperor is?" "What's the relationship?" The gatekeeper's eyebrows twitched as he said, "What kind of cowhide are you bragging about? If you have the ability, call the Southern Emperor over. What kind of garlic are you putting in front of this daddy? I'll fuck you to death. The Xiong clan martial artist's eyes widened as he unsheathed his sword. Xiongnan stretched out his hand to suppress his sword and whispered, "We are here to find an opportunity, not to make enmity with others. There is no point in arguing with them." Xiongnan cupped his fists at the two of them and said, "Thank you for telling me. Goodbye." With that, Xiongnan led his 300 subordinates and turned around to leave. The martial artist gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Boss, why don't you fuck him? With your strength, you can't make him get up with a single move." Xiongnan said, "We haven't settled here yet. It's unwise to make enmity with others first. Furthermore, I suspect that these two people are not from the Six Emperors world at all. There's no need to doubt it." Li Huan said, "Indeed, they are not. The so-called Four Emperors Guild is only a treaty guild led by the Four Emperors. More than 90% of its members are not from the Six Emperors world. Those martial artists of the lower planes, once their own sects recommend them to join or enter, they will be much more arrogant than the locals of the Six Emperors world. This is a kind of petty mentality. These sons of bitches," the subordinate warrior said angrily. "I am a native warrior of the Six Emperors world. They actually dare to look down on us." Xiongnan smiled and said, "I've let my brothers suffer." When the martial artist heard this, he hurriedly said, "No, we were afraid that the boss would be wronged. That's why we were so excited. After all, in the Six Emperors world, boss is also a famous #1 figure. Which human emperor doesn't give boss some face?" Xiongnan blushed and said, "Don't say such big words in the future." Xiongnan knew his own situation. To put it nicely, he was a so-called influential figure. To put it nicely, he was just a crossing-the-street mouse that everyone was chasing after. If this was considered a celebrity, then it was indeed not very glorious. However, it was obvious that this was Xiangnan's wishful thinking. However, those who had passion in their hearts and were opposed to their bones were still chasing after Xiangnan, but they had to admit that they admired him very much. He believed that Xiangnan was an awesome person who dared to challenge the entire Six Emperors world. A rebellious martial artist worshipped such a fellow the most. The conversation between Xiangnan and the others was noticed by a tall martial artist. "May I ask, are you all martial artists from the Six Emperors world?" The tall martial artist suddenly walked over to greet him. This person wasn't too tall in the entire sacred domain, only about 2.12 meters tall. However, considering that he was an ordinary human, his height was not bad. Everyone saw that the tall man possessed a late martial saint realm, roughly above the 6th level of the martial saint realm. The exact level was because the difference in realms between the two sides was large, and the tall man was deliberately concealing it, so it was impossible to accurately judge. "Exactly." Xiongnan cupped his fists and said, "Is there something wrong with my friend?" The tall martial artist cupped his fists and said, "I, Chong Tianming, am from the Five Continents realm, the Southern Domain Nature sect. Usually, I admire the Six Emperors world's martial practitioners very much. Therefore, I have seen a few friends and am interested in making friends with them. I wonder, Howren sect, senior brother." Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Are you really a senior brother of the Howren sect?" Chong Tianming was slightly surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly. He should have secretly probed Xiangnan's spiritual energy fluctuations. And then he was overjoyed. 9 Purities Cosmos Technique. You practiced the 9 Purities Cosmos Technique. You are my junior apprentice brother. The two of them immediately clasped their hands together, not to mention being intimate. Xiangnan felt warmth in his heart. He didn't expect to encounter a fellow disciple here. What a coincidence. Li Huan and the others knew about the 9 Purities Cosmos art because he had already announced it before. Unexpectedly, Xiangnan was actually from the Five Continents realm. This was too unexpected. However, the more this happened, the more they felt that Xiangnaniu was too big. A fierce person who had turned the Six Emperors world upside down, killed the Nine-Tailed Fox, and annihilated the world-saving sect, was actually not a martial artist from the Six Emperors world. "Good junior brother." Chong Tianming shook Xiangnan's hand excitedly and said, I actually ran into a junior brother from the nature sect here. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Xiangnan was so happy, as if he had suddenly met a relative, chatting with Chong Tianming non-stop. From this, it was learned that Chong Tianming was a disciple of the Haoran sect who had come to the sacred region more than 200 years ago. In fact, there were also many people who had come with him. Most of them were of the seniority of Martial Uncle Xiangnan and Martial Uncle Xiangnan. According to his age, Chong Tianming could be considered Xiangnan's senior uncle. He was actually one of Su Caiyue's senior brothers. However, in the Saint realm, seniority no longer existed, so they could only be treated as senior brothers. Furthermore, Chong Tianming and Su Caiyue did not know each other. When he arrived, Su Caiyue had not yet been born. May I ask if senior brother is he Feng's disciple? Xiangnan asked happily. Chong Tianming clasped his fists and said, Sword Sex Xiang Yangfeng, Clan Master Wu Qingfeng. Xiangnan was overjoyed. So he is senior martial uncle Qingfeng's disciple. My relationship with senior martial uncle Qingfeng is very good. He even gave me a human skin mask. Chong Tianming also smiled and hurriedly asked, It has been 200 years since I returned to the sect. I wonder if Master has ever been well. Xiangnan said, Very good. Uncle Qingfeng is unrestrained. He looks like a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s. Chong Tianming heaved a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, my master is safe. It is my junior's fortune. Little junior brother, what about you? Where did you come from? Junior brother is the descendant of Sun Peak, Xiangnan said. Chong Tianming asked curiously, Sun Peak? Isn't Sun Peak master already? Xiangnan smiled and said, Indeed, he is dead. The current Sun Peak master is Su Caiyue, the daughter of the previous Peak master. I am the successor of Master Caiyue. So that's the case. Chong Tianming let out an "oh," then understood. After learning that Xiangnan wanted to enter the regular guild, Chong Tianming immediately expressed his willingness to act as a recommendation. Junior brother, follow me. Chong Tianming kindly held Xiangnan's hand and said, I've been here for 200 years. Although I'm not very promising and haven't made any achievements, I can at least be considered a bit thin-skinned. Let me introduce you personally. You and your friends can officially register today. When Li Huan and the others heard this, they were also extremely happy. On the way, Xiangnan asked Chong Tianming about the other disciples of the Haoran sect. Chong Tianming only sighed and explained. It turned out that there were actually quite a few disciples from the nature sect who had come to the sacred region. 200 years ago, they were the last batch of nature sect disciples to arrive here. After that, for some unknown reason, the Haoran sect did not send any more disciples over, and these people had never had the chance to return. When these people first arrived, they were very united. They gathered together and wandered around the sacred domain, remembering their status as disciples of the nature's nature sect. They had done a few grand things and established their prestige. However, time was a saber that could cut off a person's feelings. Many of the Haoran sect disciples died and scattered. Because they served different guilds and powers, they traveled frequently in the beginning, but gradually they became estranged. 200 years wasn't long, so it could make a 200-year-old Chong Tianming look like he was only in his early 30s. 200 years was not a short period of time, allowing those martial brothers who fought together 200 years ago to slowly become strangers. Different ideals and pursuits made them never see each other again. Chong Tianming said, the last time he met his fellow disciples was 70 years ago. Hearing this, Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of shame, Xiangnan rarely interacted with his fellow disciples. Ever since he came out to explore the world, he only occasionally went back to the sect to visit his masters and friends. This was a feeling of helplessness and sadness that only martial artists could experience. However, when Chong Tianming led Xiangnan and the others to the entrance of a guild, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone looked at Xiangnan in unison. In front of the vast and majestic main entrance of the guild stood a huge stone tablet with 2 large words written on it. Bei Huang, Xiangnan's heart trembled, and his expression immediately became stern. He shouted and asked, "Senior brother, do you know that our world is experiencing misfortune? The Northern Emperor was the one who caused all the suffering." Chong Tianming was not surprised. He naturally replied, "Of course I know. That's why I asked your master if he is in good health. I worked for the Beihuang Guild, and I personally went back to the Five Continents realm to serve. The light drawing array that enveloped the entire world still has a contribution to make. Although I am not the person who created the light guiding array, I have provided a lot of profound Tao materials for the light guiding array." Xiangnan's expression turned cold, while the others remained silent. Everyone knew that Xiangnan and the Bai clan were incompatible. "This is going to make a big fuss," Li Huan muttered softly and took 2 steps back. Everyone knew that Xiangnan was usually humble, but once he got angry, it would be the worst temper in the world. Xiangnan said sternly, "Since senior brother Tianming knows about this matter, why would he be willing to be that White River's lackey?" Chong Tianming's expression was unhappy as he said, "Junior brother, pay attention to your status." With that, he cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Then how high and mighty is the Northern Emperor? And how many martial artists think he is an idol? Why shouldn't I risk my life with him? Furthermore, although I'm from the Five Continents realm, I've lived in the Saint realm for more than 200 years. I'm already one of the saints. This Saint realm is my home. Howren sect? I have feelings for it, but it is only a beautiful memory in my impression." Xiangnan didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely ugly. Then Chong Tianming said, "Didn't junior brother also come to the sacred domain? Didn't he also come here to seek a higher realm and development? I know it's hard for you to understand now, but in the future you will be the same as me." Xiangnan shook his head. "Absolutely impossible." Chong Tianming said, "Junior brother, why are you so stubborn? Isn't what we martial artists are after?" Xiangnan sneered, "Is this your excuse to betray the Five Continents realm?" Chong Tianming frowned and said, "Junior brother, you must know how to adapt." Xiangnan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother Chong Tianming, for guiding us. I am very grateful, but the Tao is different. See you later. Brothers, let's go." With that, Xiangnan turned around and left. Chong Tianming quickly chased after him and said, "Junior apprentice brother, why are you so obsessive?" Xiangnan turned around and said coldly, "Because I still have backbone." Chong Tianming nodded. "All right, this is your choice. I hope you don't regret it. If you come back to find me within 3 years, I am still willing to recommend you." Xiangnan let out a long laugh and left valiantly. A tall and beautiful woman walked out of the Beihuang Guild and stood beside Chong Tianming. "Tianming, who is that?" she said softly. Chong Tianming sighed and said, "Let's not talk about it. Time has changed many things but also changed many people. It is the most difficult to endure a knife, the belonging and dignity of people, cruelly cut into the clouds. 200 years was too long." Xiangnan didn't know what he would become in 200 years. However, there was at least one thing that he was certain of, and that was that time could not stop his emotions and ties. Li Huan caught up with Xiangnan and tried to persuade him, "There's no need to be too sad. This kind of thing can be seen everywhere in the Saint realm." Xiangnan smiled sadly and said, "If a martial artist forgot his own belonging, wouldn't he be a rootless duckweed? If the realm is the only thing a martial artist pursues, then how can there be dignity and faith? If you don't even recognize your family, how can you be called a human?" Li Huan also let out a long sigh. "The Six Emperors' world is too powerful. Too many people forget their original intentions in order to get in. The 4 human kings were the highest level existences in the sacred domain, and they were also the people that all the warriors of the plains worshipped the most. The only difference was that Bai he had slashed at a subordinate plane, and unfortunately he had chosen the Five Continents realm. Obviously, Bai he had concealed this matter very well. Other than some of the core members of the guild, no one else, not even the other 3 emperors, had noticed it. There are too many planes. Xiangnan and the others went to the West Emperor and East Emperor's guilds. Because they had to conceal their identities, they were unable to enter in the end. Unless it was a sect recommendation from a regular guild, the first threshold for idle martial artists to enter was martial sage. At this moment, Xianxia also understood what the demon race world master had said. Only after becoming a martial saint would Xianxia and the others be of use to the demon race. In the end, Xianxia and the others could only choose a guild from the dark forces to join and think of a way to raise their cultivation. They chose a place called the Great Fire Guild, and judging from its name alone, they knew that it was not reliable. The standards of the Great Fire Guild for recruiting martial artists were very rough. It looked like the Great Fire Guild, which was 5 or 6 laps smaller than the Southern and Northern Emperor's guilds, was very tattered. The martial artists entering and leaving the guild were also mixed with fish and dragons. There were all kinds of goods. A middle-aged man sitting behind the table was enjoying himself with a woman in public. He took the time to look up at Xianxia and said, "Age, sex, realm, origin, name." The two of them were shameless and rained heavily at the entrance of the guild. The woman's skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes were like foxes. She sat on the middle-aged man without fear. The martial artists who entered and exited the guild entrance turned a blind eye to this. Xianxia kept frowning. He turned his face away and tried not to look at the two dirty people. He said, "There are many of us. Do you want to ask one by one, or—" The middle-aged man had already reached the point of excitement. He roared and said with an expression that he was about to climb to the pinnacle, all right, whatever you call it. Write it yourself." Xianxia was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and turned his back to the three fellows. "Write it yourself." Xianxia suddenly felt that his future was bleak. He had no choice but to write down the words Xiangbei on the tattered notebook. Li Huan and the others also frowned and shook their heads helplessly. It's useless. Every time, there's no movement at a critical moment. The woman was very dissatisfied and kicked the middle-aged man away. The man laughed as he got up and said, "Lord Guild Leader's seductive skill is getting stronger and stronger. I really can't stand it." Guild Leader. Xianxia's pupils shrank. That woman was actually the president of the Great Fire Guild? Fuck. Li Huan was also angry. He reached out and was about to tear the registration book apart. If he followed this kind of president, he would have an egg's future. However, the woman casually waved her hand and pulled the registration book over. She stood naked on the street, smiling as she flipped through the information that everyone had just written down. Xianxia's face turned green as he whispered, "Let's go. Let's leave this place now. What the hell is going on?" The woman, however, had climbed onto Xianxia's back and pointed at the word Xiangbei on it, saying, "Is this your name?" Xianxia's expression darkened. He leaned back, and his shoulders slightly collided, wanting to knock the woman away. However, that woman was like a snake, quickly twisting around Xianxia's body twice. Xianxia pointed back and pointed at the woman's collarbone. The woman seemed to have no bones. Her legs crossed around Xianxia's legs, her arms circling around his shoulders, and she actually twisted Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia was shocked, and Li Huan and the others' expressions changed drastically. How strong was Xianxia's combat awareness? That was definitely top-notch. If it was a single round of battle techniques, there would probably be no second person in the Six Emperors world who could stand on equal footing with Xianxia. However, this woman's body technique alone had knocked Xianxia over. The woman was lying on the ground, pressing down on Xianxia. She exhaled in Xianxia's ear like an orchid. "You could have hit my chest just now, but why didn't you do it? Don't tell me you pity my beauty? Young man, can you have a good time with me? Right here, I can't wait any longer. I want you." Xianxia touched the ground with his left foot and flipped his right hand backwards. He grabbed the woman's arm and threw her away. To deal with this woman, Xianxia was actually not going to lose. Of course, it was purely based on combat skills. However, that woman's naked body made it impossible for Xianxia to make a move, so he suffered a small loss. At this moment, he looked at the woman and discovered that she actually had a heavenly tribulation realm cultivation. The woman was also very surprised. She stood up, snapped her fingers, and water elements condensed into water, rushing towards her body. Not bad, really not bad. The dissolute look in the woman's eyes completely disappeared, but it was replaced by a wisp of solemnity. She said, "You are the only one who can take advantage of me in 500 years. Such a shocking battle consciousness is the most precious in the eternal secret realm." "What does this mean?" Xianxia asked beside Li Huan in a low voice. Li Huan whispered, "The injuries in the eternal secret realm cannot be healed. The more times a martial artist is hit by an eternal beast, the more dangerous the injuries are. Therefore, the combat awareness is particularly important." Xianxia said. The woman said to Xianxia, "Are you very disappointed in me? Trust me, the other Dark Forces guilds are worse than mine." Li Huan said, "What she said is true. It is not uncommon for some Dark Forces guilds to steal the Holy Spirit stones of their guild members and even secretly kill their guild members for the Holy Spirit stones. Actually, all the guilds of the Dark Forces are on par with each other. No one is any better than anyone else." Xianxia thought for a moment. Although this woman's behavior was too disrespectful, she didn't seem to have discovered any other shortcomings. She didn't care who she liked to fool around with at all. "Agreed." The woman raised her roster and said, "If you agree to join the Big Fire Guild, then let's go on a mission tomorrow. Looks like this is your first time in the sacred domain. Start at the bottom and transport the moon springs to the eternal secret domain tomorrow. Come in with me." The woman was still naked and walked in naked. Xianxia and the others followed behind. Although the woman went to her study, she had a step-by-step understanding of the mission. The next morning, Xianxia and the other 300-plus people escorted 100 carriages onto the road. The Great Fire Guild had 13 safe cities in the Eternal Mystery Land. Xianxia's mission was to send 100 carts of moon spring water to the 13 safe cities. Most of the spring water was used to pour into the city, while a small portion was provided to the members of the guild. The Eternal Secret Realm was unimaginably large. According to Li Huan, it was much larger than the Endless Forest. The Great Fire Guild only had 13 safe cities, which meant that the members of the guild were unable to enter deeper into the secret territory and could only wander around the periphery. Once they left the envelope of Safe City, the supply of moon springs would be cut off, causing them to be shadowed by the eternal fog. Fortunately, Xianxia and the others weren't at a high level, so there was no need for them to enter the depths of the secret realm to seek death. 13 safe cities were enough. Although this quest seemed simple, like a coolie's job, Xianxia was very open-minded. At the very least, it was beneficial for him to familiarize himself with the operation mode of the Eternal Secret Realm quickly. The moon spring water was a light blue liquid. This kind of thing was not valuable in itself. Every martial artist could obtain it free of charge outside the secret realm. The problem was how to send the spring water into the secret realm. The size of the guild also determined the supply of spring water in Safety City. The Four Emperors Guild would send spring water to all the safe cities 6 times a month, once every 5 days. There was so much spring water that the martial artists inside could squander it. The Great Fire Guild was similar to other idle small guilds, and they were short of manpower. As a result, they could only transport spring water to the Secret Realm Safety City twice a month, once every half-month. This led to a very serious problem. If the spring water in Safety City was used up within half a month, all the martial artists inside would be stunned. They would not even have the ability to return to the human world when the next batch of spring water was delivered. They could only wait silently. If there were any problems with the transportation of the spring water, it would be terrible. For example, if the transportation was in danger halfway, all the safe cities would face the problem of running out of spring water, causing all the guild members inside to die. In fact, the safe cities would disappear without the spring water. Of course, the probability of this happening was very low, and there were many convoys. Xianxia was only one of them. Apart from him, there were also 50 convoys that entered the secret realm at the same time. The destruction of one convoy would not cause disastrous consequences. Xianxia drank a small mouthful of moon spring water. He felt that it was no different from drinking water, nor did it have a special taste. He tried to put the moon spring water into the storage ring, but it really couldn't. The storage ring didn't seem to accept this kind of thing, so it couldn't be put into it at all. 100 cars and 300 escorts could be considered insurance. The Eternal Secret Realm was located in the sky, and its entrance was similar to a multicolored aurora. After entering the secret realm, Xianxia and the others drank a mouthful of moon spring water. The treasure trove of exploration and the Eternal Secret Realm that all planar martial artists were pursuing had finally appeared. As soon as he entered, he saw the undulating mountain ranges and the primordial jungle. It was a world of its own, and it was dark, but there were a large number of luminous plants that were used to illuminate it. Why didn't you see the other convoys? Xianxia looked around vigilantly and asked casually. Li Huan said, the entrance is random. Every time, the martial artists who enter will be teleported to an outer area. Although they are not far away from each other, their landing points are always different. At this time coordinates will be used. Xianxia looked in the direction of Li Huan's finger and saw the first coordinate. It was a strange blue crystal floating in the air. This thing was invisible and intangible, could only be seen and could not be touched. Xianxia took out a hexagonal crystal from his bosom and said, is this the coordinate stone that created the coordinates? The woman from the Great Fire Guild had once introduced Xianxia. Their mission was not only to escort the spring water, but also to repair the coordinates. Because the Eternal Secret Realm was reconstructed every 10 days, the time coordinates would also disappear. This was why martial artists had to return after leaving Safety City for no more than 5 days. Time coordinates disappeared once every 10 days, traveling for 5 days and returning to the city for 5 days. On the floating time crystal stone, there was a small text, 55. Coordinate 55. Li Huan took out the map and looked at it. He pointed at the map and said, we are now in this direction. Every time the Eternal Secret Realm was reconstructed, the landscape of the mountains, rivers, and forests would greatly change. The location of the time coordinates and their labels would let the martial artists know where they were, so that they could find the whereabouts of Safe City. Do you want to repair it now? Xianxia asked. Li Huan shook her head. It's not time to remake. This time it's our first day in. The coordinates will disappear after 10 days. Xianxia shook his head. The reward is really low. The reward for transporting the mission was very low. The 300 members of the team were divided into batches of 100 carts of spring water, a total of 10 times. Only then would each person receive a reward of a low-grade sacred spirit stone. However, 10 times was equivalent to 5 months. One step at a time. Li Huan said helplessly, to be honest, I have never done such a low-level task. This is a job with no technical content. Xianxia sighed and said, forward. Just a few steps away, a figure appeared in the air in front of him. The shadow floated 3 feet above the ground and bent down. It was as if a person had suddenly turned completely black. Moreover, if he reached out to touch it, his palm would easily pierce through it. The eternal shadow. This is a dead man, Li Huan said. Xianxia said, can't the eternal shadow be used as coordinates? Li Huan smiled and said, there is no sign on the shadow. Even if you see him, you don't know where he is. It's not enough to judge his position. Moreover, although the eternal shadow will never disappear, their positions will change. This person should have run out of spring water on his way back to the human world. As the convoy slowly advanced, Xianxia carefully asked Li Huan about the distribution of the sacred spirit stones. The reason for that was because the debts between a regular guild and its members were split between 50 to 50. As for a small guild like Xianxia's, they were usually split between 30 to 70. Members could only get 70%. Xianxia asked, how should the guild know how many Holy Spirit stones we have? If I get 10, but I don't report it, how will they share it with me? Li Huan said, the guild is rewarding the mission. You are talking about personal gains. If you have the ability to obtain 10,000 Holy Spirit stones here, it is also yours. The guild will not ask for it, and there is no way to ask you for it. You can hide it, but the Pact Guild will issue a mission. After completing the mission, there will be a mission reward. This is what they will be given. Xianxia nodded. This was very similar to the Star Guild and even the Howran sect. They were all issuing missions and receiving rewards. It seemed that there was nothing new about it. According to Li Huan, if the Great Fire Guild issued a mission and Xianxia could obtain 10 inferior grade sacred spirit stones after the mission was successful, then he could only obtain 3. Xianxia asked, "Then, where did the Holy Spirit stones come from? Did they dig? Or did they grow from some sort of place like plants?" Li Huan said, "Holy Spirit stones come from the bodies of eternal vicious beasts. After killing eternal vicious beasts, there is a very, very small probability that they will be able to dig up the Holy Spirit stones inside their bodies." How small is the probability? If you say it out loud, it might scare you. I've heard of a legend that someone killed more than 100 eternal beasts in the eternal secret realm, but they didn't get a single Holy Spirit stone. Don't think that 100 eternal vicious beasts are rare. After you personally see this kind of thing, you will know how difficult it is to kill it. Of course, this is a matter of probability. Some people only killed an eternal beast and obtained a sacred spirit stone. I think luck played a large part. As for the eternal vicious beast, it was classified according to the same system as a martial artist, such as the first level of the divine martial realm, the second level of the divine martial realm, and so on. However, the advantage of this species was extremely high. It was called an eternal vicious beast, comparable to a dragon. Everyone knew that a demonic beast's physique was superior to a human's. If one excluded the level of battle consciousness and martial skills, then a demonic beast of the same level would definitely be much stronger than a human martial artist of the same level. Demons were even more powerful. Demons had powerful resistance. Not only were they more powerful than humans, they were also more powerful than demonic beasts. As for eternal vicious beasts, they are of a higher level. The strength of these creatures is on par with that of the dragons. You can treat every eternal vicious beast as a creature of the demon emperor level. Xianxia estimated in his heart that having a 3-part dragon body was quite impressive, but an eternal vicious beast was equivalent to having a 10-part dragon body. It was true that Xianxia no longer relied on the body of a 3-part dragon to fight, but because of this, he was able to understand the horrors of the eternal vicious beast. One of the real battles was when the evil dragon demon emperor encountered an eternal vicious beast at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation in the eternal secret realm. The two were at the same realm, and the eternal vicious beast did not possess martial skills, but the demon emperor knew martial skills. Under this premise, the result of the battle was 50 to 50%. The demon emperor defeated the eternal vicious beast with a slight advantage, but he almost died in battle and almost didn't come back. One had to know that the demon emperor was a stronger existence than a single human emperor. Of course, this didn't include the exception of White River. Li Huan said, "The higher the level of a ferocious beast, the higher the probability of producing high-grade Holy Spirit stones. This is certain. But generally speaking, even though the Saint Realm condensed top-notch martial arts geniuses from all planes, one of the rules these people used to deal with eternal vicious beasts was 100 to 1 and lesser 5th layer." "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked. Li Huan said, 100 to 1 is not 100 martial artists of the same realm who can kill a beast of the same realm, but 100 people who can escape together. At least one person can survive. As for the so-called 5th layer, when you decide to deal with an eternal beast alone, your realm must be higher than this beast's. This is a guarantee of survival, but it cannot guarantee your victory. For example, with your 5th level of the divine realm, you will have a 50% chance of defeating an eternal beast at the 1st level of the divine realm. If you use all your strength, then you will have a 50% chance of being killed by it. The gap is so big? Xianxia was shocked. Li Huan nodded. That's how big it is. Of course, Xianxia's 5th level of divine martial arts is probably enough to kill a human at the 1st level of the martial saint realm, so this ratio doesn't apply to you. You can think the same way. Every eternal vicious beast is equivalent to Xianxia. That's why you, at the 5th level of the divine realm, have a 50 to 50 chance of winning against an eternal beast at the 5th level of the divine realm. So it's not that I look down on you, but that I look down on you too much. Xianxia asked, What about the eternal vicious beast branch? Li Huan shook his head. It's hard to say. This has always been a mystery. They don't seem to have a fixed territory. However, of course, the deeper the secret realm, the higher the probability of a high-level beast appearing. However, this is not absolute. Those regular guilds, such as the experts of the Heavenly Tribulation realm in the Four Emperors Guild, have opened their own routes in the secret realm. These routes are not allowed to outsiders, and even members of their own guilds are not allowed to use them for free. If I am a Heavenly Tribulation expert, and I have explored an area in the secret realm and discovered the situation inside, then I can sell the information of this area to you for you to explore as well, and you need to pay me Holy Spirit stones as rent. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, What if the information you sold me is false? Didn't I die inside? Li Huan said, Of course, if you die, then you deserve it. You can only admit it. Who told you to be at a low level? If you have the ability, you can open up a path yourself. The only rule to follow in the sacred domain is to respect the strong. Li Huan pointed at his feet and said, The route we are taking now is opened up by the experts of the Great Fire Guild. This place is relatively safe and can be used by us for free, because this road is specifically used to transport moonspring water, but there are very few free routes like this. Most of the other routes are toll-free. You can also avoid the path that was pioneered before, but the danger will be extremely high. One is that you will likely encounter a very powerful eternal beast and kill you. Second, there are no time coordinates on undiscovered routes. If you enter an unfamiliar area, you will most likely not be able to find your way back. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, So it's so complicated. That means that other people's routes have time coordinates placed on them. If I accidentally enter the routes of other guilds and discover their time coordinates, wouldn't I be able to casually use them? Li Huanxue smiled and shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. The time coordinates and labels on their toll routes change at any time. Only when you pay for it and he rents it to you will he tell you the coordinates within a few days. If you don't have this information, then the time coordinates will be useless to you. Of course, there are also some dark underground transactions. Some people are specialized in stealing information about the coordinates of regular guilds and selling this information. However, over 90% of the information is fabricated randomly by them. It is fake. Of the remaining 10%, some are true, but they are also expired. They can't be used anymore. Through chatting, Xianxia learned that this eternal secret realm was truly complicated, and there were too many things he needed to pay attention to. He glanced at the map. The route he took was open and free, so the time coordinates would never be rewritten. Then, according to the method of using this set of time coordinates, as indicated on this map, the first safe city they encountered was located directly in front of the map. Draw a vertical line from coordinate 55 to the top and a straight line from coordinate 32. Then, the intersection point of coordinates 55 and 32 was the first safe city. This is a very simple positioning method. But what if someone changed coordinate 55 to coordinate 45 without you knowing? Then you're completely lost. That's why the toll route keeps changing the coordinates. The number of time coordinates could only be rewritten by the person in charge of the coordinate crystal stone, and no one else could. The coordinates on Xianxia's water transportation route, for example, the 55 coordinates that they had just passed, were personally set up by the Great Fire Guild's fire palm. Other than the coordinates crystal in her hand, no one else could rewrite the number. This ensured the practicality of the time coordinates. As a result, this spawned another stalking profession. This was because a route was carved out by an expert. When this expert secretly obtained the coordinates of the route in the past few days, then the stalker would stare at this martial artist to see if he had entered the eternal secret realm. If he didn't enter for a short period of time, it meant that his coordinates had not been rewritten, so the coordinates stolen by others would still be valuable. In short, many of the surrounding economies and professions that the eternal secret realm extended out were very complicated, and it would not be easy to understand in a short period of time. Xianxia tried to use the power of his void divine lightning to make a spatial positioning here. Sure enough, he discovered that it was completely impossible to do so. What he felt was a chaotic space, and he couldn't determine his position with spatial positioning. Li Huan took out another map and showed it to Xianxia. This map was called a quest map. There were several paths marked on it, and he said, "These paths are toll paths. There are quests on these paths. If you accept the mission, then you can use this route for free. However, the reward for the mission should be 30 to 70 points with the guild. If you don't accept the mission and only use this route, you will have to pay the corresponding rent." Xianxia said, "If I accept the mission but don't do it but go on my own expedition, wouldn't it be free to use it? If you fail to complete the mission, you will be deducted from the reward. You will owe the guild Holy Spirit stones," Li said with a smile. Xianxia frowned. It would be more economical to pay the rent. At the same time, Xianxia also noticed that on the map Li Huan took out, the time coordinates marked on the routes were not numbered. Li Huan said, "You have to pay the rent for these routes before the guild will give you the numbering information. Since we don't pay the rent, we don't know the numbering of those time coordinates." Everyone walked forward, constantly encountering rugged terrain, mountain ranges, and strange-shaped forests. There were a large number of unknown plants inside. 3 days later, Xianxia and the others successfully arrived at the first safe city. It was truly a human city, a city that stood tall in the eternal secret realm. This city was enveloped by a layer of heavenly tribulation realm astral chi, but it was not big. It was only equivalent to a former bluestone city. When Xianxia and the others brought the convoy into the city, the scene in front of them shocked them. The city was filled with blood and broken limbs. What? Fierce beasts have attacked. Xianxia's first reaction was that the eternal vicious beast had invaded Safety City. However, he immediately realized that this was not the case, because he saw a human martial artist fighting. Strands of Dipper Chi crisscrossed each other, as if everyone was fighting in chaos, and there was no clear target of attack between them. Before Xianxia and the others could figure out the situation, the 3 strands of Dipper Chi flew over their scalps. What happened? Xianxia bent over and dodged the attacks of the 3 strands of astral chi, shocked and furious. When they came in, the people of the city saw them as well. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting. Everyone cheered loudly and ran towards the convoy. Seeing this scene, Xianxia immediately subconsciously grasped the hilt of the saber. Li Huan hurriedly pressed down on Xianxia's arm and said, "Don't move. They're not here for us. They want moon spring water." Sure enough, a large number of martial artists ran past Xianxia without even looking at him. Instead, they directly scooped water from the huge buckets on the motorcade. "You guys are here." An old man trembled as he walked over and held Xianxia's hand with both of his hands. "What happened? Why is there a civil war?" Xianxia asked in shock. He looked at the surroundings in astonishment. It was simply incomprehensible. Not far away, dozens of martial artists with broken limbs and broken arms were still crawling towards the motorcade. The old man sighed and said, "The spring is dry." After questioning, Xianxia learned a piece of news that made his scalp go numb. In the past half-month, the martial artists who were active in this safe city were unlucky. They encountered a few small-scale eternal vicious beasts. During the battle, all the moon spring water that could not be put into the storage ring had been damaged and lost. Although these martial artists weren't killed by the ferocious beasts, the spring water was gone, so they could only return to Safe City to replenish it. But even earlier, on the way back, many martial artists had already drunk the spring water in their bodies, and it had expired. They had inhaled a portion of the eternal mist. This kind of thing happened 2 or 3 times in a row, causing the spring water in Safe City to be used up. A martial artist who had inhaled a small amount of eternal mist was not enough to be transformed into an eternal shadow. However, they had to quickly drink the spring water. Otherwise, they would slowly transform into an eternal shadow as time went on. As a result, they began to charge directly into Safety City and forcefully take away the moon spring water that was used to fill the city. However, if the spring water poured into the city was distributed to martial artists, then the city would face the possibility of being devoured by the eternal secret realm. At that time, everyone would die together. Naturally, the other martial artists would not agree to this. Thus, a martial artist who was in urgent need of spring water on one side and a martial artist who wanted to protect the city on the other started a war. According to the old man, this battle had already lasted for about a day. If Xianxia and the others came half a day later, all the martial artists in the city would probably have died. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he secretly blamed himself. He thought that if he had quickened his pace and come a day earlier, this kind of tragedy would not have happened. Li Huan sighed and said, "Actually, it can't be blamed on us. Our supplies are too bad. Other regular guilds supply them 6 times a month. As for a guild like ours, we only replenish it twice a month. If we encounter a slight accident, there will be a shortage of spring water. The moon spring water is in such a place. It really is the water of life." Xianxia and the others brought 100 carts of spring water, while the Great Fire Guild had 13 safe cities. However, the mission of Xianxia's team was to be responsible for only 5 safe cities, and each safe city would give 20 carts of spring water. Of course, they weren't the only convoy. There were more than a dozen other convoys on the way, so the city would receive 5 supplies. Xianxia and the others immediately put down 20 carts of spring water and immediately headed towards the next safe city without stopping. Along the way, Xianxia kept urging everyone to speed up. However, the 300-plus Xiang clan soldiers were not in a hurry. Li Huan said to Xianxia, "Do you always have such a sense of responsibility?" Actually, their disaster was triggered by their own lack of strength and trouble. "It has nothing to do with us." Xianxia said, "That's the logic. But since we are people who transport spring water, when we think of other safe cities, it's very likely that everyone is looking forward to it. I can't slow myself down. Perhaps even an hour earlier would save some lives." "They deserve to die," Li Huan said. "Who told them to come to the sacred domain? If they come here to roam, they must be mentally prepared to die at any time. This is fate. It's not worth sympathy." Xianxia did not agree with Li Huan's thoughts, but he did not refute them. Actually, what Li Huan said was reasonable, but the key was to see what he should do according to his own conscience. In such a dangerous environment, of course, people would not be killed for themselves. Everyone had to ensure that they could survive before they had the mood to care about others. Otherwise, even if they died, it would be their own fault. Li Huan told Xianxia that the eternal vicious beast was very sensitive to sound and all dynamic things. The faster the caravan moved, the higher the probability of attracting the eternal vicious beast's attention. It moved quickly and was in great danger. Although this route had been discovered, it was only relatively safe. There were still some possibilities that there would be eternal vicious beasts running over. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a dozen or so convoys coming at the same time. Blind flight is taboo. Li Huan said to Xianxia, "In the eternal secret realm, randomly flying is courting death. The higher you fly, the bigger your target will be." As he spoke, the grass in front of him suddenly shook. Xianxia immediately raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. 300 pairs of eyes stared at the bushes in front of them. Everyone held their breath. Xianxia was better. This was his first time here, but the faces of the 300 Xiang clan soldiers were all green. If an eternal vicious beast above the 5th level of the divine martial arts rushed out from the other side, then they would be annihilated. The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive, as if a storm was approaching. At this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the huge shrub. Xianxia and the other 300 people lit up their weapons in unison, ready to fight at any time. However, the shadow turned into a tall woman. She wore a ponytail, but her whip was already in a mess. Her clothes were in tatters, and she had many scratches on her body. She was at the 1st level of the martial sage stage. Both sides were stunned, and they both heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. It seemed that they had both imagined each other to be eternal beasts. The woman stared blankly at Xianxia and the others and said happily, "It's a convoy! Great! Everyone, come out! It's a convoy!" As soon as the woman finished speaking, another 4 martial saint 1st stage martial artists jumped out of the bush. Based on their cultivation realm, Xianxia judged that these people were the 5 little heavy squads. The area beneath their feet was located at the edge of the eternal secret realm. The probability of a high-level beast appearing was very low, so these people were using the realm of martial sages to intercept and kill beasts below the 5th level of the divine martial realm. According to Li Huan, they might also encounter 100 divine martial stage martial artists. As Xianxia said this, he untied the bucket of the carriage beside him and was about to open the spring water. It could be seen that these 5 people had encountered an undefeatable beast and escaped in a sorry state. The water bags on those people's bodies had all ruptured. They must have lost the spring water supply. Don't! Li Huan pressed down on Xianxia's arm and whispered, "These people are not from our guild." Sure enough, the 5 martial saints on the other side all had malicious looks in their eyes. A man 5 meters away smiled with killing intent. So he's a minion of the Big Fire Guild. I really didn't expect that I would encounter a convoy from the Great Fire Guild by accident. I'm truly immortal. Xianxia saw that these people were wearing the emblem of a small guild on their chests. It was a tulip pattern. The tall man looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and said, "We want 20 water bags filled with spring water. Hand them over as soon as you know it." Xianxia smiled and said, "If you can save someone's life with just a single move, you will naturally not be stingy." As he spoke, Xianxia personally filled 20 water bags and handed them to the big man. The water bags were easily damaged. The convoy itself carried a large number of empty water bags, filled with a car, numbering in the tens of thousands. This was for the members of the guild who had lost and damaged their water bags. It wouldn't hurt to take out 20 of them. As for the Xiang clan soldiers, they were always on guard with their weapons tightly gripped. "Thank you." After receiving the water bag, the tall man casually gave it to the other team members. 5 people each with 4 water bags. After assembling the water bags, they cupped their fists towards Xianxia and brushed past the convoy. Just as Xianxia was about to go on his way, he suddenly felt an intense burst of yuan qi. Not good. Xianxia suddenly turned his head, and the big man actually threw out a huge cross-cutting sword light towards the entire convoy. This sword light was incomparably enormous. It was more than 100 meters long and sliced across horizontally. In an instant, all the water buckets of the 80 cars were sliced open at the waist. None of the Xiang clan's troops had predicted this. They had gathered their Dipper Chi shields to protect them, but they hadn't expected that the enemy would simply rush towards the bucket. "What are you doing?" Xianxia was furious. He didn't have time to fight with these people. Within the damaged bucket, turbulent light blue spring water surged out. Xianxia quickly jumped up and condensed a bolt of lightning power, turning the lightning power into a huge membrane, wrapping around all the damaged buckets to prevent the spring water from leaking out. The tall woman laughed like a silver bell and leapt forward. She viciously pierced a hole in the lightning film. Xianxia's lightning power was formidable, but the range covered by 80 cars was too large. The lightning energy he released in an instant was going to wrap around all the vehicles, causing his lightning energy to be pulled very thin. As for that Martial Saint first-layer woman, she was completely capable of condensing her attack onto a small dot and directly piercing through Xianxia's lightning power. Pooh! A pillar of spring water shot into the sky under high pressure. Xianxia quickly sent lightning power to fill the small hole. The 5-meter-tall man jumped into the air and bombarded the convoy. Large amounts of Dipper Chi spears were sprayed towards the convoy like a shower, each shot aimed at a bucket of water. "Damn bastard!" Xianxia roared. "I kindly provided you with spring water, but you actually repaid your kindness with vengeance. Quick! Protect the spring water!" Xianxia roared. The 300 clan armies simultaneously condensed their aura and enveloped the convoy. Xianxia floated up and went to deal with the 5 martial saints. He instantly condensed a large amount of lightning energy and shot towards the enemy with a 7-star finger of light. The power of this Tao-grade elementary finger was incredibly powerful, and coupled with the speed of light, it was incredibly powerful. This finger shot straight at the 5-meter-tall man. "Don't!" Li Huan shouted in shock, but it was already too late. The 5-meter-strong man had clearly experienced hundreds of battles. He did not know how powerful Xianxia's finger power was, but his sixth sense was a signal of threat. His reaction was extremely fast. When Xianxia pointed out, he had already begun to dodge, and he also slashed out a huge martial saint sword light with his backhand. Boom! The 7-star finger collided with the sword light, creating a massive explosion. A terrifying wave of Dipper Chi instantly engulfed the entire convoy. Xianxia, who was at the 5th level of the divine martial technique, had used the speed of light to attack, and he was already comparable to a martial saint. And how powerful were the two martial saints' destructive power against each other? The 300 Xiang clan soldiers were simply unable to withstand it. The astral chi shield that had been condensed by 300 people to protect the convoy had been destroyed. Large amounts of light blue spring water soared into the sky. These strange moon springs weren't burned into gas in this kind of shock wave. They were still in a liquid state. Shit, Xianxia's heart sank. He had forgotten about this. Their battlefield was too close to the convoy. The aftermath of the battle would directly threaten the spring water. Ha 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 ha! The 5-meter-tall man laughed loudly and shouted, "Let's go!" The 5 martial saints immediately turned into 5 afterimages and quickly left the scene. Xianxia didn't have time to chase after him, so he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and collect spring water." Everyone released their Dipper Chi together, forming a gigantic dipper balloon that contained the spring water that was sprinkled into the air. However, the explosion just now caused a lot of spring water to be directly smashed to the ground. It was already soaked in mud and could not be taken out. How much is left? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the spring water in the dipper balloon. His expression was extremely ugly. Li Huan frowns. "I'm afraid. There are only 30 cars left. This mission will probably be crippled. Not only will we not get a reward, we will also have to compensate the guild. The next time we deliver water, we will have to deliver it free of charge." Damn it! A martial artist fiercely waved his fist, his face ashen with anger. After 10 missions, each person would be rewarded with a low-grade Holy Spirit stone. 10 missions would take 5 months, and that would be nearly half a year. It took him half a year to obtain a low-grade Sacred Spirit stone, but after being ambushed this time, a month's worth of time was wasted. Because if this mission is crippled, it will be punished. The next mission will definitely be completed free of charge. Why? Xianxia said angrily. Why did those people suddenly attack? Could it be that they are the enemies of the Great Fire Guild? Li Huan sighed and said, "From their surprised expressions when they saw us, it is obvious that they did not expect to meet us. This means that they are not enemies of our guild. Their sudden attack was purely malicious. But I clearly helped them," Xianxia said. Li Huan smiled bitterly. "Boss, do you think there is righteousness in this kind of place? Just because you're a righteous person doesn't mean that others will do the same. If they can kill others, then there's a good chance that they will do it. These bastards." A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he said, "This isn't the end. Wait for me to leave. Let's go. Although the mission can't be completed satisfactorily, we still need to do what we need to do." Just as the convoy was about to set off, the bushes in front of them began to shake again. Damn it, Li Huan's heart skipped a beat and he said, "The battle just now must have attracted outsiders. It might even be." Before he could finish speaking, a strange-looking thing suddenly jumped out. "What the hell?" Xianxia cried out. It was a spider, but there were 3 heads on its back, facing outwards and arranged in a triangle. The spider's entire body was pitch black, and there were strange flame patterns on its body. The strangest thing about these flames was that they weren't actually burning flames, but were more like a part of the spider's body. In other words, these flames grew on its body. The patterns formed by the flames were very similar to ancient and rare inscription symbols. They should have a deeper meaning, but Xianxia couldn't understand them at all. Damn it! This is an eternal vicious beast. Li Huan roared. Quick! Everyone run! This is an eternal vicious beast at the 6th level of the divine realm. According to the minor 5th layer principle, This thing was equivalent to a martial saint second-layer human martial artist. Or perhaps only 106th level divine martial cultivators would have the right to escape in front of it. 100 people would flee in all directions, and one person would survive in the end. After learning a lesson, Xianxia immediately said, "Continue to maintain your dipper chi. Hurry up and move forward. I'll hold it off here. We must not let the battle destroy the remaining spring water." But Li Huan said, "Hurry up and go." Xianxia roared. Li Huan gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, follow me." Li Huan led the way and led the crowd to run wildly. The strange spider directly pounced towards Li Huan and the others, while Xiangxia's eyes flashed with a cold light as he charged forward and fiercely collided with the spider's body. Clang! Xianxia felt as if he had crashed into an incomparably strong iron block. It actually made such a dull sound. This time it actually broke Xiangxia's shoulder bone. However, the spider was finally knocked out. One man and one spider rolled into the grass. Xiangxia's reaction was extremely fast. The instant he landed, he quickly shot 3 7-star fingers at the spider. This kind of finger technique was too high-grade and consumed a lot of lightning energy. However, Xianxia had heard many times about the eternal vicious beast's prestige, so he didn't dare to take it lightly. The spider was even more ruthless. The instant it landed on the ground, it shot out in the opposite direction, directly widening the distance between it and Xianxia. It even dodged 3 7-star fingers. Battle consciousness. Xiangxia's heart sank. This damn thing could actually predict. The spider turned around, carrying 3 heads on its back. One of them aimed at Xianxia, and a strange black light shot out. "What is this thing?" Xianxia hastily dodged. That black light was not dipper chi, nor was it a demon chi, or the like. When it released this black light, the flame inscription on its body shone once. "Who?" Black light flashed, and Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw that everything in a straight line behind him had been pierced through. Trees, rocks, and so on were all pierced through a pitch-black cave entrance, from which Xianxia could see the distant sky. His Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. A divine martial realm martial artist could completely pierce through a straight line of obstacles, but they could not achieve such an effect as a spider. The tree had been pierced through a hole the size of a bowl, but no wood chips could be seen splashing about. There were even no cracks at the entrance of the hole. In other words, this was a perfect penetration. After a flame pierced through the object, there would definitely be traces of burning around the hole, and after a bolt of lightning pierced through the object, there would definitely be traces left behind. However, nothing remained of the spider's black light, except for the pitch-black hole. This was a product that perfectly condensed power. It wasn't highly condensed, nor was it extremely condensed, but rather perfectly condensed. There was not the slightest bit of power leaking out, nor was there any unnecessary waste. Perfect penetration. 100%. The spider turned around and shot another ray of black light at Xianxia. Xianxia had just dodged when he discovered that this black light had actually predicted his dodging location. Xianxia glided to the left and discovered that his gliding movement would catch up to him and be hit by the black light. However, when he discovered this situation, it was already too late. There was absolutely no time to change directions, so he could only forcefully take a bite. He had never attempted such an attack before. After hitting his body, there was no way to predict what kind of effect that black light would have. It was not dipper chi, and there was no way to predict what kind of effect it would have. Xianxia could only use his strongest defense and directly summon the Annihilation Shield. Thus, he had no choice but to open his Dream Dao. Pooh! After the black light struck the Annihilation Shield, both sides disappeared. Xianxia felt relieved. Fortunately, the Annihilation Shield could still be used against this so-called Eternal Vicious Beast. At the same time that Xianxia blocked the attack, a ray of lightning saber light counterattacked. The powerful lightning energy slashed out at the speed of light, and the blade light slashed fiercely onto the spider's body. However, this spider actually didn't dodge, forcefully taking a knife. This was completely different from the agile dodging it had shown before. Boom! The saber light struck the spider firmly, but the spider was completely unharmed. This Xiangnan's pupils shrank. Kid Xiangnan, this thing only dodges your 7-star finger, but it doesn't dodge the saber light. This means that it isn't afraid of your saber light. The big snake said. Xiangnan thought to himself, that would be troublesome. I can't use 7-star fingers every time I attack. This kind of finger power won't be used many times, and my lightning power will be exhausted. Just as he was speaking, a heartbreaking pain came from Xiangnan's shoulder. It was the broken shoulder bone. Sure enough, it didn't heal. Xiangnan didn't care about his injuries when he fought with others. He could heal quickly, but now, in the eternal secret realm, he knew that his fighting style had to change. Once you get hurt, you won't be able to heal. This time, the spider directly pounced towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan used his powerful battle consciousness to dodge the piercing attacks of his 2 sharp front legs and hit the spider with 7 stars of close range. The 7-star finger was a Dao-grade martial skill. Being able to unleash the Dao luck of a martial artist allowed Xiangnan to use the all-light speed 7-star finger without using the acceleration array. This was something that Xiangnan had accidentally discovered in later battles. The speed of light hit the spider at close range, but it only poked open a wound that was less than an inch long. So strong! Xiangnan's pupils contracted. The 7-star finger of light was able to pierce through even a martial saint level 1 martial artist at such a close distance. However, when dealing with this kind of spider, its power was greatly reduced. The spider's left front leg swiftly swept past like an afterimage. Xiangnan decisively retreated and dodged, but he was too close. The spider's speed was too fast. With a chi sound, a crack was directly torn open in Xiangnan's chest. Fresh blood immediately rolled out. What was even more troublesome was that this kind of wound could not heal and could only stop bleeding. Xiangnan quickly used lightning power to seal the wound. Since the wound could not be healed, his hematopoietic function would probably disappear as well. If he lost too much blood, he would faint. At this moment, the 3 heads on the spider's back suddenly spun rapidly. All 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out a black light. As the 3 heads rotated, the 3 rays of light turned into a wheel of light. Fuck! Xiangnan supported himself with his left hand and jumped out. 3 streaks of black light sliced into the ground where he was previously. A bottomless cut was immediately made on the surface. The spider itself also jumped into the air, its body rotating longitudinally, while the 3 heads on its back rotated horizontally. The 3 streaks of black light continuously rotated, and they were getting faster and faster, continued to accelerate. Damn it! Xiangnan jumped on the ground like a shadow elf. However, the spider's speed seemed to have no upper limit. It was actually accelerating. The 3 black light wheels shot out randomly, sweeping across at an astonishing speed, sweeping vertically, almost turning into a motherfucking indiscriminate attack. Xiangnan felt his scalp go numb, and this high-pressure battle had also triggered all of his battles. Normally, such high-intensity and high-frequency shots would have exceeded Xiangnan's reaction and would definitely have been hit. However, now that Xiangnan had entered a mysterious state, he had surpassed his standards. The spider turned into a black ball. It was no longer an afterimage. Its speed was so fast that it made one look like a motionless black sphere. The black light that shot out of the sphere also changed from light to a fan because of its fast speed. This is a kind of visual difference caused by vision. Xiangnan dodged quickly, his hands and feet constantly pressing down on the black light fan. It seemed to the naked eye that Xiangnan had touched the fan. However, in reality, the fan was just an illusion created by the speed. Xiangnan's light was still in the shape of a beam of light. Every time Xiangnan seemed to touch the fan, there was a difference of several millimeters, and he could not be hit. Annihilation shield. Xiangnan suddenly stopped, and an annihilation shield was erected. The black light beam swept past the annihilation shield and failed to penetrate it. Behind the annihilation shield, Xiangnan pointed at the spinning spider. Phaseless tribulation finger. In that instant, the spider went from crazy to sudden stop, and then from sudden stop to dodge. The black phaseless tribulation finger scratched the edge of the spider's body and shot out. It was empty. Its broken Xianxia's heart felt a chill run down his spine. The spider had dodged, while Xianxia himself had lost half of his cultivation realm. From the mid-divine martial 5th layer to the late divine martial 4th layer. Xianxia's reaction, speed, judgment speed, and all other qualities were all reduced by a single section due to the drop in his cultivation realm. This seemingly insignificant section was the key to death. The spider even launched a counterattack while dodging the tribulation-free finger. A black beam of light shot out, piercing through Xianxia's left shoulder. His left shoulder, which had been crushed, was now pierced into a hole and crippled on the spot. Can no longer be used in battle. Gemini Palm. Xianxia also went all out, directly using a terrifying mid-tier Dao grade martial skill. The twin palms. The two palms gathered together and instantly drew half of Xianxia's lightning power. A giant palm of light slammed towards the spider. The spider could predict dodging according to Xianxia's starting move. At this time, the speed of light attack would lose its absolute chance of hitting. However, a moment ago, the spider shot out a black beam of light towards Xianxia. It was also attacking, and it was very difficult to dodge the other party's attack. Gemini's palm struck the spider. Boom! A strong light illuminated the sky, and the spider was sent flying on the spot. Yes! Xianxia was overjoyed. When the word lie was still floating in the air, the sound of the word lie was still lingering in the air. A shadow of death enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia had no idea what had happened, but he subconsciously dodged it once. It was this evasion that allowed him to escape. In the direction where the spider was slapped away, a black beam of light shot over and passed through Xianxia's armpit. It was very dangerous. That thing is still alive. Xianxia was shocked. Those were Gemini palms. Intermediate Dao grade Gemini palms. He was actually unable to kill the spider with a single palm strike. Whoosh! A black object jumped into the sky from afar. It was the spider. After the spider ascended into the sky, it made a break and shot back towards Xianxia. Quick! Too fast. During the charge, the spider maintained an extremely high speed, turning it into a black ball. Xianxia cursed and hurriedly dodged, but it was already too late. The spider directly hit Xianxia from a distance. He crashed into Xianxia's left shoulder on the spot. Xianxia was knocked flying, his entire left arm fractured and his head buzzing. He felt the world spin. His entire body was rolling around on the ground. The huge impact caused his vision to become blurry. The thing in front of him had turned into a dazed shadow. The buzzing bees in his ears kept ringing, disturbing his thoughts. He didn't know how many giant trees he had broken and how many mountain peaks he had collapsed. However, his entire body turned into a shadow and was knocked off a long and distant distance. Dream! Descend! Xianxia gritted his teeth and decisively released his dream body. Due to the failure of the phaseless tribulation finger, his true body realm had fallen. Now, he could only use the late divine martial realm of the dream body to fight against the spider. As the dream body descended, Xianxia returned to his peak state. Before he could stop flying backwards, there was another boom. The spider had already caught up and smashed into Xianxia's body twice. At the same time, a black ray was emitted from the human head and mouth on his back. The instant Xianxia was struck, he used his terrifying reaction force to slap the spider with his right hand and adjust the direction of his rotation, allowing the ray to brush past his neck. At this time, Xianxia saw that the twin palms weren't useless. It had indeed injured the spider. The 8-legged spider had lost 5 of its legs, so it should have been shattered by a pair of palms. However, with its 3 legs it still moved nimbly. This thing is too powerful. It was the most difficult opponent that Xianxia had ever encountered at the same realm. Xianxia had encountered many experts, and many of them were capable of forcing him into a desperate situation. However, those people were generally much higher than Xianxia. Only the spider, at the 6th level of the divine martial arts, was able to defeat Xianxia, who was at the 5th level of the divine martial arts in a sorry state. This was the 3rd time the spider had crashed into him. Xianxia no longer had time to use any defensive martial skills. In the face of danger, He could only use his dead horse as a living horse doctor and directly use his giant saber to block it. This kind of behavior was extremely dangerous. The giant saber could block the enemy's attack, but it could not block the inertia of power. Pong! The spider directly collided with the blade. This time, the giant saber was knocked out and flew away. It turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the distant horizon. Xianxia, on the other hand, was struck by the inertia of his strength, causing him to fall out again. He felt his internal organs tumble, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia sighed in his heart. I'm certain that he will die now. Perhaps the spider's next collision had already arrived. However, after Xianxia desperately landed on the ground and adjusted his posture, the spider still hadn't chased after him. What? Xianxia dragged his exhausted body and slowly flew over. He was stunned by this sight. The spider's front face was actually sliced open. Coincidence? What a coincidence! The instant Xianxia's saber collided with the spider, it was aimed at the spider's front face. What was even more shocking was that the spider that could not even kill its twin palms was actually cut open after it took the initiative to hit the blade. Nether silver. Xianxia was shocked. They said that the nether metal has a restraining effect on eternal vicious beasts, but they didn't expect it to be so big. The big snake was also very surprised. Isn't this too restrained? Previously, you used almost all of the strongest methods you could, but you failed to get rid of it. Now you actually chopped it with a single saber. Xianxia was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. His expert's right hand said, "Knife!" The saber spirit responded to Xianxia's summons and immediately transformed into a streak of black light that flew over from afar. With a clanging sound of meditation, the hilt of the saber automatically fell into Xianxia's hand. Let's see if there are any Holy Spirit stones in its body. Xianxia wanted to dig with a huge saber. The big snake hurriedly said, "Try it with your hands first and see how strong its defense is." Xianxia put down the huge saber, wrapped the lightning energy around his palm, and tore the spider's body apart with his bare hands. However, he found that he couldn't tear it apart at all. This spider's physical defense was a bit heaven-defying. Xianxia circulated the lightning power again, rotating the lightning power at the speed of sublight and cutting it. This showed that the second light cut could still cut through the spider's defenses. Although it was very slow, it could only cut in half an inch per second. But in battle, how could that spider be so stupid as to stay where it was and let Xianxia cut it bit by bit? This move was not practical in battle. Xianxia shook his head and switched to the giant saber to cut. It turned out that it was also very difficult. Although nether metal had restraint against eternal vicious beasts, it was not something that could be easily cut open. The reason the spider was cut in half by the blade was because it had collided with the blade with a terrifying impact. When Xianxia used his saber to cut, it was like how difficult it was for an ordinary person to chop a stone with an axe. Splitting can still be done, but it's not easy. Xianxia circulated his lightning power to increase his own strength. After a while, he finally cut the spider into 8 pieces. From the spider's stomach, a crystal stone rolled out. My God! This is... Xianxia grabbed the crystal stone in his hand and hastily flipped out a map. This map was obtained from the guild. It recorded the introduction of the most common spirit herbs and other treasures in the Eternal Forest. The Holy Spirit Stone was also among them. Xianxia was holding onto the map, and when he compared it with the map, he discovered that it was actually an intermediate-grade Saint Spirit Stone. Isn't this luck too good? Xianxia simply couldn't believe his eyes. Holy Spirit Stones were extremely difficult to obtain. It was considered lucky that 10 ferocious beasts were able to dig out a defective Holy Spirit Stone from their bodies. Not only did Xianxia dig it up, he was also an intermediary. This was the only intermediate-grade Saint Spirit Stone that could be exchanged for 10 inferior-grade Saint Spirit Stones. With this intermediate-grade Sacred Spirit Stone, you can directly upgrade to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Arts. Ah? Wait, something's wrong. This thing doesn't seem to be dead. The big snake suddenly added. What? Xianxia was so frightened that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He stared at the spider vigilantly and said, "Not dead? But I think it is already dead." The serpent said, "It really isn't dead. It still has life force in its body." Xianxia said, "I've already shredded it into 8 pieces. Isn't it possible that I'm still alive? Don't you trust my judgment? I'm very sensitive to life force. This thing isn't dead, and I can feel it slowly coming back to life. Damn it. I don't believe it." Xianxia circulated his astral chi and was about to hack at the spider. "Wait," the serpent hurriedly said. "Don't chop. Try using your dream body to see if you can absorb its cultivation. This thing is similar to a martial artist. It also has a clear martial Dao realm. Can it work?" Xianxia squatted down and released his dream body alone. The dream body circulated the nether ghost technique and then placed its palm against the spider's abdomen. With a breath, he actually discovered that there was an endless stream of cultivation that was teleported in. "My God! You really can absorb it." Xianxia was stunned. He pressed down on the spider and sucked it all the way, eventually sucking all of the spider's cultivation into his dream body. Nether ghost stage, every 5 people he absorbed would be able to increase his cultivation by a small realm. As for Xianxia's dream body, it happened to be at the late divine martial 5th stage. After absorbing this spider, he had just reached the 6th stage of the divine martial 6th stage. So fierce beasts can also absorb it. This unexpected discovery made Xianxia overjoyed. There were many restrictions on absorbing martial artists. The first thing to do was to capture a martial artist alive. If they were killed, they would no longer be able to absorb them. But in battle, how could they keep 100% of them alive? Moreover, the enemy still has helpers. If you absorb it here, others will attack you. However, the eternal beast was different. This after-death thing wasn't truly dead, but could still be absorbed. Big discovery. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. His eyes moved and he hurriedly said, "Is it dead now?" The serpent sensed it for a moment and said, "It's still alive. I think it might be revived once the 10-day reproduction period has arrived. Then, after its resurrection, will it still have a realm?" Xianxia said thoughtfully, "If its realm can also be restored, then wouldn't I be able to?" No? Xianxia shook his head. Originally, he wanted to say if he could feed this spider. As long as it was revived, he would absorb it once. However, Xianxia thought of the problem. The nether ghost stage had to absorb something higher than his own realm. However, his dream body was already at the 6th level of the divine martial arts, the same as the spider realm. What if it was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts? Xianxia made a hypothesis, but his conclusion was still not optimistic. If it was at the 7th level of the divine martial arts, then he would not be able to bring it out of the eternal mysterious land. This was the characteristic of eternal vicious beasts. If they were brought out, they would automatically disappear and reappear from the mysterious land. Secondly, since this thing isn't dead, then you can't put it in the storage ring. You can't carry it on your back at any time. If it suddenly came to life with its strength, it could directly sneak attack and instantly kill itself. Everything here is too strange. It's better to leave this place first. Xianxia looked around, afraid of attracting other ferocious beasts, so he hurriedly returned to his original path. Fortunately, the place where they had fought before had left behind a large amount of ruins. Now, they could rely on the ruins to return to the transportation route. "I have to take this back to exchange for it." Xianxia weighed the intermediate Holy Spirit stone in his hand and casually put it into his storage ring. Simply absorbing an intermediate grade Saint Spirit stone would allow him to quickly advance to the 6th level of the divine realm, but that would be a waste. At this moment, he only needed to absorb 6 inferior grade Saint Spirit stones to increase his cultivation realm, and 4 of them would be wasted. It was best to exchange it for 10 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. Xianxia quickly caught up with Li Huan and the others according to his original route. Everyone was frowning, but when they saw Xianxia return, they all cheered excitedly. "Boss, did you really kill that divine martial 6th layer ferocious beast?" Li Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that this was true. "Yes." Xiangnan looked at his crippled left arm and said, "However, I paid a heavy price." A subordinate beside him exclaimed in shock, "This is too unbelievable. Even if a Martial Saint second layer expert encounters that spider, their fate will be mixed. You actually managed to kill it at the 5th level of the Divine Martial stage." Xiangnan said, "I killed him, but I got something." When Xiangnan took out the intermediate Holy Spirit stone, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Ali Huan was stunned. He touched the Sacred Spirit stone in a daze and said, "Intermediate Sacred Spirit stone. This item can be exchanged for 10 low-grade Sacred Spirit stones. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time." Xiangnan said, "That's what I think. Since you've already followed me, then the benefits I get should be shared equally with you. However, my current realm is too low. I think I'll use 6 of the 10 inferior grade Holy Spirit stones to increase my realm. I'll leave the remaining 4 to you. What do you think?" Li Huan hurriedly said, "There's no need to discuss this matter. You must be the main one. Besides, you killed the spider yourself. We didn't help at all." Another martial artist said, "We don't want a single one. As long as boss reaches your realm, isn't it easy for you to kill more eternal vicious beasts with your strength? The more powerful you are, the more Holy Spirit stones you will get. At that time, we will only be able to get more, won't we?" Xiangnan smiled. It was all right. These people weren't short-sighted. "All right then, I'll keep it for now." Xiangnan put the Holy Spirit stones into his storage ring and said, "I'll give you more Holy Spirit stones in the future. Right now, the most important thing for me is to raise my cultivation level. My cultivation level is too low. In the entire team, the average realm was at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Arts. Only Xiangnan, who was the boss, held back. It was indeed not very glorious. With the harvest, everyone forgot about the unpleasantness they had encountered before. The troop accelerated forward, heading straight for the ball of Dipper Chi. Doing so was very risky. A ball of astral chi condensed into a ball that could move forward in the air at any time. This kind of behavior could attract not only eternal vicious beasts, but also human martial artists as well. But now they had no other choice but to proceed cautiously. Fortunately, they were lucky this time and didn't encounter any other martial artists. 2 days later, the team arrived at the second safe city and divided the Moon Spring water. Their remaining Moon Spring water could only be filled with 30 cars, so they allocated 15 cars to the second safe city, letting them use them first. There would be other convoys coming later. After putting it down, he headed towards the third safe city. The mission target was 5 safety cities. Since they had lost 50 carts of spring water, they could only distribute 3 safety cities. This was considered a failure of the mission. Fortunately, the second safety city did not have an accident like the first. The spring water here could be used for a few more days and could be circulated for a while. 3 days later, Xiangnan and the others arrived at the third safety city and unloaded the 15 carts of spring water. It was also on this day that they saw the miraculous scene of the eternal forest being reconstructed. On this day, a small number of martial artists flew over the city to look at the jungle outside. More martial artists were no longer surprised and did not come to join the fun. Xiangnan and the others also flew up and looked into the distance. Through the light screen, he saw the vast forest outside. Time slowly passed, and the 10-day limit finally arrived. At that moment, the entire forest outside the city was enveloped by a thick layer of white mist, and nothing could be seen clearly. This white mist lasted for an entire day. After the white mist dissipated, everything outside changed. A brand new and unfamiliar environment came into view. A surging river flew horizontally across Safe City. "This is too peculiar," Xianxia said. "Before, there was no such river. It actually appeared like this for no reason." Li Huan said to Xiangnan, "Right now, the time coordinates on the road have entered a weak state. The next round of large-scale reproduction will be able to wash away all the time coordinates. We must return within 10 days and repair all the time coordinates on the road. As for the other time coordinates, it will be repaired by the other convoys." "Well, that would be much easier. At the very least, you can put on a light armor and not worry about the spring being robbed. At this point, a cold light flashed in Xiangnan's eyes. Li Huan also sneered. It's time for those bastards to pay a price. The thick fog was still dissipating, so he couldn't go on the road for the time being. Xiangnan and the others returned to the city and found the busiest restaurant. The existence of the eternal secret realm, which was on the verge of death, made every martial artist in danger. Everyone was still gathered here today, and tomorrow, they might die on their own side. Therefore, everyone valued enjoyment very much. Could be said that they had wine today and were drunk today. Wine was an indispensable companion for martial artists. The restaurant was huge, with a total of 10 floors. Each floor could accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. Xiangnan and the others sat on the 10th floor and called over 300 jars of fine wine. Just as Li Huan said, all those who came to the sacred domain were martial artists, but not everyone rushed towards the eternal secret realm. A large number of martial artists came to the sacred domain to do business. Most of them stayed in the human world outside the secret realm. There were also some who took risks to earn money, and even came to Safe City to do business. There were many different currencies available here. Sacred spirit stones, spirit herbs, equipment refining materials, and pills could all be used to buy things. Obviously, gold coins were already worthless here, and no one would want such a thing. Xiangnan didn't have much property on him, but Li Huan and the others had quite a bit. Each person's storage ring contained a large amount of scattered artifact forging materials, as well as spirit herbs of various grades. In a dangerous area like Safe City, prices were naturally astonishingly high. The martial artists who were doing business brought the fine wine here. Just the adventurous transportation project along the way was not small. Although the price was high, it was still barely worth it. The wine Xiangnan drank here came from different planes and styles. From the fiercest, the one who drank a mouthful of fire, to the mellow, the one who drank a mouthful of wine that was full of afterfragrance. Everything was available. Xiangnan gulped down a lot of food and drunk a lot of meat, venting his suppressed emotions over the past few days. At this time, a man with a gloomy expression and a broken arm walked over and said to Xiangnan, "Friend, can you give me a sip of wine?" Xiangnan looked at the man and saw that his entire body was injured. Half of his left arm was broken, and he was held in his hand with a look of indifference. "Get lost!" In the Xiang clan's army, a martial artist scolded, "If you want to drink wine, buy it yourself. Do you know how many spiritual herbs we used to exchange for it?" The man nodded, turned around and left, his back somewhat lonely. Xiangnan smiled and caught up with the martial artist in 2 steps. He placed a jar of fine wine in the martial artist's embrace and said, "This is for you." The martial artist looked at Xiangnan gratefully and said, "Thank you." This person didn't say much and was very silent. When Xiangnan returned to the table, the subordinate said, "Boss, why are you always so kind to others? Have you forgotten how they dealt with us when we gave them moon spring water?" Xiangnan said, "Of course I haven't forgotten, but that's not an excuse to be hard-hearted. It's always good to be kind to others. If others repay their kindness with vengeance, then we should also draw our sabers and face each other. We won't let go of any of the ones we should kill." Xiangnan gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor and wiped the corner of his mouth. Being a martial artist, it's not easy to survive until now. If you can bring a hand to help, then try your best to help. That subordinate was originally quite domineering, but hearing Xiangnan's words, he also touched the soft spot in his heart. It was not easy for martial artists to survive until now. They were deeply touched by this sentence. For a time, everyone was filled with worries. After a while, the man returned with the empty wine jar in his arms. Xiangnan smiled and said, "Why, aren't you drinking enough? I still have another jar here." The man smiled at Xiangnan, put down the empty wine jar, and then impolitely hugged a full jar. Before leaving, he said to Xiangnan, "I remember you." The fog outside dissipated, and Xiangnan and the others immediately set off to return to the human world. The journey was smooth, and there were no more dangers. After repairing the time coordinates, They left the secret realm and returned to Moon City. Unexpectedly, the female guild leader of the Great Fire Guild did not lose her temper or even react when she learned that the mission had failed. She simply flipped through the mission record and drew a note on it, saying, "This mission has failed. The next transportation mission will not be rewarded." There were also many people who came to hand over missions. Some of them were convoys while others were doing other missions directly. All of them stood by the side and waited. Xianxia asked, "Which guild is the one with the tulip emblem?" The woman looked up at Xianxia and said, "They are called the Tulip Guild. They are only 3 blocks away from here. They are quite close." "What, are you looking for them for something? Did they rob our convoy?" Xianxia said, "Then you don't have to worry about it. This is a personal grudge." After inquiring about the other party's information, Xianxia went to the exchange hall to exchange for intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones. "What? 9? Xianxia frowned and asked curiously at the exchange window, "Isn't it an intermediate-grade sacred spirit stone that can be exchanged for 10 low-grade sacred spirit stones?" The staff member did not raise his head and lazily said, "One is to exchange for a reward. If you want to exchange it, then change it. If you don't, then make way. There are still others waiting to exchange it." "It's really dark." Xianxia was helpless and could only choose to exchange. He had no other choice. To exchange for sacred spirit stones, one had to look at one's background. Firstly, there must be enough low-grade sacred spirit stones in the exchange hall of the Great Fire Guild. After Xianxia returned with the Holy Spirit Stone, Li Huan and the others felt that it was too dark. Li Huan said, "Regular guilds don't collect remuneration. Only this kind of little guild is so black-hearted." That's what he said. But when Xianxia thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his flesh because he had lost an inferior-grade Saint Spirit Stone for no reason. That was a low-grade sacred spirit stone. A martial artist of a convoy had to work for 5 months to ensure that every mission was successfully completed before he could receive a reward of a low-grade Holy Spirit Stone. 5 months. After 5 months of hard work, the guild was so greedy. Xianxia put away the sacred spirit stones and said to Li Huan, "You guys rest for a while. I'll find a place to absorb the sacred spirit stones. Once my cultivation level rises, I'll be ready to go to the Tulip Guild." "Fuck them." Many of his subordinates cheered excitedly. Xianxia had rented a secret room in the Great Fire Guild. This secret room was provided to the members of the guild free of charge. Of course, only members who did missions were qualified to use it. Those who did not take missions all day and lived in idle days did not have any qualifications to enjoy the treatment of the guild. Xianxia sat in the secret room, took a deep breath, and placed the 6 low-grade Holy Spirit stones on the ground. He held a piece in his hand and began to absorb it. The surging, expensive spiritual chi continued to flow into his body. His cultivation base had also begun to increase. In less than a month after opening the sacred domain, he had obtained an intermediate-grade sacred spirit stone. This was something that the other martial artists did not even dare to dream of. After the 6 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones had been absorbed, with a loud explosion, a strong light shot straight towards the dome. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the secret room, doing his final move. Above the dome of the secret room, patches of colorful clouds were floating. This was a phenomenon of a higher realm. Divine Martial 6th Layer. Xianxia calculated and shook his head helplessly. The reason for that was because the 5th level of the Divine Martial technique already had a foundation, so he only needed to absorb another 6 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones to upgrade to the 6th level of the Divine Martial technique. But now that he was in the early 6th level of the Divine Martial stage, he needed 32 low-grade Holy Spirit Stones to reach the 7th level of the Divine Martial stage, so he would need 64 when he reached the 8th level of the 7th level of the Divine Martial stage. Looking at the remaining 4 inferior-grade Sacred Spirit Stones, Xianxia felt extremely pressured. Fortunately, he did not plan to continue with the transportation mission. This time, the transportation mission was only to familiarize himself with the Eternal Mystery Land. After that, he immediately went on a free mission. However, he still couldn't swallow a mouthful of anger in his heart. Since his realm had risen, then the hatred from before should also be repaid. How's it going, boss? Li Huan and the others immediately surrounded him and asked expectantly. Xianxia nodded his head and said, I encountered a big bug in the universe before and obtained some benefits from it. This time, I only used 6 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones to reach the 6th level of the divine martial arts. Hearing this, Li Huan and the others' eyes immediately lit up and their confidence doubled. One of his subordinates said excitedly, when Bai Wudao is at the 6th level of the divine martial arts, he can kill a martial saint level 1 expert. Boss and Bai Wudao are at the same level. We can go take revenge now. The 300+ people left the Great Fire Guild and headed towards the Tulip Guild 3 blocks away. When the members of the Fire Guild saw this scene, they chased after him and asked about it. Xianxia liked to settle private matters, but his subordinates did not have such a habit. If someone came to ask, they would just say it. Unexpectedly, the moment this news spread out, it attracted a large number of members of the Great Fire Guild. Some of them were at the 5th level of the divine martial arts or above, and some were even at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. They all followed with indignation. Damn it! Isn't this the first time that those bastards from the Tulip Guild are looking for trouble with us? Let's go take a look. This group of guild members were a mix of fish and dragons, so they might not be able to do their missions efficiently, but once they encountered a fight that caused trouble, they would be extremely positive. Xianxia walked at the front and noticed the situation behind him, but he didn't say anything else. The Tulip Guild was one of the many small treaty guilds. It was about the same size as the Big Fire Guild, and it was also very close to the guild. There would inevitably be friction between the two guilds. Sometimes they would even do the same tasks. That would make it easier for conflicts to arise. Today, the two guilds were about to reach a point where fire and water were incompatible. A group of over 1,000 people arrived at the entrance of the Tulip Guild. When the Tulip Guild saw this scene, they immediately gathered a large number of people and confronted Xianxia and the others at the entrance. The martial artists who came and went were immediately attracted to the scene and floated in the sky to watch the fun. Him! A strong man from the Tulip Guild stepped forward and shouted, Little brats of the Big Fire Guild, who gave you the guts to cause trouble in our guild? Do you think you've lived too long? As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Great Fire Guild began to curse. The two sides were about to start fighting. Xianxia, however, did not move. He just quietly looked at the door of the guild. He did not know what the names of the 5 people were, but he knew that they would definitely come out. Sure enough, as the two sides were cursing each other, a swaying man walked out. It was the person who ambushed Xianxia in the secret realm. Who do I think I am? So it's you guys who deliver water. The burly man burst into laughter the moment he saw Xianxia. At this moment, the members of the Great Fire Guild were also stunned. Originally, they thought that the opponent Xianxia was looking for was also a 5th or 6th level divine martial artist, but they didn't expect that he was actually a 1st level martial saint expert. In this way, the aura of the Great Fire Guild immediately decreased by a few points, and they felt guilty. Although a large group of people came together to cause trouble, the main battle was still between Xianxia and his enemies. If Xianxia was defeated, wouldn't the Great Fire Guild be embarrassed to the point of being thrown home? A member of the Great Fire Guild walked over and whispered in Xianxia's ear, Did you not recognize the wrong person? Is it really him? This person was a martial saint, but he didn't have much confidence in speaking. Xianxia nodded. It's him. I know him when he turns into ashes. The martial sage of the Great Fire Guild frowned and said, You are too reckless. With your 6th level of divine martial arts, you actually want to cause trouble for the martial sage. The 5-meter-tall man had already walked over. He hugged his shoulders and looked down at Xianxia arrogantly. What? Did you think that you would be able to regain your face if you brought too many people? He said arrogantly. Brat, do you want to fight alone or in groups? Choose for yourself. I'll play with you to the end. The tulip warriors laughed sinisterly one after another. Some of them had already started rubbing their fists, preparing to teach Xianxia a lesson. The martial sage beside Xianxia whispered in his ear, You're too reckless this time, but since you've already come, There's no reason to retreat. This is the only way. You must persevere for more than 10 seconds. Even if you die, you must still resist for 10 seconds before you die. Do you understand? In these 10 seconds, we will think of a way to beat back the Tulip Guild martial artists. Otherwise, we will lose face. No need. Xianxia waved his hand directly. He pointed at the 5-meter-tall man in front of him and said, "This is a personal grudge between me and him. I will fight him one-on-one." The scene fell silent. Even the people from the Tulip Guild stopped laughing. They all looked at Xianxia like fools. The martial sage of the Great Fire Guild shook his head and said, "Damn, we're here to cheer for you, so you're actually an idiot. You really came to the wrong place this time." The 5-meter-tall man stared at Xianxia and asked curiously, "Since you want to fight one-on-one, but you brought so many people here, I thought you wanted to fight in groups, but it doesn't matter anymore. Bring your horse over. With you." Pong! Xianxia waved his arm, and before the strong man could finish speaking, he directly smashed him to the ground. The sturdy man rolled more than 10 times in a row, bouncing and knocking over a group of people before stopping. Everyone's mouths turned into an O shape as they looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia rubbed his fists and said, "In the secret realm, I speak righteousness and give you Moon's spring water free of charge, but you repay me with kindness and destroy 50 carts of spring water. This beam has been formed. I'll find you to escape back to the scene today." The 5-meter-tall man jumped up. He was knocked over by Xianxia's punch in public. He really didn't have any face. He roared angrily, "Little bastard, did I give you face? I will cripple you today." The sturdy man drew out a broadsword that was nearly 10 meters wide and slashed towards Xianxia. A hand suddenly stretched out. Buzz! That enormous sword light was actually caught by Xianxia with his bare hands. Moreover, he only used his left hand. "This? Are you kidding me?" The sturdy man was stunned. The sword light was like a dying snake, constantly trembling in Xianxia's palm. As for Xianxia's left hand, it was wrapped in dazzling lightning, preventing the sword light from advancing in the slightest. Xianxia tilted his head and slammed the sword light onto the ground. With a loud explosion, the sword light was actually smashed to the ground by Xianxia. To be honest, this sturdy man's cultivation level wasn't high. Not only could he not compare to the disciples of the supersects of the Six Emperors' world, he could not even compare to the qualities of those subordinates of Xianxia's. He was only relying on his high cultivation level. However, how could Xianxia's pure lightning power, White Tiger Divine Pill, and Dao grade martial skills be considered vegetarian? "Brat, what kind of evil weapon are you hiding? Show it. Don't be afraid and shrink back." The sturdy man looked around and found that everyone was wearing shocked expressions. He felt even more aggrieved in his heart. Xianxia rubbed his wrist and said coldly, "This grudge is your own fault. I will not show mercy. Call out your other 4 accomplices together. I'll challenge the 5 of you by myself. Stop him. Follow me." The sturdy man jumped up and a giant phantom gorilla suddenly appeared behind him. He roared, "It's just that he caught an ordinary sword light from me and forgot his surname. Take my attack." The giant phantom of the gorilla instantly shrank into the body of the strong man, causing the strong man to look dazed and possess a layer of gorilla-like silhouette. As expected, the large sword he waved was accompanied by a sharp aura. Before the giant sword fell, a violent gust of wind rose. Even the martial saints of the Great Fire Guild were blown back. This sword strike was bound to be extremely powerful. Even martial saint level 1 experts didn't dare to pick it up easily. However, Xianxia's next move completely angered the strong man. Xianxia only raised his left hand. "You're courting death." The burly man's giant sword slashed down, clearly aiming for Xianxia's death with a single slash. The 6th level of the divine martial arts is 5 times more powerful than the lightning energy from before. I wonder where the limit of this new realm is. Today is the perfect day to try water. Xianxia muttered to himself as he moved his left hand forward. Zhang! The giant sword unbiased sliced into Xianxia's tiger's mouth. At this moment, Tyrannical lightning suddenly burst out from Xiangnan's palm, and dense and fierce lightning shot out crazily. Xiangnan's feet sunk into the ground with a loud boom, shaking out 2 lightning rings. However, the giant sword was actually unable to continue descending. It was wrapped in dense lightning, unable to even cut through the flesh and blood in Xiangnan's palm. "Is that all you can do?" Xiangnan placed his right hand behind his back and pressed down with his left hand. Xiangnan bent down slightly and pressed the giant sword onto the ground. The 5-meter-tall man struggled desperately, but he was unable to pull out the giant sword. What kind of ghost power? The other members of the Tulip Guild were all shocked and paled in shock. "It's my turn." Under the sturdy man's shocked gaze, Xiangnan finally took out his right hand. His right hand spread out its 5 fingers, and tyrannical electric arcs wrapped around his 5 fingers. The moment he clenched his right hand into a fist, the entire right hand released a loud bang, and all the arcs condensed into an electric fist. "Azure Dragon, go out to sea." Xiangnan used the Azure Dragon's charge out of the sea as a start, and with a large charge, he smashed his right fist firmly onto the burly man's chest. This lightning punch directly exploded the sturdy man's defensive aura. After shattering the defensive aura, it struck the sturdy man's chest skin. Crack! A bolt of lightning burst out from the burly man's chest. He flew backwards and his chest collapsed. The huge body violently smashed into the tulip's front door, forcefully breaking 2 of the pillars in front of the door. Rumble! The burly man landed on the ground and was crushed by the broken pillars. On the ruins, there were still a small amount of residual electric arcs shining with crackling sounds. Lightning Meridian martial skill. The martial artists on both sides took a deep breath. This Li Huan and the others were shocked again. It wasn't just them. Even Xiangnan hadn't expected that he would be so strong now. Previously, he had always fought against people at the Bai Wudao and Supersect Disciples level, and his advantage was still there, but it was definitely not so obvious. Only now did he realize that his strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. The 6 Emperors world was originally the strongest in martial arts, and Xiangnan was someone who could run rampant in the 6 Emperors world for a long time. The Saint Realm martial artists, especially the martial artists of these small guilds, had never seen such an astonishing level of gold. "You're courting death." With a furious reprimand, the tall woman and the other 3 members finally appeared. The 4 of them rushed towards Xiangnan at the same time, hacking out a sharp sword light. Xiangnan's confidence doubled and he said, "That day in the secret realm, in order to protect the spring water, I wasn't able to fight you seriously. Now is a good opportunity." Xiangnan raised his right hand high into the air, and the giant saber soared into the sky. He jumped up and grabbed the huge saber in his hand, followed by a large longitudinal chop. A huge crescent bolt of lightning whistled past. The lightning saber light forcefully crushed the 4 strands of astral energy sword light, shattering them into pieces. After Xiangnan finished his attack, he landed on the ground while bowing forward and stomping on the ground. The tyrannical lightning was smashed to the ground with a heavy foot. With a boom, a large ring of lightning exploded, sending the 4 martial saints back at the same time. Following that, Xiangnan took a horse stance and placed his huge saber horizontally on his waist. He took a deep breath. Drawing saber slash, a round of broad saber light that was about to reach the full moon was cut out. As the 4 martial artists tumbled in a sorry state, they hurriedly condensed their astral chi together. However, the astral chi shield had only just taken shape when it was slashed down by the saber. The remaining blade light still struck them, almost cutting the 4 martial saints at the waist. Only half of their bodies were still adhered to each other. The 4 martial artists vomited blood at the same time. The tall woman's face was pale as she said, Quickly use your martial skill to defend." At this moment, the burly man also crawled out of the ruins. The 5 of them lined up and operated the same defensive martial skill together. Above the heads of the 5 of them, a phantom of a hexagonal shield appeared. The 5 of them condensed their dipper chi together, and in the form of martial skills, they also condensed a solid hexagonal dipper chi shield. I haven't used a martial skill yet. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he stretched out his right hand, sending out an instant 7-star finger. Pooh! The tyrannical finger force easily pierced through the hexagonal dipper chi shield. A hole was pierced through it. The finger force continued to advance, instantly piercing through the chest of the sturdy man, and then pierced through the chest of the tall woman behind him, as well as the chests of the third, fourth, and fifth person behind him. The bodies of the 5 people stiffened and they slowly collapsed to the ground. Xianxia put away his saber and said casually, "Not a single one of them can fight." The martial artists on both sides were stunned. They were originally here to prepare for a group battle, but they were so shocked by Xianxia's martial skills that they even forgot to engage in a chaotic battle. Xianxia said, "From today onwards, your Tulip Guild cannot touch the convoy of the Great Fire Guild. If you touch it once, I will hit you once. Let's go." With that, Xianxia swung his sleeve and left. The eyes of the 300 Xiang clan soldiers lit up as they laughed sinisterly at the Tulip Guild and hurriedly chased after Xianxia. Galu, the Great Fire Guild, the martial sage who wanted to help Xianxia before, swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, "My God, our guild seems to have accidentally recruited an incredible fellow." In the crowd, there was a handsome man who had been paying attention to Xianxia. After the battle was over, Xianxia returned to the Great Fire Guild, and the man quietly followed. On the way back to the guild, Xianxia had been thinking about a question. Coincidentally, Li Huan also leaned over and asked Xianxia, "Boss, are we really going to be a convoy? Although it's safer this way, it's still too inefficient. We came to the Saint Realm with a dream in mind. We are here to do something big." Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm also thinking about this. I was thinking that we might be able to rent a coordinate route to do our own missions or hunt down eternal vicious beasts freely now. But after all, our first mission failed. We have to repay the Fire Guild. That's what I think. You 300 people will continue to stay here. Half a month later, you will go on the second transportation mission and pay off the debts you owed last time. During this period of time, I'll rent a route by myself. Let's go try the water first." Li Huan said, "That's a good idea, but I suggest you move freely instead of doing missions." Xianxia said, "Why?" Li Huan said, "Although the safety factor is higher, the reward is not optimistic. Usually, those who have confidence in their own strength will choose to hunt freely, while those who do not have confidence in their own strength will choose missions." "Then let's do it," Xianxia said. The group returned to the guild and went to the mission hall. There were many people in the small guild's mission hall, and tens of thousands of people were squeezed inside. Xianxia noticed that most of the people wore clothes without the emblem of the Great Fire Guild. He understood the reason after a brief inquiry. The coordinates of the guild could also be rented to people outside the guild in order to earn more rent. So it can be rented to outsiders. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought, and a wisp of spiritual light flashed through his mind. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the window in the northeast corner. Someone seemed to be cursing the streets. Xianxia was curious and went over to take a look. A tall and sturdy giant clan was arguing with the window staff. The giant roared, "Why don't you let me do the quest? I paid the rent innocently, but why didn't you open the quest to me?" The staff member was a shy woman. She said, "Sorry guests, you can only rent the right to use this route, but you can't do the corresponding tasks on this route." "Why?" The giant race became more and more irritated. He smashed down on the counter and said, "If you don't do the quest, why would I rent this route? Could it be for free hunting? Who knows if I'll encounter a vicious beast within 10 days? If I encounter a powerful beast, wouldn't this daddy be on the verge of death?" The staff patiently explained, "The mission is only open to our members. If you want to accept the mission, you can join our Great Fire Guild." The giant race asked curiously, "Is joining a guild troublesome?" The staff member said, "It's not troublesome. However, after becoming a member of the guild, the reward you receive for your mission must be 30 to 70% of the guild's." As soon as he said this, the giant's eyes widened and he said, "Why don't you just go steal it?" It seemed that this giant race fellow had only just arrived in the sacred domain, so he didn't know much about many things. It was safer and safer to do missions, but the reward would be 70% of the guild's points. Freedom hunting was extremely dangerous, but it was a high-paying and high-rewarding process. All the items he obtained were his own. Xianxia knew how dangerous it was to hunt freely. He had personally fought with a 6th-level divine martial beast. He knew that once an ordinary martial artist encountered a beast with a similar cultivation realm, they would die. Basically, there was no way to survive. Therefore, most people were more willing to do missions, even if their harvests were pitiful. At this time, a voice from the side said to Xianxia, Cho, come. Xianxia turned around and found that there was no one around. Boom! What about this? The voice appeared again. Xianxia lowered his head and realized that it was a dwarf who was talking to him. This dwarf was less than half a meter tall, so he really couldn't notice him without lowering his head. What? Xianxia said. The dwarf tugged at Xianxia's sleeve and said, Follow me. Curious, Xianxia followed the dwarf to the corner. The dwarf covered his mouth with his hands and whispered, Do you want to rent the mission route? Yes, what's wrong? Xianxia said. The dwarf said, I have it here. Do you want it? I charge half of the guild rent. Oh? Is there such a good thing? Xianxia felt that this bargain was too sudden, so he became more cautious in his heart and said, Let me think about it. Xianxia had indeed taken a fancy to a route that was located near the 12th safety city. What had already been discovered on this route was that there would be eternal fierce beasts at the 4th level of the divine martial arts. Normally, those who rented this route would be experts at the 1st level of the martial saint stage. However, the 10-day rent for that route had already reached 5 low-grade sacred spirit stones, but Xianxia only had 4. The rent is ridiculously high, but there are also reasons, Li said, because the route is ripe. The so-called maturity means that after you open up a coordinate route, a martial artist really rented it and successfully returned alive. The more routes explored, the higher the security guarantee. This is the most basic common sense. However, if some martial artists fabricated a random route and ran out to rent it, how could they guarantee their safety? Didn't one go and one die? Therefore, coordinates and routes were very strange. The more mature and old it was, the more valuable it would be. The newer the safe route, the cheaper it would be and the more dangerous it would be. It was very easy for people to die. What Xianxia had taken a fancy to was an old coordinate route. There was a clear record on that route. This route had existed for 2 years. A total of 50 waves of martial artists had rented it before and after, and 34 waves of martial artists had successfully returned alive. This probability of survival was already very reliable. The probability of survival exceeded 50%. However, Xianxia didn't have that many sacred spirit stones. He only had 4. If he rented that dwarf, only 2 would be enough. Xianxia knew that the sacred domain was quite complicated and the water was deep. He did not intend to make a blind choice, but sought confirmation of Li Huan's opinion first. Absolutely not. That dwarf you're talking about is very likely a 2-coordinate dealer. 2 coordinates dealer? What do you mean? Xianxia said. Li Huan said, This kind of person knows how to play tricks. After he goes to a guild to rent a route, he doesn't take risks on that route. Instead, he sells the coordinates of this route to others and more people. If he rents out a message with 5 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones and then sells it with 2 Saint Spirit Stones, he will only need to sell it for 3 people to earn a low-grade Saint Spirit Stone. The more he buys, the more he will earn. After hearing this, Xianxia was very surprised and said, This is indeed a big loophole, but we can also make use of it. Li Huan shook her head and said, It's not that simple. This kind of thing is forbidden. In the past, because of the proliferation of 2 coordinates traffickers, the coordinates market was completely disrupted, causing endless headaches for all the guilds. If it was you, you would have explored a path through life and death, but you still haven't earned money. After the 2 coordinates dealer rented out your coordinates, they sold them everywhere. As a result, no one bought yours, so they went to buy the second-hand information of the 2 dealers. How can your interests be guaranteed? Aren't you going all out to let others take advantage of the fishermen? Are you willing to do such a foolish thing in the future? Continue, Xianxia said. Li Huan said, I heard that the time was very chaotic, so no one was willing to risk exploring the route. More and more safe routes gradually disappeared. In nearly 50 years, the entire eternal secret realm became completely black. The coordinates of the routes became fewer and fewer, and even they were dying. Because of this, almost all the guilds held a consultation meeting and strictly outlawed second-hand information. All the guilds respected and recommended this iron law. As a result, the two coordinates dealers were suppressed with an iron fist. But it shouldn't be easy, Xianxia said. Li Huan nodded. That's right. The two coordinates dealer will not write his identity on his forehead. In fact, any martial artist can become a two-way dealer at any time. Even if all the guilds work together, they won't be able to find this group of peddlers hiding among the martial artists. In that case, the guild can't suppress the second-hand traffickers, so they start to suppress the people who buy second-hand information. Any martial artist who has bought any second-hand information will be blacklisted by all guilds. From this day onwards, no guild will sell you any information. Forever. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he had an extra eye, otherwise he would have almost been cheated by the dwarf. Xianxia said, Didn't anyone report it? That dwarf just now can report that he is a second-rate trafficker. Li Huan shook his head. It's useless. As long as he bites you to death and says that he didn't sell you any information, you won't be able to obtain any evidence, and the guild won't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, once this kind of precedent is opened, there will really be a big problem. If I have a grudge against you, I will go directly to the guild and slander you for selling me information. Aren't you wronged for nothing? Xianxia nodded and said, I see. Looks like the market for these coordinates is really complicated. As he spoke, Xianxia looked in the direction of the dwarf, only to see that the dwarf had already secretly gone to rope in others, wanting to peddle his information. According to what Li Huan said, this kind of situation was called underground trading. Of course, it was the underground trading of some idle people. In fact, until today, there are also organized and large-scale underground transactions which are difficult to uproot. However, one more thing was better than one less. It was better to spend more money than to be blacklisted by the entire Saint Realm. That would be equivalent to completely ruining the path of retreat. You want to rent coordinate information, but you don't have any money? A middle-aged man stood beside Xianxia and laughed. When Li Huan talked to Xianxia, he did not avoid people. There was no need to keep this kind of thing a secret. It was an iron law that all the guilds acknowledged together. Xianxia looked at the handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said, I'll give you a chance. Sorry, I won't buy second-hand information, Xianxia said. The middle-aged man smiled and said, You misunderstood. I'm not selling you coordinate information, but I'm hiring you. Employment, Xianxia said. The man said, Well, I've already seen your performance in front of the Tulip Guild. I'm very interested in your strength. I have news of a route here. It will officially take effect tomorrow evening. If you are willing to join my team, I am willing to pay you 5 inferior-grade Holy Spirit stones in 10 days. What do you think? I heard that you are from the transport team. You can only earn a low-grade Holy Spirit stone by sending water for half a year. Xianxia was thoughtful. Since that was the case, then it wasn't against the rules. What do you want me to do? Xianxia asked. The man said, Help us deliver water. Xianxia said, Are you playing tricks on me? Just now, you said that I have no future in delivering water, but now you want me to deliver water for you? Why are you paying such a high commission? You don't know, the man said. This isn't a place for conversation. Come on, let's talk over drinks. Xianxia was indeed a little tempted. After explaining to Li Huan, he left with the man. Outside, on the street, on the roof of a 16-story restaurant, Xianxia and the other two pushed their cups and changed their cups, giving them a rough idea of the situation. This man's realm was very high. He was at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Even in the Saint realm, such a realm was very frightening. Moreover, he also had 4 teammates, all of whom were at the 5th level of the Martial Saint stage. Recently, they had received a piece of news that they had discovered an eternal vicious beast at the 1st level of the Martial Saint stage, which was located in the outer region of the Eternal Secret Realm. It's not uncommon to see beasts of this level, but most of them live in the depths of the Secret Realm. When you fight a beast of this level, it's very easy to attract more beasts of the same level. At that time, they will die. As for the Martial Saint level fierce beasts that appeared at the edge of the Secret Realm, they were extremely very precious. You don't need to be afraid of attracting other fierce beasts. Even if you do, most of them are at the 4th or 5th level of the divine martial arts. There's nothing to be afraid of. However, because the water from the moon spring could not be put into the storage ring, the water bag that he carried with him during the battle was likely to rupture. In that case, the middle-aged man needed some people to stand at the periphery of the battle area and wait for his orders. When the man needed spring water, he immediately took out one of the 5 people and came to Xianxia to ask for spring water. At that time, Xianxia only needed to pass the spring water to them non-stop. It's a simple job, but it's very difficult to hire the right person. That man can hire a martial sage, but why would other martial sages work for you? When others had the time, they would go hunt and kill the beasts themselves. If they hired people at the divine martial realm, it would be even more troublesome. It was not easy for divine martial artists to survive outside the secret realm. If a man needed to replenish the spring water during a battle and ran out to ask for the spring water, the martial artist who was responsible for transferring the spring water to him would die for some reason. Even the corpse would be cold. At that time, the middle-aged man's team would be implicated and the entire army would be annihilated. Therefore, those with too high a cultivation realm couldn't afford to hire, while those with too low a cultivation realm couldn't be at ease. People like Xianxia who were at the divine martial realm and possessed outstanding strength were the best candidates. It's that simple? I'm only responsible for passing you water, Xianxia said. The man said, it's that simple. You only have one task, and that is to stay alive. When we need it, you can pass us the water alive. Xianxia said, don't tell me your guild doesn't have a divine martial realm expert? The man said, yes, but they think highly of themselves and ask high prices. I can't afford to raise those old masters. Xianxia only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This was a very good deal. The two of them agreed that they would immediately pay Xianxia 5 low-grade sacred spirit stones as commissions upon completion of the mission. In a place like Saint Realm, as long as you have strength, you will have a lot of opportunities. The next morning, Xianxia found the man and set off together. They first gathered at the East Emperor Guild and the other companions of the man before heading to the entrance of the Eternal Secret Realm. This man's name was Zhonglan, and he was quite famous in the Eastern Emperor Guild. After all, his realm was very high. Zhonglan also had 4 companions. Each of them was at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. 3 of them were male and 1 female. The 3 of them were all very quiet. They had been in the secret realm for too long and had become silent. They had gained a new understanding of life and death. That woman was exceptionally gentle, smiling at everyone, like a very kind big sister. Her name was Star Eyes, which was a nickname. After arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, Xianxia realized that he was not the only one hired. Apart from himself, there were 4 other people. Xianxia had never seen or was not interested in 3 of them. They were all around the 7th level of the divine martial arts, while Xianxia was more familiar with the other person. He was actually looking for a one-armed man who was begging for drinks from him in Safety City. Of course, the one-armed man had already recovered. It's you, Xianxia said. The one-armed man glanced at Xianxia and smiled. I didn't expect to see you here again. You know each other? Zhonglan said happily. Since knowing each other is easier and acquaintances are easier to cooperate with, then it's getting late. Let's go in. The group entered the Eternal Secret Realm and followed the map to find the coordinates they had rented. The coordinates of this route were renumbered every 10 days. Today was the day of renumbering, and they could walk upstream for another 10 days. These 5 martial saints were very efficient. They basically didn't talk. Every time they talked, it was all related to the mission. With a few simple words, they conveyed the meaning very precisely. Xianxia didn't know much about the secret realm, so he found an opportunity to chat with the one-armed man. The one-armed man told Xianxia that Zhonglan and the others did not meet Marshal St. Beasts casually in the periphery. The situation here was very complicated, and it was basically like this. Zhonglan and the others first rented a more expensive and deeper route, and then entered. A large number of Marshal St. Beasts appeared there. Hunting a ferocious beast in that kind of place was equivalent to courting death. Zhonglan and the others randomly picked a ferocious beast and lured it out bit by bit. This was a very troublesome and dangerous process. After more than 2 months, Zhonglan and the others entered the area 6 times. Each time, they lured the fierce beasts out a little. Only when they lured the fierce beasts to the periphery did they start hunting. The ferocious beast did not stay in one place. It had left the original route and moved on to the current route. Therefore, Zhonglan and the others could only lease the right to use this route for another 10 days. This was the only time. This conversation made Xianxia understand a little more. So this was the usual routine used by Mystic Realm martial artists. Along the way, Xianxia and the others had passed through 22 safe cities, but Zhonglan and the others had only selected 3 of them to enter. Because Xianxia and the others did not belong to the Eastern Emperor Guild, they had no right to enter and could only wait outside. On the 4th day, he finally arrived at his destination. In front of him was a strange forest filled with blue light. This strange blue light was something Xianxia had never seen before. Zhonglan and the others' expressions also became serious. Zhonglan lowered her voice and said to Xianxia and the others, "In the forest shrouded by the blue light, it is the range of activity of the Marshal Saint Vicious Beast. Don't go in, you 5. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. Here are 5 maps. Follow the map and go to your respective mission points. The 5 of us will go in and hunt down the ferocious beasts. Once any one of the 5 of us comes out, you must throw the water bag in your hands to us. Then we will continue to fight inside, and you will continue to wait where you are. Remember, you must live no matter what. This is the only request I have for you." Xianxia nodded and took his map. The one-armed man patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Young man, try your best to live." After saying that, the 5 water deliveries followed their own map route and scattered in the 5 spots of the blue light forest. This was the first time Xianxia had participated in this kind of beast hunting activity, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited, even though he was only responsible for delivering water this time. According to the map, he arrived outside the blue light forest, in a mountain depression to the east, and hid in a bush to minimize his aura. 10 minutes later, Zhonglan and the others entered the blue light forest. Xianxia didn't know what was going on inside. A few minutes later, the sound of continuous explosions began to appear in the mysterious blue forest. Pieces of astral energy lit up the sky. "There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Xianxia muttered. "All 5 of them are at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm, while that ferocious beast is at the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm. Even if they can't win 5 versus 1, at least they won't be annihilated." As long as they were still alive, Xianxia could get his own commission. After a while, the frequency of explosions in the blue forest increased. The strength of the Dipper Chi had also risen to an extremely exaggerated level. When Xianxia looked over from here, he would often see a gigantic sword descending from the sky, or a giant hammer across the sky, fiercely smashing down. Soon, a shadow suddenly rushed out of the blue forest. It was the woman Star-Eye. She flew in the direction of Xianxia. Because the battlefield was constantly moving, whichever water deliverer she approached, she would first ask the water deliverer for spring water. "Quick! Give me the spring water!" Stargaze flew towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed and shouted loudly. Xianxia had 20 water bags placed beside him. He immediately grabbed 5 of them and threw them towards the Star-Eyes. Stargaze grabbed the water bag and returned to the blue light forest without turning back. "It seems to be very intense," Xianxia said. A few minutes later, another shadow flew over. It was still the Star-Eye. This time, she was heavily injured, and a large wound was cut on her stomach by a sharp claw. You can even see the intestines inside. Without waiting for her to speak, Xianxia took the initiative to throw the 5 water bags over. The star eye grabbed the water bag and returned to the blue light forest. Xianxia frowned and said, "The battle has been going on for almost 20 minutes, but the problem has not been solved yet. Could it be that Zhonglan and the others are in trouble?" After that, 10 minutes passed. The star eyes did not come back, but the battle continued. Another 5 minutes later, the bushes beside Xianxia suddenly shook. Xianxia was vigilant and immediately touched the hilt of the saber. The person who came was actually the man with the broken arm. The man was covered in blood. He grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and shouted, "Little brother, Zhonglan and the others are going to die. Let's quickly retreat." "How can that be? The battle is still going on. What should they do if they need spring water?" Xianxia asked in shock. The man with the broken arm hurriedly said, "Forget about it. When is it? Do you still think about your commission? Of course, it's important to survive. Let me tell you the truth, the other 3 water deliveries are already dead, and now there are only the 2 of us left. Zhonglan and the others probably won't last for a few minutes, and they will all be annihilated." Xianxia's eyes twitched as he said in a deep voice, "You can leave, but I won't. It's not a matter of commission, it's a matter of morality. Morality is worth a few dollars," the man with the broken arm shouted. Xianxia's expression was firm as he said, "It's heavier than life." The man with the broken arm looked at Xianxia in shock. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll accompany you." Xianxia said, "Why are you accompanying me? You and I are just nodding. You can leave. I'll just stay here and deliver water to them." The man laughed loudly and said, "Give me 2 jars of wine when I'm thirsty. When you're in danger, I'll accompany you to your death. Whether Zhonglan lives or dies has nothing to do with me, but I want to protect your life." Xianxia also smiled and clapped his hands with the man. "What a straightforward man," he said loudly. At this moment, another shadow flashed out. The shadow flew towards Xianxia, but it was no longer the Star Eye, but another man in Zhonglan's team. The man's entire body was drenched in blood, and half of the sword in his hand was broken. His head was dripping with red blood, covering his eyes. As the man flew, he weakly shouted, "Water! Spring water!" Xianxia immediately grabbed 5 water bags and threw them at the man. The man was about to return to the blue light forest after catching the water bag, but his body suddenly shook and he fell down. "Dead!" Xianxia and the man with broken arms shouted at the same time. That man's aura was completely gone, apparently dead. "Shit!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "If this person is dead, wouldn't it be that no one sent the spring water to Lan Xingyan and the others?" "Brother, wait here." The man with the broken arm was shocked and said, "Damn it, you don't want to personally send them in, do you? That's the Martial Saint beast inside. Even 5 Martial Saint 5th layer experts can't handle that ferocious beast. If you go in, wouldn't you be courting death?" Xianxia grabbed the 5 water bags and shouted, "If I don't give them away, what else can I do? I have no other choice now. You can leave first." The man said, "No, I will stay here to meet you. If you need spring water again, won't the supply be cut off?" Xianxia didn't have time to pretend with this person anymore, so he immediately grabbed 5 water bags and flew into the blue light forest. The battle inside was much more intense than before. As soon as Xianxia entered, he felt a strong spatial disturbance. It turned out that the blue fluorescence was actually a turbulent zone created by the distortion of space. The space here was not only chaotic, but also abundant. The distorted space pulled more space in and mixed into one, forming turbulent regions, causing the dense space to gather together and present a fluorescent blue color. It's like when rivers and lakes converge into the ocean, because the water in the ocean is too much and too deep, it makes the water look blue. Meanwhile, Zhonglan and the other situation was even worse than Xianxia had imagined. Xianxia only saw a man come out to fetch water and die halfway. In fact, 2 of the 5 of them had already died. Currently, only Zhonglan, Stargaze, and another man were still fighting against the fierce beast. The fierce beast's body was a bit like a very handsome crustacean insect, but it stood up and looked somewhat similar to a human's. The flame inscription pattern also appeared on its body. Every time it attacked, the flame inscription would shine once. Star Eye was almost half dead. His left leg was weakly drooping. Apparently, his bones had been broken, and his other parts of his body were also heavily injured. Zhonglan's situation was even worse. He didn't know where his eyeball had flown to, and his entire body stamped behind the star eye as he struggled to survive. The other man was lying on the ground spasmodically, a shocking scratch across his entire chest. His heart was adhered to the mucosa and had already fallen out of his chest cavity. He was powerless to beat. The humanoid insect looked completely unscathed. It was turning into a ray of blue light. It instantly rushed to the side of the man lying on the ground and bit the man's body into half in one bite. Water Xiangnan was so shocked that he couldn't say anything else. 3 of them died. In less than half an hour, 3 of the 5 Martial Saint 5th layer experts had died in battle. The star-eyed man looked at Xiangnan in astonishment and shouted, "Brat, you don't want to die. Why did you run in? Let's go." It was unknown if the spring water in the water bag had attracted the attention of the ferocious beast. But the ferocious beast actually turned around and rushed towards Xiangnan. This thing transformed into a beam of blue light, like a ghostly space creature, and its flight trajectory was erratic. "Hurry up and leave." The star-eyed man raised both of his hands high and condensed a gigantic sword that could pierce through the heavens. The giant sword burned fiercely, and the huge fire sword slashed down, hacking the bug in the air to the ground. However, the insect didn't receive any substantial damage at all and staggered to its feet again. Star Eyes hurriedly gestured to Xiangnan, "Hurry up and leave." As she spoke, she also hugged Zhonglan horizontally and flew out of the blue light forest desperately. Xiangnan also hurriedly pointed in the direction outside the forest and immediately used the speed of sublight to escape. But at this moment, the space around him started to twist again, and a patch of fluorescent blue light suddenly twisted. Xiangnan, who was traveling at the speed of a straight line of light, was suddenly pulled into the distorted space and thrown into an arc. The direction Xiangnan flew out of the forest was directly changed, shooting towards the depths of the forest. Seeing this scene, Stargaze hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhonglan, who was about to die. Finally, she said ruthlessly, "Brat, I'm sorry. I really don't have the ability to save you." After saying that, Stargaze carried Zhonglan and escaped from the blue light forest. On Xiangnan's side, he came to deliver water to others, but in the end, he sent himself inside. He advanced at the speed of half-light and encountered another inexplicable fluorescent vortex. He circled around the vortex for half a circle and was thrown away. Then, he encountered another vortex and was thrown away again. The ferocious beast bent its body and turned into blue light with a whoosh, chasing after Xiangnan. Strangely enough, the fluorescent vortex had an effect on Xiangnan, but it didn't affect the insect. It easily penetrated through the blue vortexes and chased after Xiangnan in a straight line. Damn it, Xiangnan hurriedly stopped and didn't dare to move forward at half the speed of light. The surroundings were filled with strange blue whirlpools. These things would appear in every region of the air for no apparent reason, making it difficult to determine their exact location. He could only be thrown back and forth at half the speed of light. Not to mention escaping, he was afraid that if he was thrown in the wrong direction, he would be thrown away from the coordinates and lose his way. However, the humanoid insect flew closer and closer towards Xiangnan. As expected, it possessed the realm of Martial Saint Level 1. Xiangnan's heart went cold. The last time he killed a 6th-level divine martial beast, he had already suffered a lot. This time, this one was even more abnormal than the last one, and its realm was even higher. The insect's speed was extremely fast. In 2 moments, it caught up to Xiangnan and tore apart the claws of 3 Martial Saint 5th layer experts. It grabbed towards Xiangnan's back. This was a melee insect. Xiangnan didn't even have a 10% chance of catching its attack, so he immediately released the annihilation shield without panic. Seeing that the insect's sharp claws were about to reach the annihilation shield, Xiangnan's mood relaxed for a moment. The annihilation shield could annihilate all positive law substances, and it would definitely be able to annihilate the claws of that insect. However, the moment the insect's claws were about to touch the annihilation shield, it suddenly turned away. Damn it! This insect has an unexpected fighting spirit, just like the spiders you dealt with before. The serpent cried out in alarm. The vicious beasts in this damned secret realm had a much higher combat awareness than most human martial artists. Not only did they know combat techniques, they even possessed shocking temporary reaction abilities. They didn't have the intelligence of humans, but their fighting instincts were innate. The annihilation shield had disappeared. When the insect failed to strike, it immediately turned around and flashed behind Xiangnan. It then grabbed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan pulled out his huge saber and used his powerful nether silver to chop down the insect's claws. Clang! With an intense crisp sound, Xiangnan's entire body was sent flying. The giant saber also flew away and shot into the distance with a buzzing sound. And that insect's claws actually didn't break. The saber itself is not a problem. The problem is the person who uses the saber. For example, an adult could use a kitchen knife to cut open the bones of a wild beast. But if a child were to use a kitchen knife to cut it, it wouldn't do. This was the difference in strength. Xiangnan's realm was 5 levels behind that ferocious beast. Other martial artists were 5 times heavier than fierce beasts, while Xiangnan was 5 times heavier than fierce beasts. One could imagine the difference in cultivation realms. As Xiangnan flew, his chest felt as if he had been ruthlessly hit by a mountain. His entire body suffocated, his internal organs constantly rolling, and mouthfuls of blood sprayed out uncontrollably. However, an unusually bright blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His body spun rapidly. He saw the blue light several times, and finally saw clearly after the speed was slightly slower. It was actually a sparkling and translucent blue lake. Heavens! How dense is the space there? It's actually so dense that it has turned into a liquid, the big snake said in shock. However, the ferocious beast chased after him. Xiangnan poured out half of his lightning power and instantly sent out a twin palms of speed of light. This terrifying palm strike landed directly on the ferocious beast's body. Boom! The Tao-grade intermediate Gemini palm actually only managed to stop the ferocious beast for a moment, but it did not cause any damage at all. Knife! Xiangnan roared and immediately flew towards the lake. He no longer had any place to hide. After the insect regained its freedom, it started chasing after Xiangnan. The instant Xiangnan entered the lake, the giant saber flew back and was grabbed by him. Then, with a poof, his entire body drilled into the lake. This was not a real lake, but a super-dense space zone formed by highly compressed space. He suddenly had a super-spatial perception. The void divine lightning was extremely sensitive to space. In this super-dense space, Xiangnan suddenly felt as if he was able to fish in water. He could appear on any spatial node in this lake at will. This should be considered an instant movement at the spatial level, but it could only be done in the lake, and outside the lake it was not possible. In a daze, Xiangnan dodged several hundred feet. The insect behind him grabbed empty with one claw, but it quickly adjusted its position and chased after Xiangnan accurately. Xiangnan teleported again, and it adjusted its direction once more, continuing to pursue. Xiangnan teleported hundreds of times in a row. It chased after Xiangnan hundreds of times and never let him off. Damn it, Meng Dao! Xiangnan slapped his forehead and hurriedly fell into a dream. He quickly hid his true body in the dream with the Immortal traveling technique. The insect stopped. It lost its target and began to search aimlessly for Xiangnan in the lake. In the dream world, Xiangnan stared fixedly at the insect, praying in his heart that it would quickly scram and stop staying here. After searching for 10 minutes, the insect finally left. However, it only left the lake, not the blue light forest. Through the dense surface of the lake, Xiangnan saw that the insect was slowly swimming in the fluorescent forest. It seemed that he did not intend to leave this forest. Damn it, Xiangnan said with a sad expression. It has been staying outside all this time. I can't escape no matter what. Slowly, an hour passed and Xiangnan was squeezed out of the dream. At that moment, he held a huge saber in his hand and was ready to fight to the death. As a result, the insect didn't seem to have discovered Xiangnan. It was still roaming outside the lake. Ha! Xiangnan was stunned. Great! The density of space in the lake is too high. Your aura won't leak out at all, the big snake said happily. It will only be able to sense you if it dives into the lake surface at the same spatial density. If it doesn't enter, it won't be able to detect your existence. Xiangnan said, but what's the use of that? I can't hide here for the rest of my life, right? Furthermore, the spring water isn't enough. At this moment, Xiangnan felt a strange feeling. The power of the fog began to permeate into his body. He hurriedly grabbed a water bag and poured 2 large mouthfuls of moon spring water into his mouth. The spring water stabilized Xiangnan's body once again, pushing out the mist that had seeped in. He looked at the water sack in his hand. There were only 5 water sack. These 5 water sack could last him another 5 days. Once the time passed, even if the bug didn't kill him, he would still become an eternal shadow. What was even more troublesome was that Xiangnan could not guarantee that the damn bug would never come in. Fortunately, there are still 5 days left to persevere. Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. A flash of light flashed in his eyes as he said, now is a good opportunity to use the Tai Divine Art. But I'm afraid that the saber light condensed by the Tai Divine Art is too intense. Even the lake can't hide the power of the saber light and attract its attention. The serpent said, didn't you possess hyperspatial sensing in this lake? Like you, every drop of water in this lake contains a large amount of space. Disperse the blade light in every drop of water so that the blade light does not rise above the surface of the water. This way, it can also disperse the intense fluctuations of the blade light. Can it work? Xiangnan asked. The big snake said, I have to give it a try. There's no other way. Let's test it with the normal saber light first. As Xiangnan spoke, he began to continuously release lightning energy to condense a saber light. When the saber light was condensed by him to about 100 meters, the tip of the saber was already reaching out to the surface of the lake. Xiangnan sensed the space and tried to break down the blade light. This is not a true decomposition, because matter exists in space, like a shadow projected on a wall. If the density of the space was too great, it would be possible to disperse the things that appeared on the surface of the space into the sparse normal space. This would create the next scene. Big Snake's guess was wrong. The saber light could not be dispersed into every drop of water, but the saber light had actually shrunk. The 100-meter blade light shrank to the size of a toothpick. Xiangnan and Big Snake were stunned. After a brief discussion, the two of them came up with a rough guess. How to describe it? It was like a ball of cotton on the table. It was a ball of cotton. If the space was compressed, it would be equivalent to the cotton being grabbed by the hand and crushed into a smaller solid ball. The toothpick-sized blade light didn't change the size of the space it occupied. If the space was stretched out, it would be 100 meters tall. However, lakes were small and high-density spaces, and they existed in large macroscopic spaces. Therefore, when Xiangnan entered the lakes, he still maintained the normal volume of the large space laws. This was an effect of the small laws obeying the large laws. As for hyperspace sensing, it gave Xiangnan the ability to shrink the blade radiance. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do this. Then I can shrink myself, Xiangnan said happily. His heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the saber light in his eyes had once again turned into 100 meters tall. But the lake was even larger in his line of sight. The lake was as high as an endless sky. Sure enough, it succeeded. Xiangnan was overjoyed. He hastily set up a white tiger formation on the ground and began to wander. Walking through 1 star eye doubled the power of the saber light, while walking through 18 star eyes doubled the power of the saber light. At this moment, Xiangnan was already at the 6th level of the divine martial arts. According to the ratio, his 3 days and 3 nights of wandering could increase the intensity of the blade light to the 6th level of the martial saint realm. The saber light itself was not a martial skill. It was just an ordinary saber light. It was just that the realm had been raised. Xianxia, who was at the 5th level of the martial saint stage, casually struck out with a saber light. Therefore, if he wanted to kill that insect, an ordinary saber was definitely not enough. If Xianxia wanted to condense the saber light to the 6th level of the martial saint realm, it would be at least at the 5th level. However, there was another problem. His moonspring water could last for 5 days, but he had to count the amount of time he needed to return to the city. If he used up 3 days, then the remaining 2 days would definitely not be enough for him to leave the secret realm. As for the safety cities halfway there, they all belonged to the Eastern Emperor Guild and would not accept him. Let's take a look first, one step at a time. As Xianxia began to swim, the blade light gradually grew larger and stronger. 1 day had passed, and the blade light was growing. This period of time was extremely difficult. Xianxia had to worry at all times. He was afraid that the insect would suddenly rise up and dive into the lake to take a look. That would be bad. The next day, at noon, the blade light had already reached the 1st level of the martial saint realm. However, this realm was only on par with an insect and was not enough to kill it. Slowly, the power of the saber light was still increasing. It had reached the 2nd and 3rd level of the martial saint realm. At this moment, the insect suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. It stared blankly at the surface of the lake aimlessly, could turn around at any time and enter at any time. As long as it entered, it could immediately sense Xianxia's existence. This scene was extremely urgent, causing Xianxia's heart to almost jump out of his throat. He felt that he was doing something shameful, while others were only separated from him by a curtain. As long as others opened the curtain, everything would be exposed. "Don't come in, don't come in," Xianxia kept on muttering. As he swam, his eyes stared fixedly at the insect. However, things went against his wishes. That bug lowered his head. "Fuck! It wants to drink the lake water." Xianxia was shocked. The insect approached the lake water as if it wanted to drink water. So it drinks space. No wonder it also emits blue light. The 3rd level martial saint only has 1 blade. Simply not enough to kill it. Even if it can be beaten half to death, it can instantly kill you. "Kid Xianxia, don't stop." At this point, the big snake suddenly flew out of Xianxia's left arm and burrowed out of the water with a puff. Ever since Xianxia and Big Snake established a deep friendship, Xianxia no longer sealed it, and it stayed on Xianxia's arm obediently. This became a tacit understanding between the two of them. At this moment, the big snake flew out of the lake in order to give Xianxia time. The moment a small snake left the surface of the lake, it suddenly soared to a size of several hundred meters, sending the ferocious beast flying. The insect's reaction was incomparably swift. It hooked the serpent's upper jaw with a pair of claws and jumped onto the serpent's head. Pooh! The sharp claws quickly pierced through the snake's skull. The big snake screamed in pain and roared, "Damn bugs! Taste your big snake grandfather's anger!" Boom! The dense golden lightning gathered together and turned into a beam of golden light that fiercely exploded onto the insect's body. However, this type of golden lightning was immortal, and its destructive power wasn't strong. The insect did not suffer any damage. It forcefully flew back against the golden lightning. It turned into a blue beam and rushed into the snake's mouth, pierced through the back of the snake's head and pierced through the back of the snake's head. The serpent spun around and spat out golden lightning at the insect. The insect turned into a ray of blue light that pierced through the snake's body once more. The more the insect fought, the more courageous it became. The blue light it transformed into was like a crisscrossed blue thread that was about to weave into a large web. In just 2 seconds, it had pierced through the snake from different angles more than 100 times. Every time, the wound would definitely pierce through. The serpent was pierced into a hornet's nest, but its body was infinitely revived and restored. The insect burst into flames. It transformed into a blue shadow and flew up to the head of the snake. A pair of claws crazily grabbed the head of the snake into countless fragments. Then, it crazily grabbed down all the way, crushing the middle of the head, chin, neck, and chest of the snake. The claws were as sharp as lightning, and the snake was like a burning candle, getting shorter and shorter. The insect only took a second to tear the snake into pieces. The snake recovered again, and it only took 1 second. Ah ah ah! The big snake was in pain, roaring hysterically, but it didn't betray Xianxia. It was still persisting. The eternal vicious beast was too powerful. It had already reached the efficiency of destroying the great snake once every second. Every second, the serpent had to go through a vicious cycle of being torn into pieces, revived, and torn into pieces. It does not die, but it can feel pain. The lesson Xianxia learned from Guanxiao was that sometimes, pain was 100 times more terrifying than death. There were scenes where he would rather die than endure a long period of torture. Big snake in the lake water. Xianxia's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and watched the scene. His heart was bleeding. Don't expose yourself. Don't expose yourself. Don't come out. Ah! The big snake wrapped itself around the worm. The insect suddenly spun like a spinning knife, cutting the snake into several hundred pieces. It did not possess human intelligence, nor did it know what the serpent was shouting for. But Xianxia knew. Ah! The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder and waved its small fist, saying hatefully, "The worm is killing!" Little Sparrow could no longer watch. He waved his small fist and was about to charge forward. Xianxia's eyes reddened as he placed the bird on his shoulder and gritted his teeth. "Don't go out. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain." Little Sparrow cried out, "I'm not going to look anymore. I'm not going to look anymore. I'll take the bugs if I eat them." Xianxia stared straight at the big snake and the insect. His eyes were fiercely red, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Hold on. I know that you are very sad, and I am also sad, but we are teammates fighting side by side. He trusts me, that's why he used infinite pain to buy me time. I can't let him down. We can't let him down." Outside the lake, the serpent cursed angrily, but before it could finish cursing, it was torn apart by the eternal beast again. Old the snake recovered and was torn to pieces. Z the serpent recovered and was torn to pieces. Today, every time he said a word, he would be cruelly tortured and killed by that insect. Xianxia had never cherished time like this before. He knew that a second was a painful death for the snake. This was an incomparably precious second, and he had to endure it and complete his mission. The saber light was condensing. At that moment, it reached the 4th level of the martial saint realm. The 8-eyed serpent's miserable cries and furious roars echoed throughout the blue forest. "I can't help it. I can't wait anymore. Brother, I can't take it anymore." Xianxia roared and rushed out of the lake. Insect immediately turned to look at Xianxia. At that moment, the big snake was suddenly stunned. He looked at Xianxia in shock and said, "You? What did you call me?" "Big brother. I call you big brother. I'm going to kill this son of a bitch." Xianxia raised his huge saber high up, and a shocking saber light that was several hundred meters tall rose into the sky. The serpent remained motionless. He looked at Xianxia and felt that the softest part of his heart had been touched. He called me big brother. He is a human, and I am the demon that humans despise the most, but he calls me big brother. He recognized me as his big brother. I have family. I, the 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python, am no longer a wandering ghost in the world. My grandmother has family. Fuck it. The 8-eyed serpent roared hysterically, making its throat go hoarse. Fuck it. Xianxia also roared angrily and shouted, "Netherworld silver, disintegrate." The giant saber quickly dissolved into a liquid. It turned into a thin silver screen of water, enveloping the entire saber light. The thin silver nether silver covered the entire blade radiance, and that thin layer was the bane of the eternal vicious beast. The 8-eyed snake flew away and used its own body to coil the insect. It roared, "Hack! Who?" Xianxia raised his saber, and a silver saber light descended. The insect used an instant to spin its body and shred the snake into pieces, freeing it from its restraints. The saber light also used an instant to split the insect into two. In the sky, Xianxia was panting heavily. The dots of light condensed together and reformed into the shape of the eight-eyed serpent. Neither of them looked at the bug. The 8 giant snakes stared fixedly at Xianxia, tears streaming down their eyes. Brother Xianxia smiled and gave Big Snake the most brilliant smile. "Sorry it's so late. I just remembered to tell you that I already treat you as my relative." Not late at all." The snake smiled and said with tears in its eyes, "I have an eternal life, but having such a person who treats me sincerely as a relative is much happier than living for 1,000,000 years, even 10,000,000 years. Good boy. I didn't misjudge you. You really killed that insect." "Oh!" A tender voice came from the ground. "Explode! Explode the gem!" "What?" Xianxia and Big Snake were stunned for a moment, and they hurriedly looked towards the ground. The little bird's eyes were shining as it held 5 crystal stones, drooling down the corners of its mouth to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia with adorable eyes. 100 precious stones." Xianxia rubbed his temples and said, "Where is 100 yuan?" Little Sparrow looked at the jingshi in Dudu's hand and said, 13,000 precious stones. Xianxia said, "There's no such thing as 13 million. It's 31,000. Holy shit. That's not 31,000. That's $5. Do you even know how to count?" Xianxia flew down, knocked on the back of the bird's head, and took the crystal stones. "It's rich. It's actually 5 intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stones." The Big Snake's expression changed drastically. "How could there be so many?" Xianxia was even more shocked than the serpent. "Didn't you say that the probability of a Saint Spirit stone appearing in the body of an ancient era's ferocious beast was very low? Why did this insect not only contain Saint Spirit stones, but also 5 Saint Spirit stones? This is too much. 5 intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stones can already be exchanged for 50 inferior-grade Saint Spirit stones. If I remember correctly, you need 32 inferior-grade Sacred Spirit stones to reach the 7th level of the Divine Martial Arts, right? This is more than enough," the serpent said hurriedly. "Kung Fu is not a waste of effort. I never thought that we would be so lucky. Thinking about it, what I suffered just now is worth it. Shit, spring water." Xianxia put away the Holy Spirit stone and hurriedly looked at his waist. Only the last 2.5 bags of moon spring water remained. The serpent said, "It took us nearly 5 days to get here. I'm afraid the remaining 2.5 days are not enough to go out. Hurry up and see if the man with the broken arm is still there." Xianxia hurriedly put the Big Snake into his arm, took the little bird, and carefully flew out of the blue light forest. When he returned to his hiding place, he discovered that the man with the broken arm was no longer there. On the ground there were 2 water bags. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "That man is quite kind. He is actually willing to give me 2 bags of precious water bags without knowing whether I am alive or dead. Hurry up and set off. Accelerate your journey. You should be able to barely get out." "Wait!" the serpent suddenly shouted. You water bag! Look at the water bag tied to your waist." Xianxia turned around and saw that 2.5 bags of water were still on his waist. He curiously inspected them, but his expression changed drastically. Of the 2.5 bags of water, only half were filled with moon spring water. At some point, 2 small gaps appeared at the bottom of the other 2 bags of water, and some spring water was leaking out. "It must have been caught by that insect when it ambushed me." Xianxia hurriedly flipped through it, and the result was even worse. Although the 2 bags of water hadn't completely leaked out and should have been resisted by the pressure of the lake, the trouble was that the lake water had seeped in. The spring water in the 2 water bags turned pale blue, and it was overwhelmed by the power of space. The moon spring water was not acceptable to the storage ring, that was to say, it did not accept the spatial compression force. The spring water in these 2 water bags had completely lost its effectiveness. "It's still 2.5 bags, Xiangxia's expression became serious. Adding on the 2 bags left behind by the man with the broken arm, it was still 2.5 bags, not 4.5 bags. "Right, the corpse," the Big Snake said. "Didn't the man who came out to fetch water die? He should still have the 5 water bags you gave him." Xianxia immediately flew over and found the man's corpse. The man had already turned into an eternal shadow on the ground, but the 5 water bags that he had originally grabbed had also disappeared. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he said, "It must be that when Stargaze and the others escaped, they also needed water from the moon spring, so they conveniently took the water bag away." "These bastards," the serpent said. "You kindly went to deliver water to them. In the end, they not only left you waiting for death, but also took away the last water bag." Xianxia sighed. "I have no choice. In that situation, Stargaze has no other choice. No matter what, we should hurry up." Xianxia's heart was heavy as he flew towards the outside. Fortunately, Zhonglan had already shared the time coordinates of this route with everyone when she arrived. Xianxia could locate it and also know the way out of the secret realm. But after flying for a day, he drank up a water bag. 2 days later, there was only the last half of the bag left. However, it was still about 2 days away from the eternal secret realm. He had tried to speed up his journey and charge out at the speed of half-light, but the environment in the eternal mystic realm was too complicated. He had crashed into the mountain twice, because it was very difficult for him to turn nimbly at the speed of half-light. But what was even worse was that smashing the mountain wasn't scary. What was scary was that, unlike the snake, he couldn't heal after being injured here. Xianxia had already crippled his left arm after colliding with the mountain twice at half the speed of light. If he forcefully charged out in this manner, he would probably have to hit it thousands of times before he could get out. The serpent said, "We know the time coordinates of this place. Can we locate the safe city of the Great Fire Guild?" Xianxia shook his head. "I've seen Zhonglan's map before. The coordinates here are only aimed at the Eastern Emperor's safety city. The time coordinates were determined by the safety city. In turn, the safety city could be determined by the time coordinates. However, the so-called safety city was the Eastern Emperor's safety city, not the fire safety city. There's nothing I can do. The spring water is about to run out. I have to go to the Eastern Emperor's safety city to try my luck. The nearest safety city is within 3 hours." Xianxia immediately flew towards the Eastern Emperor's safety city. He only had less than 12 hours left. When they arrived outside the gate of the Eastern Emperor's safety city, they encountered the Dipper Spirit Barrier that protected the city. This barrier, Xianxia, was simply unable to enter. It was created by the Eastern Emperor himself. Xianxia gritted his teeth and slapped heavily on the Astral Chi Spirit Barrier. Soon, a man flew out of the city. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "The emblem." Xianxia said, "I'm not from the East Emperor Guild, but if I want to replenish some spring water here, I won't go into the city. As long as you give me some spring water, I'm very grateful." The man chuckled. "Not a member of the Eastern Emperor, not qualified to use our spring water." Xianxia hurriedly said, "But you all have 6 spring water supplies every month. You can't use them all up at all. If you give me a little bit, I can save a person's life." The man glanced at Xianxia and said, "What does your life and death have to do with me? I haven't rushed out to chop you down yet. It's already considered benevolent and righteous. Hurry up and scram." Xianxia's face turned ashen with anger as he said, "I am friends with Zhonglan of your guild." The man said, "What kind of Zhonglan is not Zhonglan? Our East Emperor Guild members are more than a few tens of millions. How do I know who you're talking about? Besides, even if I do know Zhonglan, there's no reason to help you. You don't understand human language, do you?" Xianxia fiercely punched the light screen and shouted, "All right, I'll remember you." The man looked at the half bag of water on Xianxia's waist and sneered, "I can't protect myself, and I'm still threatening others here. I advise you to find a beautiful posture and wait for your death. Try to look good when you die." After saying that, the man turned around and left. Xianxia shouted at the man's back, "Damn it! I came in because I was on a mission with your guild." The man was too lazy to say anything. He just waved his hand to Xianxia and made a goodbye gesture. "Damn it!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and turned around. He slammed into the space fiercely. He was lucky enough to be able to smash space into nothingness so he would be saved. However, one of the three great laws of the Eternal Secret Realm had played a role. Xianxia crashed into the space, but the space was extremely solid, directly bouncing Xianxia back. Why don't we talk to them again? Let's see if we can buy some spring water with Holy Spirit stones. Big Snake asked tentatively. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he said, "It's better to beg for help than to beg for help. I won't be discriminated against like this. At worst, I'll die in the secret realm. Let's go." Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he felt a wave of Dipper Chi appear behind him. He turned around and saw that the middle-aged man was flying out with more than 20 other people. All of these people had teasing smiles on their faces as they flew over Xianxia's head. Obviously, they had already heard the man talk about Xianxia's situation. What are they doing? Xianxia frowned and watched as those people flew farther and farther away. It's almost the 8th day, right? They should be repairing the time coordinates, the serpent said. On the way here, we saw that those time coordinates are already weaker. They shouldn't be able to withstand the fog reproduction this time. Xianxia sighed and flew out. Time slowly passed, and Xianxia's flying speed became slower and slower. In order to reduce his body's consumption and reduce the consumption of moon spring water, he had to reduce the amount of exercise. By doing so, he could use at least half a bag of moon spring water for more than half a day. The spring water could last for a few more hours, and the speed of the journey slowed down. Xianxia was also helpless. No matter how he hurried, he would definitely not be able to leave. He might as well buy a little more time to see if he could encounter other opportunities. Seeing that the spring water was getting less and less, he could only hold on for another 3 hours or so. However, he still didn't encounter any convoys. Xianxia's heart gradually turned cold. Right at this moment, a violent explosion of Dipper Chi suddenly appeared in front of them. Immediately after, a group of people fled in a sorry state. The one leading the way was the middle-aged man from earlier. He was holding a broken leg in his hand and his entire body was covered in blood. The other 20 people were either dead or lost, leaving only 7 or 8 people. They were all seriously injured. Behind this group of people, they were chasing after an eternal vicious beast. It was a divine martial 5th stage beast. The middle-aged man was a martial saint level 1 martial artist. Logically speaking, he was 5 small realms higher than the beast. However, his own realm was not high in gold and his strength was also weak. Otherwise, he would not have done such a low-level task as maintaining the time coordinates. Ah! Quickly, quickly save us! When the middle-aged man saw Xianxia, he immediately screamed miserably, "Quick! Save us!" Xianxia hugged his shoulders coldly and said, "What does your life and death have to do with me?" The man couldn't fly anymore. He was injured in many places, and his astral chi couldn't circulate smoothly. He crawled down and hugged Xianxia's legs while crying, "Please, please, bring us back to Safety City." Xianxia said, "Right now, I haven't slashed you down with my saber. It's already considered benevolent. Do you not understand human language? Get lost." Haha. What an arrogant and domineering young man. Suddenly, a violent aura fluctuation came from behind him, followed by a tall woman flying over. When the middle-aged man saw the woman, he immediately burst into tears of joy. "Great, great. Moonlight, you came and we were saved." The tall woman turned her head to look coldly at Xianxia and said sternly, "Forget it if you don't help me. I only treat you as a ruthless rat. But aren't you too shameless to ridicule our guild? Being a person to do such a thing, as you can be considered worthy of your parents' teachings." Xianxia frowned and said coldly, "Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you're a woman. How did my parents teach me? It's not up to an outsider like you to tell me what to do. The next time you blame someone, figure out the cause and effect. Don't be so arrogant and ready to teach others a lesson." "What are you talking about?" The woman's face was ashen. Xianxia said, "You understand what I'm saying. They know best why your people are treated like this by me." Just as the woman was about to speak, a ripple came from ahead. It was the eternal beast. This thing hadn't come over before, so it should have been dealing with a few other martial artists behind him. However, up to now, there were only 4 people left in the group of more than 20 middle-aged men from the Eastern Emperor Guild. Seeing the ferocious beast rush over, the woman named Moon I immediately drew out her sword and greeted the ferocious beast. This woman possessed the realm of Martial Saint level 2, 6 small realms higher than the eternal vicious beast, so she already had the advantage. Xianxia was very confident in dealing with this fierce beast. When he was at the 5th level of the divine realm, he was able to kill a 6th level divine realm fierce beast. Now that he was at the 6th level of the divine realm, he was even more confident in dealing with a 5th level fierce beast. But there was no reason for him to help this group of beasts. It was a vicious beast that looked a little like an ape, but it was taller than an ape. It was about 3 meters tall, but it had 8 arms. The moonlight I charged forward with a sword strike, directly hacking the ape to the ground. The crying man immediately shouted, "Good fight! Kill it!" The woman turned around and glanced at Xianxia. She was obviously demonstrating against Xianxia, as if she was saying that there was no need for someone like you to help us. We can solve the problem ourselves. Xianxia frowned, feeling very aggrieved in his heart. He was clearly the one who was rejected, but now he had become a villain. The moon I immediately fought with the ferocious beast. The battle between the two sides was very intense. Indeed, the ape had always been at a disadvantage. It was simply impossible to defeat the Moon Eye. It was not so easy for Moon Eye to kill this ape quickly. She had already cut down the ape on the ground more than 10 times. But the ape could always jump up and continue to fight with her. This was the weakness of not having nether metal. A martial artist's Dipper Chi could also kill eternal vicious beasts, but it would take a lot of effort. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned into an afterimage and flashed between the woman and the ape. A huge saber made of pure nether silver, but seeing the shadow of the saber flickering, the ape's corpse had already split apart. Everyone was stunned, especially those moon eyes. She was sweating profusely, and the ferocious beast that she was unable to kill was actually sliced by this 7th-level divine martial artist with a single blade. The moon eye looked at Xianxia in horror. At this moment, Xianxia just happened to retract his saber and throw it away. The huge saber naturally shrank and stuck to his back. "You..." The expression in Moon Eyes was very exciting, and she didn't know what she was thinking. "You're overthinking it. I'm not helping you." Xianxia picked up half of the ape's body and used lightning power to suck out a low-grade sacred spirit stone from its broken body. When he sliced open the ape with his saber, he felt such a strange sound. He knew that there was a holy spirit stone. "Put it down." The moon eye immediately pointed its sword at Xianxia and shouted, "This holy spirit stone is ours." Xianxia sneered, "I clearly killed this ferocious beast, but how did it end up being yours? Think about it clearly before you speak." "Damn it! More than a dozen people of our guild have died under its claws. We have paid such a painful price. How can you take in the benefits of a fisherman?" Yumu said. Xianxia said, "Sitting in the fisherman's luck? It's like you guys have already beaten this monkey to half its death. But in fact, what I saw isn't the case. I only saw that you expended a lot of effort and failed to kill this monkey. Those who see this are not to blame. Naturally, the Holy Spirit Stone belongs to whoever kills the ferocious beast." Xianxia weighed the Holy Spirit Stone and casually put it into his storage ring. He immediately flew forward. That moon eye pointed at Xianxia's sword. In the end, she did not dare to stab it out. She was extremely angry, but she did not dare to confirm how deep Xianxia's strength was. In her opinion, a martial artist who could slay a divine martial 5th-layer eternal vicious beast with a single sword was definitely not just a divine martial 7th-layer martial artist. That young man must have concealed his cultivation realm. "Let's just forget it?" the middle-aged man asked. Moonlight gritted her teeth and said, "This isn't the end. Also, I have a question for you now." Moonlight looked at the middle-aged man and said, "That brat just now, why did he treat you so coldly? Did you provoke him before?" The middle-aged man said, "Provoke? I haven't even seen him. How can I provoke him?" When this man lied, he didn't even blink his eyes, let alone blush, and his heart beat. Moon Eyes was obviously not that Philistine. She did not see the hidden evil in this man's heart and believed him. Good boy. Yu Yen narrowed her eyes and said, It's fine if we don't save him. He's actually still snatching food from us. Sooner or later, we'll get this debt back. Our East Emperor Guild is not that easy to be bullied. In the distance, Xianxia increased his flying speed. He was going to search for the human corpse that had been killed by the ape. More than 20 people from the Eastern Emperor Guild had been killed by the monkeys. These people must also have water bags on them. He had to take the water bag away before Moon Eye came to collect the corpse. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were really willing to collect the corpse. Xianxia quickly found the first corpse on the road, but unfortunately, all the water bags on the corpse had been broken. In battles between martial artists and ferocious beasts, the aura would shoot out randomly. Ring-shaped shockwaves could be seen one after another. Although these water bags that contained the water of the moon spring had undergone special treatment and were already very strong, they were still extremely easy to break. How many things could withstand the powerful shockwaves generated by a martial saint-level battle? Not to mention the water bag, even a profound weapon could be easily shattered. This question had always been one of the major problems that troubled Saint Realm martial artists. Xianxia found the corpse of the second martial artist. He found that his water bag was still in a damaged state, and all the water from the moon spring had leaked out. Seeing that it was getting late, Xianxia picked up the remaining half of his water bag and poured a mouthful of spring water into his mouth. After wiping the corners of his mouth, he continued to fly along the traces of the battle to search for the next corpse. Fortunately, when Xianxia found the 13th corpse, he finally found a water bag on the corpse. It was still intact. He put away the water bag and continued to move forward. After all 19 corpses were found, Xianxia also collected a total of 3.5 bags of water bags. These items were enough to last him 4 days. Who finally escaped? Xianxia let out a long breath and flew out of the secret realm in peace of mind. In this matter, Xianxia's actions were already very moral. How did the middle-aged man reject and taunt Xianxia in Safety City? With Xianxia's strength, he could kill them when they left Safety City and came out to maintain the time coordinates. Kill them and snatch their water bags. However, Xianxia was not used to this kind of thing, nor did he want to use such despicable methods to turn himself into a person as despicable as that man. Others were corrupt, so he didn't need to accompany them. After returning to the Great Fire Guild, Xianxia first found Li Huan and the others. 10 days had passed, and the next convoy of the Great Fire Guild was about to arrive. Li Huan and the others are preparing a convoy to load the moon spring water on it. Boss, you're back. How was the mission this time? Did you get the reward? Li laughed as he greeted him. Xianxia shook his head and said, Forget it. 3 of the 5 employers died, and the last 2 were half dead. I wonder if they left the secret realm alive. Li Huan smiled bitterly and said, In that case, didn't you work in vain? It's not a waste of time. Xianxia took out 5 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones and shook them. Although they couldn't kill the eternal beast, I did. Li Huan's expression changed drastically and he said in shock, How is this possible? Although your strength is so formidable, it is not exaggerated to the extent that it is heaven-defying. How are you? Ah, I know. Li Huan suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, Tai divine art? Xianxia nodded. Exactly. Li Huan's eyes glittered with hope as he said, With this kind of technique in hand, there is no need for us to worry about not rising. Xianxia said, So my mind is active now. I have a few immature ideas, but they are only in their infancy. I need to ask you for your opinion on a small matter. Let's talk about my thoughts first. I plan to set up a safe route business ourselves and rent out the route coordinates. This is the most suitable one for us. Xianxia went on to explain his reasons. Although they could add up to more than 300 people and each of them was extraordinary, it was too dangerous to do free missions in places like the Eternal Secret Realm. The casualty rate was extremely high. However, if it was an ordinary mission, the upgrade would be too slow. It was not enough to get a low-grade Saint Spirit Stone after half a year. In that case, only the leasing of safe routes would be able to obtain the Holy Spirit stones safely and effectively. Li Huan said, "The idea is good, but it is not easy to realize. You can imagine that others can also think of it, and quite a few people are doing it. They have a large number of safe cities and a large supply of spring water. Every time they dispatch hundreds or thousands of people, they will also have good reputation as a guarantee." Xianxia interrupted Li Huan and said, "I know all of this, so the safe route is just a sideline of ours. When I wandered in the secret realm, I could do it if I had the conditions. It's fine if I don't have the conditions. What I really want to do is another thing. Let me ask you first, what would happen if the water from the moon spring could be put into the storage ring?" Li Huan was stunned and said, "That change is too big. Can even change the structure of the entire Saint region. At least there won't be any problems during the transportation process. The storage ring contains a large amount of spring water, which ensures that martial artists can travel further and explore deeper into the secret realm. The current situation was that martial artists were unable to enter deeper, and once the spring water was almost used up, they had to return. To explore a deeper level of the secret realm, one had to follow in the footsteps of Safe City. Normally, building a safer city deeper on the existing foundation would expand the scope of the martial artist's activities by one step. But how difficult was it to build a safe city? It was a huge project. Is that all? Is there any other business possible? Xianxia said. Li Huan thought for a moment and said, "I have an idea. If the water from the moon spring can be put into the storage ring, we can start with the water delivery business. I also got the inspiration from your mission. We can bring a large amount of moon spring water with us. Follow the other martial artists who are going to do missions. When they need it, we will give them the spring water. Even if they fail a few times, it doesn't matter. After all, 10 carts of spring water can be stored in a storage ring." Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "I have a train of thought. You guys continue to be busy. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you to transport it first." With that, Xianxia immediately rushed to the Eastern Emperor Guild. He saw a good way to make money. He wanted to return to the blue light forest once more. He had fled in such a hurry that he had no time to study the mysterious blue lake. The Eastern Emperor Guild had a safe route to the blue light forest. 10 days had passed, and the time coordinates had completely changed. They needed to rent it again. This route was quite expensive. It required 10 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones at a time. It was not something an ordinary martial artist could afford. Xianxia had 5 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones in his hand. This time, he went to the East Emperor Guild's main hall to exchange them on the spot. However, he discovered that it was not enough. Exchange is possible, but it is only free for the members of the Eastern Emperor Guild. As for the other members of the guild, 1/5 of the exchange fee, that is, 10 Holy Spirit stones, will be charged. The Eastern Emperor Guild will have to take 2. Xianxia had no choice but to return to the Great Fire Guild and exchange the 5 intermediate-grade Saint Spirit stones for 45 low-grade Saint Spirit stones. Including the 5 yuan he had accumulated earlier, he had gathered a total of 50 yuan. He took out 32 of the 50 Saint Spirit stones to raise his cultivation level, from the 6th level of the Divine Martial Technique to the 7th level of the Divine Martial Technique. The remaining $18, take out $10 to rent the new number of the route. After all this was over, he tidied himself up and set off again. As a result, he only had 8 sacred spirit stones left. However, to reach the 8th level of the Divine Martial Arts, he needed 64 sacred spirit stones. Xianxia felt heartache at the speed at which the low-grade Saint Spirit stones were being consumed. The big snake said, "Little Xianxia, do you have any new ideas? Why don't you tell me? Why did you suddenly mention putting the Holy Spirit stones into the storage ring? Could it be that you found a way to solve this big problem?" Xianxia said, "No, the moon spring water can't be put into the storage ring. However, I think of a new possibility. Could it be the blue lake water?" said the big snake. Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. I suspect that the moon spring water is actually a living creature. We all know that there is no way to store living creatures in the storage ring, so the moon spring water cannot be put in. Even if it is forcefully put in, it will become useless and become ordinary fresh water. The serpent said, well, the space inside the storage ring is also considered an independent space. In fact, the storage ring did not shrink the object, but created a separate space to store the object. In other words, what we put into the storage ring did not enter the ring itself. Rather, the ring was the entrance to a small independent space. The thing that was put into the storage ring entered that space through the ring. A storage ring could be seen as a door. When making the storage ring, a powerful martial artist needed to cut a space and connect it to the storage ring. If someone put something into the storage ring, it would directly enter the small space through the storage ring's door. Therefore, the characteristic of the storage ring was that ordinary martial artists couldn't do it. They didn't have the ability to cut through small spaces, while high-level martial artists could easily do it. This was because it wasn't too profound and unfathomable. Because of this, storage rings could be mass-produced and sold. With his profound knowledge, Xianxia understood the principle that the storage ring could not store living things. A small space stolen by a powerful martial artist could be considered a world of its own. However, this world was blank and there was no law of life. Thus, if a living creature entered a small space without any law of life, it would die, or even be directly unable to be accepted. This was one of the biggest problems with the storage ring. But before, when we entered the blue lake, the water bag on my body did shrink along with me. Didn't it? Xianxia said. The serpent muttered, but your water bag has also failed. Xianxia said, only 2 bags of water are ineffective because of damage. The other half can still be used. I just don't know why it's all moon spring water, but the spring water after the water bag breaks will be ineffective, and the undamaged ones will be intact. That tiny water bag can provide such a powerful protection? I don't think the problem is that simple. I need to take another look. This time, Xianxia was well prepared. He directly brought 50 bags of spring water along and almost hung them all over his body. Fortunately, the Blue Forest no longer had that martial Saint Beast, so it could be considered safe. It took Xianxia 4 days to arrive at the Blue Light Forest and find the lake again. Xianxia said, if the moon spring water can also be scaled up, I don't have to follow the 5-day rule in the future. I can stay in the secret realm for a longer time. I don't have to worry about getting lost. As long as I spend more time, I can always get out. The other martial artists were afraid of getting lost in the secret realm because they had to return to Safety City within a certain period of time to replenish the water from the moon spring. Otherwise, they would become the eternal shadow. This was the crux of the matter. Let's try it first. Xianxia put 49 bags of spring water on the shore, while he jumped into the lake with a bag of spring water. After entering, he came out and opened the water bag. He found that the spring water inside was still intact. The snake said, so it seems that it is not entering the lake. The spring water will immediately lose its effectiveness. It must be due to some other reason. Maybe it's because you shrunk in the lake, causing the spring water to lose its effectiveness. Xianxia brought the spring water and jumped into the lake twice. This time, he chose to shrink himself, return to normal, and then return to the shore. At this moment, he untied the water bag nervously and poured some spring water into his palm to observe. As a result, the spring water was still intact. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, the moon spring water can indeed shrink. Furthermore, it has not failed. It'll be much easier, said the big snake. Xianxia muttered to himself, then why did the spring water in those 2 water bags last time lose its effectiveness? This matter must be clarified, or else I'll always feel like a lump in my throat. If we don't figure it out, we'll be caught off guard if we encounter any more problems in the future. After thinking for a while, Xianxia opened a small hole in the water bag on his body and jumped into the lake for the 3rd time. Then he came out of the lake and poured the liquid into his palm. Sure enough, the blue lake water mixed with the spring water, but after about a minute, the spring water and the lake water separated from each other. Fluorescent blue lake water settled to the bottom, while light blue spring water floated above. Xianxia scratched a layer of spring water and placed it in front of him to carefully observe and sense it. Strange, the spring water mixed with the lake water, but the surface spring water is still usable. This means that the lake water did not pollute the spring water. But the last time I brought 2 damaged water bags in and out, the spring water can't be used anymore. Could it be? He slapped his forehead and an inspiration flashed through his mind. He jumped into the lake for the 4th time. This time, he brought the damaged water bag with him and shrunk himself. Then, he returned to his normal size and jumped out of the lake. This time, he poured out the liquid from the water bag and found that the spring water was useless and completely ineffective. Xianxia said, "I see. So it's like this. As expected, it's the same as my guess." "Do you know what's going on?" the serpent asked curiously. Xianxia said, "After I jumped in with the damaged water bag, the lake water was poured into the water bag and mixed with the spring water. However, we all know that the lake water is not real water, but a highly concentrated space. However, since the lake water is under the laws of space, we will still follow the laws after entering the lake water. We will not shrink automatically. But at this time, the spring water has already mixed with the highly concentrated lake water. If I shrink now, then the lake water of my cyst will shrink with me. It was originally super concentrated. Now, if you follow me to shrink it again, it would be equivalent to shrinking it twice. Isn't it going to directly crush the spring water to death?" "Oh, I understand." The big snake suddenly understood. Xianxia's body shrunk in the lake. He wouldn't shrink with the lake water. He only shrunk himself, and the lake water beside him was still the lake water. But he would shrink the water bag as well. If the water bag contained the lake water, it would shrink again with him. Xianxia said, "If that's the case, then I can rest assured that I can proceed to the next trial." He took a drop of lake water from his palm, then picked up a complete water bag from the side, and placed the water bag on his palm as well, touching the drop of fluorescent lake water. Immediately afterwards, he sensed the lake water and developed a hyperspatial perception ability. He thought to himself, "Shrink!" Under Xianxia's personal witness, the water bag suddenly shrunk and disappeared, directly merging into that drop of lake water. Xianxia's face was filled with ecstasy. With a thought, he used his hyperspatial perception ability to expand the water sac. As expected, in that drop of lake water a huge monster suddenly grew out. It was a complete water bag. Xianxia inspected it and was pleasantly surprised to find that the water in the water bag was still usable. "Great! I've really found a chance to earn money this time. Ha!" Xianxia was overjoyed. The big snake said, "Looks like you're going to find a new business opportunity. No matter what, get more lake water and continue to study after you return." Xianxia said. He opened his storage ring and loaded 10 carts of lake water from the fluorescent lake. Each drop of lake water could be filled with a large number of water bags. These 10 carts of lake water were more than enough. No matter how they were used up, they would not be used up. Afterwards, he took out another drop of lake water and shrunk all of his 49 water bags into this drop of lake water. This kind of lake water is called blue water. It would be much better to call it blue water because it would expose the origins of such a thing if it was called spatial water directly. Although only Xianxia could use blue water like this, he was also the only one who could generate hyperspatial perception and wasn't afraid of others robbing him of business. However, he was afraid that others would come and destroy the lake water here. The people in the sacred domain were filled with malice. "You can't do business that I can't do." After confirming the method of using blue water, everything that followed was just a matter of method. A drop of blue water rolled in Xianxia's palm. This item was worthless to others, but priceless to Xianxia. "There are 49 bags of water in this drop of blue water. As long as I protect this drop of blue water, I'm not afraid that the moon spring water will be used up. But where should this drop of blue water be stored?" Xianxia thought for a moment and threw it into his storage ring. "I'm afraid not." The water pouch was still in the blue water. If the blue water entered the storage ring without any laws of life, the water pouch would still come into contact with the dead space in the storage ring. A single water pouch alone would not be able to isolate this kind of damage. If placed on his body, a drop of water could easily be lost, which was even more dangerous than filling a water bag with spring water. I need to find something solid to protect this drop of blue water. Xianxia looked up and down his entire body before finally keeping his gaze on the giant saber. A huge saber made of pure nether silver is definitely strong enough. Xianxia smiled and immediately made a small groove in the hilt of the giant saber. He put the blue water into the groove and let nether silver seal the groove. He raised his saber and looked at the hilt of the saber, only to find a faint blue light in the pure silver hilt. "Ha! You really can," Xianxia said happily. With another thought, he opened the hilt of the saber, revealing blue water. Then, with his hyperspatial perception, he released a water bag from the drop of blue water. Opening the water bag, the spring water inside was still usable. "All right," Xianxia patted his chest at ease and said, "In the future, there is no need to worry about the spring water anymore. What we need to think about next is how to make money with this move." It took him 4 days to leave the Eternal Secret Realm and return to Moonshine City. In the Great Fire Guild, he rented a small secret room and began to search for a specific plan to deliver water. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed, a drop of blue water floating in the air in front of him. He muttered, "If I want to give the other martial artists water from the moon spring, what should I do? Could it be that, like Zhonglan's mission, she would find a subordinate to follow them at any time and take out spring water from the blue water and hand it over to them when she needed it? But doing so is still very dangerous," the snake said. "Someone has to hold this blue water near the dangerous area to pass it on at any time. Didn't 3 of your water handlers die during your last mission? If we can find a way to send the spring water over without going, that would be great." "I won't go," Xianxia thought bitterly. "What does this have to do to succeed? Spatial teleportation? I can't break through space in the Eternal Secret Realm." "Ha!" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Send a message?" He hurriedly took out a signaling order and dug a small gap at the bottom of the signaling order. He put the blue water droplet in and then sealed the gap with his dipper chi. Then he stood at the door and urged the messenger. The message flew into Xianxia's hand with a whoosh. He took out the blue water droplets and was indeed able to release the water sac. "But there is another problem. You are the only one with hyperspatial perception. Unless it is you, even if someone else gets the blue water, they won't be able to turn it on. How about this, you set up a formation? Set up a spatial formation on the signaling order. When the signaling order falls into the hands of the employer, activate the spatial array and disable your hyperspatial perception in blue water, then the water bag will fall out." "This is indeed a method," Xianxia muttered. "However, the spatial array I created must require the employer to have spatial abilities before he can open it. We can't ask every employer to have spatial ability, right? How to trigger this formation is a problem." The serpent smiled and said, "This time, you are confused. You have forgotten what the signaling is for. This signaling can store sound. You can change the triggering mode of the spatial array to your own voice. Once the employer receives the signaling order and activates the signaling order, causing the sound you store inside to ring, the formation will naturally open and the water bag will fall out." Xianxia laughed loudly. "Wonderful! Space formations were easy to say but not easy to do." Xianxia didn't know anything about space formations before. He could only study it himself. Fortunately, Li Huan and the others still have 7 or 8 days to return, so this period of time should be enough. For the next few days, Xianxia had been stuffed in the secret room, studying and constantly creating new formations. This kind of formation had to accommodate all of his requirements. Fortunately, his spatial ability was very outstanding. Back then, he had spent a lot of time with Old Man Mo Ling, discussing some knowledge about the profound Tao every day. Spatial formations were definitely a kind of brilliant formations, and what Xianxia and Mo Ling were discussing were all very advanced profound Tao theories. Now, this knowledge finally had a place to be used. On the 6th day in the secret room, Xianxia stretched his waist and looked at a pocket-sized formation on the table with satisfaction. This formation was a small, reversed spatial formation. If he directly triggered this formation, it would basically be useless. The effect would be to push the fingernail-sized space outwards, causing the two little fingernail-sized spaces to instantly overlap. However, in the next moment, the two spaces would be torn apart by the laws of large spaces. However, if it was used on blue water, it would have a miraculous effect. The water bag in the blue water was shrunk by Xianxia's hyperspatial perception. This small reverse spatial array could instantly invalidate blue water, which was enough for the water bag to fall off. Xianxia gave it a try. He first sent a message to the messenger and whispered, "Unseal." Then, on the signaling order, a small spatial array was set up. Finally, a groove was dug and a drop of blue water was put in. He pretended that he had just received the message and opened it. He heard a message from the messenger. "Unseal." At this moment, the small formation was triggered. A drop of blue water that was stored inside dropped 10 bags of water without warning. Success! Xianxia patted his thigh. "I can finally get out of seclusion." Xianxia left the secret room and asked. He discovered that Li Huan and the others hadn't returned yet. However, there were already martial practitioners in the secret realm who had returned from Safety City. Xianxia inquired. The martial artist said that Li Huan's convoy had already left Safety City and was repairing the time coordinates along the way. They would be able to return to Moonlight City in about 2 days. There are still 2 days left. Do more signaling. Xianxia directly purchased a large number of blank signaling messages from the guild. Because he was a member of the guild, and signaling was not an expensive item, he bought 1,000 blank signaling items in one go. It took 2 days for each signaling message to be unsealed. On each of the signaling orders, a formation was set up and a drop of blue water was put in. Each drop of blue water contained 10 full water bags. When Li Huan and the others returned, Xianxia received them with 1,000 messengers and told them his plan. Li Huan and the others were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost, especially when Xianxia demonstrated on the spot. More than 300 people remained silent. A short 10 seconds later, everyone exploded. Everyone cheered and jumped about, hugging each other. They were so happy that they didn't know how to express their feelings. "I'm rich. I'm really rich." Li Huan's eyes were red with excitement as he said, "This is a monopoly." Xianxia was also very happy and said, "In the future, when I go to the secret realm to explore, you will do business outside and earn Holy Spirit stones. Let's go. Let's go do business on the streets." A group of people went to the bustling streets and set up a few tables on the liveliest section of the road. There was a small sign hanging on each table that read, "Undertake the mission of delivering water to the mystic realm." Li Huan and Xianxia whispered, "Boss, if business is good, we can start a guild ourselves." Xianxia said, "Being a guild is very complicated. At the very least, we need to have our own safety city so that our guild members can have a place to stay. However, with my realm, my dipper chi is not enough to protect the safety city. Besides, a guild needs at least one heavenly tribulation realm expert to join." Li Huan said, "One step at a time is one step at a time. Whoever doesn't come step by step will have a chance to earn enough Holy Spirit stones first. As the saying goes, everything is difficult to begin with." Xianxia understood the meaning of this sentence very well. These people set the table for the water delivery business, but in the end, no one came to set the task, and no one even asked a question. As the martial artists passed by, they all glanced at this place and left with a disdainful sneer. Xianxia and the others waited for half a day. From morning until noon, no one came. "This won't work." Xianxia frowned and said, "Let's go. Let's go get some business. Leave a few people to look at the table. Everyone else, go together." Everyone dispersed in an uproar. On the streets, everyone grabbed onto it and asked kindly, "Excuse me, do you need a secret realm water delivery mission?" However, passers-by treated them as madmen, either cursing or pushing them away. On Xianxia's side, he also pulled a martial artist and tried his best to look amiable. He said, "Hello, we are issuing a water delivery mission now. Would you like to try it? We can safely deliver the spring water to you. Before he could finish his sentence, the martial artist shook off Xianxia and said, Psycho, I have my own guild and a safe city. Do I need to spend money to deliver water to you? Xianxia said, We are here to deliver spring water to you, regardless of where you are in the secret realm. The martial artist looked at Xianxia like he was looking at a madman and said, Your brain is going crazy. Let go of me. Xianxia pulled hundreds of martial artists in a row, but he didn't even have a chance to explain everything. Often, he was so passionate that he wanted to explain his business, but others didn't even listen and directly left. All the way to the evening, everyone returned to the table dejectedly and asked each other a few questions. All of them sighed in relief. Not a single deal was done. Xianxia smiled and said, Don't be discouraged. It's always difficult at the beginning. First of all, this is the first time we've issued such a mission. There's no credibility to speak of. Secondly, the details of our water delivery are too shocking. It is only natural that others will not accept it. Li Huan said, That's right. Ever since the cheaters like the two dealers ran rampant, the martial artists of the Saint region have all been on high alert, afraid of encountering new types of cheaters. It's not their fault. We are indeed too much of a liar. They will definitely wonder if there really is some kind of powerful water delivery business. Why did a powerful force like the Four Emperors Guild not do it? Instead, it's us unknown divine martial realm martial artists who can do it. Xianxia nodded and said cheerfully, As long as we complete the first business, it will slowly recover. A martial artist who had a strong guild backing had his own guild, so he didn't bother looking for Xianxia and the others. As for the weak martial artists in their guilds, they were so poor that they didn't even want to spend money to buy water delivery missions. As the sky darkened, there were fewer pedestrians on the streets. On the contrary, the restaurants and brothels became lively. Hard. Really hard. Imagination is always good, but once you put it into action, problems come up. Xianxia patted Li Huan on the shoulder and said, Forget it. Take it. Come back tomorrow. At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded. Excuse me, what is this water delivery mission? Xianxia and the others instantly pricked up their ears like cats that smelled fish. More than 300 people sat down in an uproar. All of them looked at the female warrior with smiles, and their eyes were filled with rays of light. This scene scared the tall woman back a few steps. What do you want? The woman vigilantly grasped the hilt of the sword and was ready to deal with this pack of hungry wolves. Xianxia then pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to restrain their passion. After that, he tried his best to calm himself down and asked the woman with a smile, Friend, do you want to send water? We undertake all kinds of water delivery missions. If you need a quick and efficient spring water supply in the secret realm, we can meet your needs at any time. Seeing that Xianxia still had a righteous expression on her face, the woman moved closer, but still did not dare to sit down. After all, she was only at the 7th level of divine martial arts, and the group of fierce fellows opposite her were all at a higher realm than her. How? The woman thought for a moment and asked, Will you send someone to follow me? Give me the spring water when I need it. A subordinate hurriedly rushed forward and said, No, you're wrong. We are. Li Huan kicked the subordinate back and shouted, Shut up. Let the boss talk. Xianxia said to the woman, We can put the spring water into the signaling order. When you need it, we can send it to you directly. When the woman heard this, she shook her head helplessly and said, I'm really stupid. I actually came to ask you such stupid questions. I'd better go. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed the woman's arm and said, Why? If you have any questions, you can ask. The woman looked at Xianxia with a bitter smile. Send water by messenger. How much? 1 drop? Or 2 drops? Taking things is. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia had already activated a signaling device, and 10 water bags fell out of it. The woman closed her mouth. She was stunned for a moment, then her expression changed slightly. Finally, her face was filled with terror. How did you do it? Is this a new trick? Xianxia solemnly said, Please believe us. This is definitely not a trick. The scene you saw is absolutely true. However, the woman did not believe it. She directly escaped. Xianxia sighed. She wasn't to blame. This scene was simply too subversive of common sense. The problems that Saint Realm had not solved for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, had been solved so easily by Xianxia and the others. How could there be such an exaggerated good thing in the world? If this group of young divine martial realm martial artists really had this kind of ability, then they would have long been the overlord of the Saint Realm, so how could they show off in the streets? Xianxia and the others returned without success. One night later, everyone gathered together the next morning and went back to the streets. But today, everyone's enthusiasm was much lower than yesterday. Some people even began to doubt whether this kind of mission could be released. The sacred domain was complex and deep. All sorts of deceptive tricks appeared one after another, all sorts of which made it impossible to guard against them. Compared to all kinds of deceptive tricks from ancient times to modern times, the water delivery mission of Xianxia and the others was more like the clumsiest one. It was so clumsy that it made people think that it was nonsense. It looked even more unbelievable, even more ridiculous than it sounded. But when everyone set the table and prepared for a new round of attacks, a new hope appeared. It was still the same woman from yesterday. She had actually waited here long ago. Xianxia and Li Huan exchanged glances and smiled. The woman walked over cautiously and made some progress compared to yesterday. She sat opposite Xianxia. She said cautiously, "I thought about it yesterday and thought I was going to give it a try." Xianxia smiled and said, "Right. Even if we really are liars, what kind of loss can you have?" The woman said, "How do I charge you?" A subordinate hurriedly rushed forward and said, 10 low-grade Holy Spirit stones. The woman was so frightened that she was speechless. Li Huan slapped the back of his head and said, "Bullshit." The subordinate rubbed his head and said in a very aggrieved manner, "Originally, sending spring water at a critical moment could save one's life. Isn't a life worth 10 low-grade Holy Spirit stones?" Everyone didn't understand how to do business. Xianxia probed the woman and asked, "How about a low-grade sacred spirit stone?" The woman said with a sad expression, "Let's go on a mission. After a single trip, the 5 of us won't be able to earn a single sacred spirit stone. How can we give you so much money? I think it's better to forget it. I don't want this water delivery mission anymore." Xianxia stabilized the woman first, and after thinking for a while, he agreed. The martial artists who came here to deliver water missions were all people who didn't have the ability to do so themselves. Only those small guild martial practitioners who did not have enough safety city to protect themselves and did not have the confidence to protect their own water bags would come to issue missions. However, these people were all very poor. Xianxia made up his mind that as long as his reputation was released, there would be no need to worry about powerful and wealthy martial artists coming to release missions. Take a long view. "What price do you think is appropriate?" Xianxia asked. The woman thought for a moment, then stretched out a finger and said, "A sacred token." The Holy Spirit stones were divided into the lower, middle, and higher levels. The lower-level Holy Spirit stones were the lowest, but a lower-level Holy Spirit stone was also extremely precious. There were a large number of small martial artists who could only earn a Holy Spirit stone after working for half a year. Some even failed in their missions. Not only could they not earn a single Holy Spirit stone, they also owed the guild some money. They were directly in negative equity. In that case, the low-grade Holy Spirit stones were too high as the base currency, so they created something called the Holy Token. Sacred tokens were a currency recognized by all guilds. In terms of exchange rate, 100 sacred tokens were equivalent to a low-grade sacred spirit stone. After gathering 100 sacred tokens, you can go directly to the exchange hall of any guild to exchange for sacred spirit stones. This is too little. Even Li Huan was worried. "All right, I'll do this business." Xianxia gritted his teeth and decided on the spot. The woman also gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Only then did she reluctantly hand over a sacred token, giving the task of delivering water to Xianxia. She was also reluctant to part with a sacred token. It really hurt to exchange it for water. "When will it start?" Xianxia asked. The woman said, "We're leaving at noon today." Xianxia nodded, took out a message and gave it to her, and told her how to use it. "Take this and enter first. We will send people to wait inside the entrance of the secret realm. There are 10 water bags in this message. Take them and use them. If you don't find any more spring water for us during the entire process, then we won't charge you for this mission. After you return, I'll return the holy token to you. If you run out of spring water, release the message. We will send you a new message. Please inject a drop of blood essence." 2 drops of blood essence were placed in the messenger, one from the woman and the other from Li Huan. This way, the messenger could fly between the 2 of them. "Collect your merits. Today's business is over. Everyone, go to the secret realm." Under Xianxia's orders, everyone took the tables away. This was the first business. Whether it would succeed or not, Xianxia was not sure. "Let's go and see." The woman and her teammates entered the secret realm, and more than 300 people from Xianxia and the others also entered. Signals from the outside world cannot fly directly into the secret realm. They must be in the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Xianxia and the others set up camp at the entrance, chatting and drinking while waiting. On the first day and the second day, there was no movement. It seemed that the woman's team did not encounter any trouble. Their spring water was enough for them to use. On the third day, Xianxia was stretching in front of the tent when he noticed a streak of light galloping towards him. "Coming! Quick! Everyone wake up!" Xianxia shouted. Everyone hurriedly crawled out of the tent, their eyes shining. The message flew directly into Li Huan's hand. Sure enough, the message was empty. "Quick! Send a new signal," Xianxia said. Li Huan immediately took out a new signaling order and touched the new signaling order and the one he had just received, so that the new signaling order could fly into the hands of the woman. There were already 10 bags of water in the new signaling order. Li Huan let go and the message turned into a streak of light and flew away with a whoosh. Whoosh! Li Huan let out a long breath and laughed loudly. "It's done! The first mission has finally been completed." The rest of the subordinates cheered. Li Huan said, "Boss, it's time for us to go back." Xianxia said, "Wait a moment. Maybe they need more spring water. We have to take care of it to the end." Li Huan nodded and said, "In the future, we must send a few subordinates to stay here. We can receive the employer's order 24 hours a day to ensure the timely delivery of water." After waiting for another 3 days, a message flew over. Everyone became nervous again and prepared to put back the new message. However, he discovered that this message was not for the spring water. There was a new piece of news inside. After Li Huan opened it, there were only 2 words in the message. "Thank you." "Ha!" Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. "Brothers, let's stop." After returning to the guild, everyone fell asleep. Early the next morning, everyone went to the streets to set the tables again, and still no one came to set the task for the whole morning. At noon, the woman came. However, she looked very haggard. There were still many wounds on her body that had not fully healed, and her skin and flesh were still very tender. The woman's eyes were red as she silently sat opposite Xianxia. Xianxia whispered, "Is it not going well?" The woman wiped her tears and said, "2 of our 5 companions died." Xianxia sighed. "I'm sorry." The woman regained her spirits and forced a smile. "However, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your timely message, the last 3 of us wouldn't have returned alive. Your mission is really good. Really? Thank you so much. Don't worry. I will help you spread the word. I will bring the other members of our guild to find you for a mission." After the woman left, she still hadn't received a single deal all day. However, today was much better than a few days ago. A few dozen people came to consult, but after listening to the introduction, they all shook their heads and left. No one wanted to believe Xianxia and the others, but they still felt that Xianxia and the others were a bunch of liars. The more Xianxia explained, the more unconvinced they became. In fact, Xianxia had even demonstrated on the spot how the signaling pouch was packed, but they still did not believe it. A customer said something that was classic, and it represented the hearts and minds of most customers. The customer said contemptuously, "All right, who are you kidding? Do you think I look like a fool? Just you? If you had such great ability, you would still be setting up shop on the streets? You've already unified the sacred domain." Li Huan grabbed the man angrily and said, "Then tell me, is our demonstration true?" The customer curled his lips and said, "Who knows what tricks you used? Don't tell me that I didn't feel good after drinking a pot of wine. Do I have to brew a pot of wine better than yours to be qualified to say that your wine is ugly? What kind of trick do you like to use? Do you have a relationship with me? I know that you are tricksters." The customer brutally threw Li Huan away and left. Xianxia said, "Although what he said is a little unreasonable, it does represent the thoughts of most people. All right, don't get angry. Take your time." One day there was no business. After returning to the guild, everyone held a meeting to discuss it. Xianxia first said, "Brothers, please do not be discouraged. We have dreams, and we know that we have the right path to our dreams. It only takes time for us to operate. We will definitely be able to do so." Li Huan said, "Boss, why don't we set up a guild of our own? Only in this way can we get our reputation out. Otherwise, no matter how hard we work, our final good reputation will not fall on us. It is equivalent to working for the Great Fire Guild in vain." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I've thought about this as well. However, at this stage there's no hurry. We should think of a way to improve our reputation first. It's not wise to leave the Great Fire Guild directly now. At least, we still need the Great Fire Guild's safe city. The newly established guild, even if it had a water supply monopoly, would not pose a threat to other guilds for a short period of time. Just as Xianxia had said, at least other guilds still had a safe city. Safe city wasn't just providing spring water, it could also save lives. When a martial artist was chased by a ferocious beast, he could hide in the safety city to escape a calamity. This was something that Xianxia and the others were unable to accomplish at present. As for the pricing of the water delivery mission, everyone discussed it for a while. The benefits of a single mission and a sacred token were simply too small. Only 100 saint tokens could be exchanged for a low-grade saint spirit stone. But Xianxia had 300 brothers waiting for him to raise them. In other words, he had to complete a total of 30,000 missions to ensure that each of his brothers would receive a low-grade Holy Spirit stone. However, this was too inadequate. Each of these divine martial 8th layer martial artists needed 128 inferior grade sacred spirit stones to advance to the 9th level. That was 3.84 million water delivery missions. These 300 people couldn't even vomit blood even if they were tired. Xianxia said, "The problem of price as the credibility opens, then slowly increase. Currently, making money is secondary, the main thing is to convince others of us. As for me, I'll go to the secret realm to explore. You guys stay behind and manage the water delivery mission. I'll entrust this mission to Li Huan." Li Huan nodded and said, "Boss, don't worry. Sooner or later, we will surpass the 4 Emperors Guild and make those who refuse to accept us regret it." Xianxia had his own thoughts. The 300 brothers had to be promoted as well, and they had to be promoted to Martial Saint. If he waited for a little money to deliver water every day, then he would have to wait for years before he could advance, although the prospects for this mission were infinitely bright. The key point was that Xianxia didn't have much time left. He only had 4 months left. Therefore, his current thought was that he wouldn't move the little money he earned from delivering water. He still had to go to the secret realm to explore and think of a way to raise his cultivation level. Within 4 months, he must be promoted to Martial Saint. Only in this way would he be qualified to go to the Bai clan to attend the appointment. The next day, Xianxia was ready to enter the secret realm again. Each drop of blue water could store up to 100 water bags, enough for him to stay in the secret realm for a full 3 months. Therefore, he didn't have to spend money to rent other people's safe routes anymore. He had to explore everything on his own. Before leaving, he followed his brothers to the streets to see what would happen today. As a result, just as the 300-plus people went to the streets, they discovered that there was already a large group of martial artists waiting here. Amongst the group of martial artists, there was the woman from yesterday. Xianxia laughed, and Li Huan and the others all laughed. The beautiful tomorrow was getting closer and closer. It's them. A martial saint level 1 martial artist looked at Xianxia and the others with suspicion, but his words were addressed to a woman. The woman nodded vigorously. It's them. They can really deliver spring water quickly. The martial sage walked over doubtfully and said to Xianxia, "Which of you is responsible?" Xianxia pointed at Li Huan. This small detail also won the brothers' favor. Being willing to delegate power was a quality that the boss had to possess, so that his brothers could feel that Xianxia was not a dictator. The martial sage turned to Li Huan and said, "We have 13 teams that want to enter the secret realm. Do you want to take it?" Li Huanqi said, "Take it. Of course." The martial sage nodded and said, "All right. Here are the 13 sacred tokens. You guys take them first. If this cooperation is successful, we will release missions from you for a long time to come. Also, our guild is preparing to build a new safe city recently. It's quite troublesome to send water back and forth. It would be much more convenient if we had your help. I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Huan laughed and said, "Have a good cooperation." The two of them shook hands and began to discuss the details. Xianxia patted Li Huan on the shoulder and turned to leave. After entering the secret realm, Xianxia already had his own thoughts. This time he planned to follow Zhonglan and the others, directly enter the deep secret realm, lure out high-level beasts, and then kill them. Zhonglan and the others could only complete the first step, but their ability to kill vicious beasts was slightly insufficient, and this was exactly what Xianxia did not need to worry about. Before entering the secret realm, Xianxia went to the guild. He wanted to buy a coordinate crystal stone. He didn't intend to hire other people's safe routes, but it was still necessary to locate the direction. He had to make sure that he would be able to find his way back after he went there. Then coordinate crystals were indispensable. However, only after inquiring did he know that a single coordinate crystal stone was actually priced at 100 low-grade sacred spirit stones. Moreover, this was the cheapest low-grade coordinate crystal stone. It could only release 20-time coordinates at most. If it was a medium coordinate crystal stone, the bid price would reach 1,000 low-grade holy spirit stones. Can release 100-time coordinates. These time coordinates can sense each other and guide the martial artist so as to prevent the martial artist from finding the next coordinate because they are too far away from the next coordinate, causing the martial artist to not be able to find the next coordinate. If two low-grade coordinate crystals were to construct 40-time coordinates together, they would not be able to sense each other, and it would be a waste of effort. Xianxia was in a dilemma. He only had 8 low-grade holy spirit stones. He couldn't even afford the lowest level of time coordinates. He needed 100. With the coordinate crystal stones, there were conditions for establishing a safe route. As long as the route was really feasible, the cost would be recovered very quickly. It was not unreasonable for this item to be sold at such a high price. However, no one bought this kind of thing. All of them came to buy it together and smoothed out a path together. Therefore, it was an unbearable high cost for an individual. Xianxia had no choice but to rent a safe route. He wanted to go deeper and farther, but the Great Fire Guild only had 13 safe cities. There were only 4 safe routes from the 13th safe city to the depths of the secret realm. The rent for each item and every 10 days was 10 low-grade holy spirit stones. The deeper the safe route, the harder it would be to open, and the higher the price, the more expensive it would be. In other words, the martial artists who rented this route had to earn more than 10 inferior grade sacred spirit stones within 10 days in order to not lose money. This is a very, very exaggerated number, so very few people can take such risks. This route was quite lucrative, but no one had been interested in it, and no one had come to rent it. Xianxia was willing to take such a risk, but he didn't have the money to rent it. He only had 8 inferior grade sacred spirit stones, and there were still 2 left. Motherfucker. No matter what, just rush forward. Xianxia was ruthless and went straight to the secret realm. The guild's transportation route was free of charge, connecting 13 safe cities. Xianxia brought 100 bags of spring water along. First, he went to the first safety city, then to the second and third. It took him a total of 5 days to reach the 13th safety city. There was no need to send water. If he put on a light armor, he would be able to travel much faster. Moreover, this route was relatively safe and could speed up his advance. There was no need to worry about being harassed by ferocious beasts. The 13th safe city was a city that could hold 500,000 people at the same time. However, there were very few martial artists in the city. They probably didn't even reach 200 to 300, and the streets were empty. Those who dared to come here were all ambitious people, and they had great confidence in themselves. Moreover, all of the people who moved here were martial saints. Most of them were at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, and there were even a few experts at the 7th or 8th level of the martial saint realm. These were all elders of the Great Fire Guild, and they were all extraordinary. Xianxia's arrival immediately attracted the attention of others. "Are you lost?" A middle-aged martial sage looked at Xianxia and said, "Why did you come to the 13 cities at such a young age? This place is very dangerous." Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, I'm lost. I'm just about to go back." He wasn't interested in talking too deeply to these people, so he casually found an excuse and went on his way after eating something. Because the geography of the Eternal Secret Realm changed too much, it was very difficult to divide it into regions. Therefore, the entire Eternal Secret Realm was divided into rings to distinguish depth. The safety city of the Big Fire Guild was very standard, and each city occupied 1 ring. In other words, Xianxia had arrived at the 13th ring of the Secret Realm. Through his understanding, he discovered that the stronger the guild, the more safe the city was, and the deeper it was built. For example, the Eastern Emperor Guild had even built the city to the 30th ring. However, those who could move in the 30 rings were basically all Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts. After leaving the city, Xianxia raised his head to look up at the sky. The sky was gray and hazy. He could not see any reference objects, nor could he determine the direction. "TSK, after we leave, how should we return?" Xianxia was in a dilemma. The serpent said, "Put down the teleportation array." Xianxia said, "The teleportation array uses spatial jumping, but spatial jumping is useless in secret realms." The serpent laughed and said, "Who told you to jump? I mean, after you put down the teleportation array, you have the void stones. Can't you sense where your teleportation array is? The teleportation formation uses space as its medium of existence. Even if the terrain here changes thousands of times, the teleportation formation will not be moved away." "That's right." Xianxia's eyes lit up and a teleportation array appeared beneath his feet. He flew away for a while and then carefully sensed it. Sure enough, he could use the void stone to sense the location of his teleportation array in the distance. However, this kind of thing still couldn't replace the time coordinates because only Xianxia could sense it and no one else could sense it. Just like that, half a day after Xianxia flew out, he set up a second teleportation array. After sensing the first teleportation array, he marked a small arrow on the second teleportation array and pointed at the first teleportation array. He wrote 2 again. This number was to allow him to identify the location and serial number of the teleportation array. This method was not unexpected, but no one was able to achieve it. There were mysterious Dao experts who could set up their own teleportation formations, but they were unable to sense their own teleportation formations. There was one thing involved here, and that was that Xianxia had once absorbed a void stone. However, no one else could absorb this kind of energy. Xianxia set up the teleportation portal along the way, advancing along the way, and turning around to sense it at any time. He discovered that the teleportation portal was far enough away, and the teleportation portal had exceeded the sensing distance by about 50,000 li. In this way, they could only set up a new teleportation array 50,000 kilometers away to circulate. Gradually, he could still see some strange coordinates of time from the beginning until now. He had already entered the depths of the uninhabited secret realm. It had already exceeded a few million kilometers, and he had never encountered a single living person again. This place far exceeded the maximum radius of activity of the 13 cities, and even the furthest safe route was extremely far away from this place. This was an unfamiliar environment. Xianxia carefully floated into the sky and looked into the distance. In front of him was a misty swamp with very low visibility. There's a swamp. Xianxia took a deep breath and held his breath. He didn't know if there was any poisonous gas in the swamp, but it was better not to breathe. Be careful, the snake said. There are usually creatures in this kind of place. Xianxia picked up his spirits and held the giant saber in his hand, slowing down his speed as he slowly floated. When he finally entered the sky above the swamp, he felt his body being dragged down by a force and began to descend heavily. Damn it! Xianxia immediately lowered his head and saw the bubbling swamp beneath his feet. Sludge was bubbling and emitting a strange type of methane. Spatial swamp. The big snake was also stunned and said, "It's actually this kind of thing. I thought it only existed in legends. What is a spatial swamp?" Xianxia felt that the pulling force was getting stronger and stronger. His body was incomparably heavy. He had to forcefully hold on so as not to be dragged down. The serpent said, "The swamp can trap a living person. If you step on it, it will sink. But the spatial swamp doesn't need to touch the swamp, it will sink. As long as you float in the sky above the swamp, you will be grabbed by the attraction. Quick! Leave the sludge under your feet. Otherwise, it will be too late. The lower you are pulled, the more traction you will receive." Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly flew towards a small piece of precious dry land beside him. But it was extremely difficult. As expected, the longer he stayed in this area, the stronger the evacuation would be. At first, Xianxia could still easily resist the pullback force, but after a few seconds, the pullback force increased tenfold. In the next few seconds, it would increase tenfold. Until now, Xianxia had to struggle hard to keep from being swallowed. Damn! What the hell is this place? It took Xianxia a lot of effort before he finally flew from the silt under his feet to the dry land. However, looking around, there were dense swamp pits of varying sizes in front of him. Compared to the dry land, this number had already reached a ratio of nearly 100-to-1. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause him to be sucked in. "There's no problem just walking around here," said the snake. "However, once you encounter a fierce beast, you won't be able to walk as you wish. This place will be very dangerous. I think it's better to go around the swamp." Xianxia thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, we came here to find a dangerous area. If we're afraid of danger, wouldn't it be safer not to enter the eternal secret realm?" The big snake said, "That's true. The law of the outside world is that the more dangerous the environment, the more likely it is for powerful monsters to appear. I wonder if this law holds true in the secret realm." Xianxia said, "Prepare ahead of time." Although Zhonglan and the others' plans failed, their thinking was still very good. Xianxia felt that it was of great reference value. He carefully discovered the ancient era's ferocious beast first, then thought of a way to lure one over, slowly luring it further away, and then attacked the lone ferocious beast. As for Xianxia, he planned to follow this train of thought. The best way was to first set up the Tai divine art and then lure the fierce beasts to the vicinity before killing them with a single saber. The two of them discussed for a moment. Right now, they had two options. One was to leave the swamp and let the avatar outside the swamp begin swimming through the Tai divine art. The second was to continue to go deep into the swamp and set up the Tai divine art in the depths of the swamp. It would definitely be safer to set it up outside, but the 50,000-mile radius of the Tai divine art would reduce the size of the swamp to only 50,000 miles. However, if they were placed in the depths of the swamp, they would be able to cover a diameter of 100,000 kilometers from front to back. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages that need to be weighed. In the end, Xianxia chose a more secure method and said, "Since you are new here, you should be more secure. You should get used to fighting in the secret realm before taking further risks." He immediately retreated from the swamp and set up a vast righteous chi diagram at the edge of the swamp, allowing an avatar to begin swimming on the formation. Afterwards, Xianxia flew into the swamp and began to advance quickly, trying to find the ancient era's ferocious beasts. The dense swamp depressions were scattered without any rules, but without the pursuit of the enemy, it was easy for Xianxia to quickly and accurately bypass these depressions. Gradually, 10,000 li flew out and found nothing. 20,000 li flew out, 30,000 li, 40,000 li, and even 50,000 li, they still found nothing. Xianxia was in a dilemma. He was about to reach the farthest perceptual distance of the avatar outside his body. His realm had increased by a lot from before to now, and his perceptual distance had also increased from 50,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers. However, this was the distance he could sense the fluctuations of the enemy's aura, not the distance he could sense the avatar. His perception of the avatar was still at 50,000 kilometers. Xianxia had thought about this question. It seemed that the incarnation outside his body was directly related to his spiritual energy. Unless he increased his spiritual energy, his perceptual distance towards the incarnation would not continue to increase. As for his divine soul realm, it hadn't been enhanced to this day. I can't. If I go any further, it will exceed my perception of the incarnation. The saber light of the Tai divine art will dissipate on its own. Xianxia frowned. Although the saber light had only condensed for a few hours, it would be a pity to give up now. Search horizontally, said the serpent. Keep it at the 50,000-mile circular boundary. That's the only way. Xianxia gathered his spirits and set up a teleportation array on the spot. He used this place as a locating point and then flew towards the left hemisphere. In order to increase his efficiency, he accelerated his flight speed even further. He spent almost half a day searching all the areas on the left, but he still found nothing. The serpent said, "Don't be discouraged. Continue." Xianxia returned to the location of the teleportation array and searched to the right. He increased his speed again. Although he was still far from reaching his maximum speed, the faster he flew in an unfamiliar dangerous environment, the higher the danger factor. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. Xianxia's patience was almost completely wiped out. He had already planned to abandon this place and set up a new Tai divine art on the spot. Then he would explore deeper into the swamp. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find the whereabouts of the eternal fierce beast within this range. If we really can't, we can only cancel the Tai divine art from before and then. At this point, Xianxia suddenly froze. His eyes were wide open as he looked ahead. Above the misty swamp in front of him, a group of buzzing things floated in some rotten and withered woods. Those things were like large beetles. Each of them was the size of a watermelon, and they were grouped together. At a glance, there were at least 13 or 14 of them going up. Holy shit, martial sage. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Although those beetles weren't big enough, each of them possessed the realm of martial saint level 1. Their strength was genuine. The most troublesome thing was that because Xianxia was flying too fast, he didn't even have enough distance to react. When he first saw those beetles also saw him. There are too many of them. Hurry up and retreat, the big snake hurriedly urged. Xianxia did not think about it at all and immediately turned around and flew in the opposite direction. The beetles immediately chased after Xianxia. These things flew extremely fast, as if they didn't care about the attraction above the swamp. They were completely immune to the attraction. Bad. Too little experience. Rash? Xianxia immediately suffered from a lack of experience. Originally, the plan was to find a way to lure out one of the beasts after encountering a group of beasts, and then let that beast leave the herd alone, and then think of a way to kill it. However, he flew too fast. All of a sudden, he was discovered by all the ferocious beasts. As a result, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were chasing him. Even if they managed to escape in the end, those ferocious beasts were still in groups. This time, it would be useless and a waste of time. Hurry up and catch up. Those things are flying too fast. They can shorten the distance by half every second. The snake's hurried voice sounded in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia took the time to look back. The group of beasts were already very close to him. When he flew over and saw the beast for the first time, the distance between them was only about 100 miles. In such a short period of 3 seconds, the distance between the 100 li was quickly reduced to 50 li, 25 li, 13 li. To divine martial realm and even martial saint realm martial artists, the distance of 13 miles was practically a close combat. Buzz, A wave of wings flapping sound came from behind, making Xianxia's scalp feel numb. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful attraction grabbed Xianxia from behind. Swamp! Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to look, but there was indeed dry ground beneath his feet. That attraction. Xianxia turned around and took a deep breath. The attraction came from that swarm of beetles. Those swarm of beetles actually possessed the spatial swamp attribute. They could distort space. They treated space like sand, twisting a sandpit out, and the surrounding space would fall into the sandpit. This was a spatial drag. Xianxia also existed in space, so he was also grabbed. Xianxia's speed greatly slowed down, while the speed of the swarm of beetles did not change. As a result, the distance of 13 li was instantly reduced to 3 li. It didn't even take a second. Dream on! Xianxia injected a bolt of lightning energy into his body, causing it to reverse in his meridians. Under this impact, he immediately fell into a coma and instantly fell into a dream. This was the result of his many experiments. In the past, every time he encountered danger, he would slap his forehead. This method was too stupid and inefficient. He discovered that the lightning energy or aura in his meridians could be quickly reversed, and its powerful reverse impact could knock a martial artist unconscious. Now, it could be said that this was a critical moment. While Xianxia was dreaming and exchanging his dream body and true body, the swarm of beetles also buzzed through the air where he was. It was just a tiny bit away. In the dream, Xianxia lowered his head and looked at his sleeve. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. The sleeve on his left was already tattered, indicating that the beetles had already touched his sleeve while he was dreaming. So close! Xianxia stabilized his mind, but at the same time, he discovered another problem. When his true body entered his dreams, his connection with the avatar outside his body was severed, and the Tai divine art that had been in operation for nearly a day was also cut off. I've suffered a huge loss. Xianxia looked at the buzzing swarm of beetles and felt really upset. On this day, not only did he fail to attract the lone beast, but even the Tai divine art was crippled, and he needed to start anew. The snake comforted him and said, "It doesn't matter. You can learn from your mistakes. Experience is always found in failure." "That's right," Xianxia said. "But alas, that's the only way." Outside the dream world, the beetles had lost their target and were still circling around searching for Xianxia's whereabouts. This scene inspired the serpent. "You said that these things possessed a strong gravitational force, and the nether dragon's black domain also possessed a gravitational force," he said. "What if you let them pull each other out of the black domain? Those beetles will definitely be pulled into the black domain quickly," Xianxia said. "Isn't that enough?" Xianxia said with a smile. "You should really think about it when you have the chance. Look at me. I can think of an excellent solution every time." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "What's so good about it? We're not here to kill fierce beasts, but to look for Saint Spirit stones. You sucked all these fierce beasts into the black domain and killed them, but how can we take out the Saint Spirit stones? Even if I charge into the black domain, I won't be able to escape either." The big snake gave a dry cough and said, "There was a miscalculation. I ignored this problem." Xianxia said, "Wait, let's think about it in the long run. We'll talk about it after these beetles leave this place." Fortunately, the swarm of beetles did not hover in place. Instead, they searched and flew into the distance. Gradually, they disappeared from sight. It was almost time for the real body to be exchanged for a dream body. Xianxia carefully jumped out of the dream world and looked around. He was temporarily safe. "Let's set it up here." Xianxia thought for a moment, then set up a white tiger formation on the spot and released his avatar to wander around. After finishing it, he prepared to search for the insects again. Holy shit! It's coming! Before Xianxia could set off, his heart sank. He felt the insects flying back, so he immediately turned around and fled in fright. "How did you discover it? Could it be that they didn't go far? How did they discover my aura so quickly?" Xianxia couldn't understand. However, when he looked back, he immediately came to a realization. The swarm of insects did not chase after him. Instead, they attacked the avatar outside. Blade light, the serpent said. The intense fluctuations of the blade light attracted the insects. The swarm of beetles quickly collided with the avatar outside. With just a single strike, the avatar of the 7th level of the divine martial technique was smashed into pieces. Thanks to this, Xianxia also had enough time to run far enough. However, those insects could still sense Xianxia and chased after him. Xianxia immediately took out a drop of blue water from his storage ring and directly fell to the ground. He stepped on the blue water and quickly shrunk into it. It's safe, Xianxia said. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed again, and the swarm of insects flew towards blue water. Damn it! How did you find out? Xianxia jumped out of the blue water and immediately used his dream Dao to swap positions between his true body and his dream body. The swarm of beetles lost their target again and began to fly around blindly. What happened? Xianxia said angrily. Could it be that I was wrong? I hid in the blue water, and my aura shouldn't leak out. The serpent said, Fuck you, idiot. Your aura won't leak out. But those bugs saw you dive into the blue water. They're not stupid. Xianxia patted his forehead and said, The busier I am, the more chaotic I am. That's right. It was a good idea to hide in the blue water. This was certain, but the premise was that it could only be called hiding if the enemy could not detect it. The swarm of insects saw Xianxia dive into a drop of blue water with their own eyes. Aren't they going to directly attack that drop of blue water? All right. Xianxia sighed and said, The lesson of blood. This time, I have summed up another lesson. It's just that my Immortal Ascension technique is about to collapse. The Immortal Ascension technique could only last for 1 hour, which was the maximum amount of time one could exchange one's true body for a dream body. Previously, he had already used up a period of time for the Immortal Ascension technique. Now, there were only about 10 minutes left. But that's good. At least I've thought of another way. The serpent said, Aren't insects attracted by the fluctuations of the blade light? You can shrink the Tai Divine Art and Avatar into a drop of blue water. That's what you did last time in the blue light forest. Yes, that's true, Xianxia said. Fortunately, a few minutes later, the insects flew away again. Xianxia used up all of his divine wandering time and fell out of his dream. The moment he landed, he threw out a drop of blue water and shrunk into the water droplet. After waiting for a while, the insects did not sense him, nor did they chase after him. Only then did Xianxia feel relieved and released the white tiger formation and avatar in the blue water, allowing the avatar to begin swimming in the water droplet. As for Xianxia, he jumped out of the blue water. Can you take this blue water away? If you can carry it with you at any time, you can carry a Tai Divine Art Saber light forward at any time. Xianxia muttered to himself. He tried to lift the blue water from the ground, but he failed completely. A huge white tiger formation suddenly appeared on the ground. The avatar had also grown larger, and the blade light had also grown larger. In the distance, the insects flew back. This time, Xianxia was even more decisive. Without waiting for the swarm of insects to approach, he abandoned his avatar and fled for his life. After a dozen seconds, the aura of the avatar disappeared. It should have been killed by the insect. Xianxia covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. If his avatar was injured, his true self would also be implicated. Fortunately, this was not enough to kill him, but if his avatar was destroyed twice, Xianxia's injuries would be enough to bleed internally. The serpent said, Looks like it won't work. As expected, the formation can't be moved casually. Xianxia nodded and said, Wherever the formation is set up, it can only stay there. It's too bad that it can't be taken away. He knew this a long time ago, but Lan Shui was a special case, so he fantasized about whether he could change the situation. The result was obviously terrible. Are you chasing me? Xianxia asked. He could not sense the existence of the insect, but the big snake could see farther than he could. The snake said, No. After those insects destroyed their avatars, they blindly flew away again, heading in the opposite direction from us. Again, Xianxia said. He threw down a drop of blue water on the spot, put it into the white tiger formation and the avatar, and shrunk it down together. Within the water droplet, the avatar began to swim again, and a brand new blade light continued to condense. Xianxia carefully chased after the insects. "Where are they?" Xianxia asked. The snake shook its head. "I can't see them anymore. Just now, when they destroyed their avatars, there was an explosion of saber light. The fluctuations of the saber light produced echoes on their bodies. Only then can I see them from a distance. Now that the explosive fluctuations of the saber light have disappeared, they are invisible again." Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. He roughly knew the direction of the insects and chased after them. As long as those insects didn't change their direction, they could still slowly approach. After a series of failures, the rudiments of the plan in Xianxia's mind became more and more complete. He knew what could be done and what could not be done. Especially now that the Immortal Ascension technique is in a cooldown state, it can't be used again until tomorrow. As long as it fails again, I'm afraid it'll be doomed. Gradually, 50,000 li passed, and Xianxia stood on the 50,000 li edge, unable to take another step forward. "Trouble, could it be that you want to destroy the white tiger formation and rearrange another one here?" "It's a headache." Xianxia rubbed his temples. New problems kept appearing, and they couldn't catch up with those insects for 50,000 kilometers. Let the avatar look for it." The serpent suddenly said, "The avatar behind us is 50,000 miles away, swimming through the white tiger formation. Didn't you release 2 avatars? If you stay here and release the second avatar, wouldn't he be able to fly another 50,000 kilometers?" "That's right," Xianxia said happily. He immediately released the second avatar and allowed it to continue flying forward. The incarnation behind him did not exceed 50,000 li, and the incarnation flying forward did not exceed 50,000 li for Xianxia's true body. Both incarnations could exist forever. At the same time, Xianxia discovered another new idea. Why did he have to lure his true self? That would be too dangerous. Since he had an avatar, wouldn't it be safer to let the avatar attract insects? He was discovered, destroyed, and only his avatar was destroyed. Xianxia sat cross-legged, releasing a drop of water and hiding himself in it. Thus, 50,000 kilometers behind him, an avatar was still swimming through the formation, while Xianxia was sitting in the middle of the water droplets. In front of him, the second avatar had already chased after him for more than 20,000 kilometers. Xianxia directly shifted his vision to the avatar in front of him to control him. The second avatar was still moving forward. Gradually, 30,000 kilometers had passed. 40,000 li, 43,000 kilometers, 45,000 kilometers, 47,000 kilometers. Xianxia's heart also began to cool. If he still couldn't catch up to those insects within 50,000 kilometers, his true body could only move, then the white tiger formation would still collapse. At this moment, the luck goddess finally looked after Xianxia once. The slowly flying avatar finally discovered the swarm of beetles. They were circling around a tree and dancing, not moving forward. Xianxia's avatar no longer advanced, but peeked from afar. There were a total of 16 insects. Xianxia whispered, "These beetles are so small. Tell me, if my dream body absorbs them in the nether ghost state, will it succeed?" The snake said, "It should be possible. There are a total of 16 of these insects. It's enough to increase your dream body by 3 small realms. This is quite impressive." "Damn it!" Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "Blue light forest. After we killed that insect, we only celebrated obtaining 5 intermediate-grade sacred spirit stones. But we forgot to absorb it." The big snake laughed dryly for a while and said, "I've made a lot of mistakes lately. Yes, but how can I lure out a single little beetle?" Xianxia rubbed his chin and watched from afar. 16 beetles were flying in groups. They should be ferocious beasts that work together. This was the most troublesome and the least attractive. How do we separate them? That's a problem. Xianxia was thinking, and Big Snake also helped Xianxia think together. It would take a long time to condense the saber light, so there was no need to rush to attack. According to the previous experience, It was more than enough to condense the saber light of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm to kill the beetles of the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm. Taking a step back, the blade light of the Martial Saint 3rd layer should also work. As long as the blade light was wrapped in nether silver, it would have a killing effect. But now, the saber light that the avatar had condensed was only around the 9th level of the divine martial arts. At the tip of his finger, Xianxia condensed a small fragment of lightning energy. This fragment was very weak and almost impossible to detect. Then, he gently ejected the fragment, and the fragment flew forward at an extremely slow speed. After floating to a safe distance, the lightning fragment was farther away from Xianxia and closer to the beetle. With a thought, Xianxia detonated the lightning fragment. Pa! A slight explosion rang out. The 16 beetles were all attracted to their attention and rushed towards the place where the sound of explosions could be heard. No way, Xianxia said. The moment these insects are sent out, they will all be sent out. There is no way to lure them out individually. If you use the saber light to directly hack it, it's not feasible. You can only hit 2 or 3 of them with one saber strike. If you adjust the angle to the best, you might be able to hit 5 or 6 of them. But the remaining 10 Martial Saint beetles are enough to instantly kill me. But have you ever thought about it? There are so many of them. Even if they can really lure them over one by one and hack them one by one with their saber beams, they will have to recondense their saber beams 16 times, said the serpent. I have to think of a way to finish them all. Big Snake's words undoubtedly made Xianxia's situation even worse. Xianxia muttered to himself, if there is any way to arrange them in a straight line, that would be great. The serpent said, a straight line, a straight line. Ah, I have it. Xianxia hurriedly asked, is there a way? The snake said, look, those insects work together. Their movements are very uniform, and they work well together. On this, we can make an article. How to use it? Xianxia said. The serpent said, these things do not possess the high intelligence of humans, but their actions are very tacit. This means that there must be a leading beetle among these swarm of beetles. The other 15 beetles must be following the lead beetles. If we create a narrow path that can only accommodate one beetle, then all the other beetles will follow behind it. Isn't that a straight line? But what should we do? Xianxia said. The serpent said, oh, Annihilation Shield. Summon 2 Annihilation Shields at once. Aren't those insects only the size of watermelons? Arrange the 2 Annihilation Shields vertically, leaving behind a watermelon-sized rift in the middle. They may not really know how to drill, Xianxia said. The snake said, you're stupid. Summon the Annihilation Shield to the first beetle's side. If it doesn't drill, it'll have to drill. But if you do, you'll have to get very close to them. Because the Annihilation Shield can't be released from a long distance. You have to pinch it properly at this speed. This requires an instant of accurate reaction. I have to consider your battle consciousness. Nothing, Xianxia said. I have this confidence. In that case, let's start. The first step was to lure them to the vicinity of the White Tiger Formation. Xianxia asked the Incarnation to approach the beetles and attract their attention. After the beetles discovered the Incarnation, they quickly rushed over. Xianxia, on the other hand, had the avatar quickly fly back. But very quickly, the beetle caught up to the avatar. The avatar had to flee from the swamp puddle beneath its feet, so it had to make a detour to slow down its escape. Seeing that many beetles were about to pierce through the avatar, Xianxia immediately disbanded the avatar. He would rather be disbanded than his avatar shattered. Otherwise, Xianxia's true body would be injured. The beetles lost their target and began to fly around blindly. More than 40,000 kilometers away, Xianxia released another avatar and sent it flying in the direction of the beetles while they were still far away. The avatar flew 40,000 kilometers and encountered the beetles again. Then, it continued to expose its target and lured the beetles back. This time, Xianxia did not manage to control it properly. The avatar had only flown 200 to 300 li before it accidentally entered the sky above the spatial swamp. It was stopped by a powerful attraction and was unable to fly. The beetles chased after him. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and disbanded the avatar out of thin air again. Then, he continued to release his avatar and chased after the beetles to attract them. It was a very boring process, and it required a lot of patience. During this cycle, Xiang Nan released his avatar 221 times in a row, and each time he was able to draw the beetle closer. Complicated and troublesome, making Xiang Nan feel impetuous. But for the sake of huge profits, it was impossible to be impatient. Gradually, the beetles approached the location of Xiang Nan's true body. After Xiang Nan released his avatar again, he had the avatar fly out to attract the beetles while his true body flew towards the White Tiger Formation. It was another extremely boring and unartistic experience of attracting monsters. For 2 whole days and nights, Xiang Nan had been repeating this process. On this day, the morning of the 3rd day, he finally managed to lure the 16 beetles to the White Tiger Formation. This time, the avatar suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The beetles saw Xiang Nan's true body at a glance. This group of beetles didn't know if they were getting annoyed, but they charged at Xiang Nan's true body without hesitation. 16 beetles droned over. Bailey, 80 li, 60 li, 50 li, 40 li, 30 li. The distance between them continued to shrink, but Xiang Nan could not escape. He stood in front of the formation and waited for the final attack. 20 li, 10 li. The gravitational force emitted by the beetles had already acted on Xiang Nan, and they began to drag Xiang Nan. This was already an extremely dangerous attack distance. If one was careless, they would be burnt to pieces. Xiang Nan was still enduring. The annihilation shield could not be released from afar, it had to be close. Although Xiang Nan was bold and confident, as the Marshall Saint beetles got closer and closer, his mood became nervous. The air was exceptionally oppressive. Apart from the beetle's flapping of its wings, only Xiang Nan's own heartbeat was left. Closer. 5 li, 3 li, 1 li. 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters, 70 meters, 40 meters. The beetle was already right in front of him. No, we need to get closer. Xiang Nan's hand that was holding the hilt of the saber was already sweating. He adjusted his posture. The distance the beetles sprinted for tens of meters was extremely short, probably less than 1/100th of an instant. If Xiang Nan wanted to accomplish a few things in this process, then his combat awareness and reaction had already reached an incredibly strict level. He even activated the lightning photoelectric eye, heart eye, power, and charm at the same time. These judgments were all for the sake of accurately sprinting the beetles to within a meter. The entire process seemed to be extremely complicated and long, but in reality, it was completed in a flint of lightning. Now! Xiang Nan shouted and quickly dodged. At that moment, time seemed to have straightened out. Under the relative speed, everything became incomparably slow. The beetles were still sprinting, advancing, they were still extremely fast. Xiang Nan's dodging movement staggered the first beetle. At the same time, he extended both his left and right hands. The 2 annihilation shields were summoned at the same time. The first beetle was sandwiched between the 2 annihilation shields. The ferocious beast possessed an extremely strong battle consciousness. The first beetle had accurately predicted the danger of the annihilation shield. It did not dare to collide at all and could only fly between the 2 annihilation shields. Under the lead of the first beetle, the remaining 15 beetles also flew past the annihilation shield. Hang by a thread. When Xiang Nan summoned the annihilation shield at almost the same time, he immediately raised his right hand high up. Buzz! A saber light that was several hundred meters tall, and at the 3rd level of the martial sage stage rose from the ground. The giant saber also chased after him. The nether silver dissolved into a liquid and flew towards the saber light. When the giant saber collided with the saber light, the liquid saber immediately spread out and wrapped around the entire saber light. At this moment, the last of the 16 beetles also happened to fly past Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was at the end of the beetle troop, using his mind to control the saber light. Who? A saber light rushed towards him. He directly chopped down a total of 16 beetles. At that moment, nether silver was flashing, and a huge saber shadow pierced through the sky. 16 beetles were cut apart. Pa 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 pa. 32 beetle fragments landed on the ground one after another. Success! Xianxia roared. Afterwards, he sat paralyzed on the ground and collapsed. His high level of concentration made him feel exhausted to the limit, and he even had a strong headache. However, it was all worth it. Xianxia excitedly grabbed the flying saber, his eyes shining. The first time he went into the secret realm alone, the first time he killed a monster, and finally he succeeded. Xianxia threw down a drop of blue water and let an avatar enter to swim the Tai divine art again. Afterwards, he used the blade to provoke the beetles' corpses and inspect his harvest. One beetle after another was picked apart, and all of them were empty. Only when he picked the leading beetle did he get a small harvest. Looks like I've used up all my luck. Xianxia picked up the 2 inferior grade sacred spirit stones, and his heart was filled with joy as he descended to the bottom. After spending so much effort to kill 16 martial saint beetles in one breath, he actually only obtained 2 inferior grade saint spirit stones. But on second thought, he had nothing to complain about. He heard Li Huan say that someone had killed 100 ferocious beasts one after another, and he had never even seen the shadow of a sacred spirit stone. At least he had seen it. I'm afraid this place won't be able to stay for long anymore. Xianxia put away the sacred spirit stones and stared at the corpse of the leading beetle. Maybe all the beasts here are like this. It seems that only the leading beetles can dig out spirit stones. The serpent said, "Looks like this is the case. To kill a group, only the head monster hides the holy spirit stones in its body. Such a battle, the rewards are not in line with the sacrifices it has made. It's better to leave this time swamp and look for those monster beasts outside." Xianxia said, "No matter what, I've at least obtained quite a few corpses. It's not bad that they can be used to upgrade my dream body." He sat down cross-legged and grabbed a beetle in his hand. Then, he summoned his dream body with his dream Tao and circulated his nether ghost stage to absorb the beetle's cultivation. "How much time does my dream Tao have left?" Xianxia asked. The big snake said, "There are still more than 13 minutes left, but it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, it will be exhausted." "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly and did not speak. Nether ghost absorption required summoning the dream body, and it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to absorb each time. The Tao of Dreams lasted only 20 minutes. After the time was used up, it would not stop the nether ghost state. It would only return to the dream realm after it was absorbed until the end. Xiangxia's dream body realm was already inferior to his true body realm, only at the 6th level of the divine martial arts. After absorbing another 5 enemies above the 6th level of the divine martial arts, they would be able to increase their cultivation to the 7th level of the divine martial arts. 2.5 hours later, Xianxia finally absorbed the cultivation of a beetle and casually threw the corpse aside. He said, "Dream Tao has run out of time today. There are still 15 beetles left. I can only absorb one every day. Take it with me first." After these vicious beasts in the secret realm died, they still had life force and could not be put into the storage ring. Xianxia could only take out 3 large robes and sew them into a large bag. He threw the beetle corpses into the bag and carried them forward. He returned the same way and left the time swamp before heading deeper into the secret realm. Once his perception range exceeded 50,000 kilometers, the Tai divine art that was circulating in the swamp would automatically lose its effectiveness. Xianxia did not feel much heartache, and he could start over again and again without it. In this kind of damned place, it could be said that there were dangers everywhere, and one's life could be in danger at any time. Xianxia, who had suffered many losses, had also learned to be much more cautious. Every time he flew 50,000 li, he would set up a Tai divine array diagram on the spot and then continue to fly. After surpassing the formation diagram by 50,000 li, he set up a new one on the spot and then moved forward again. It would be verbose and time-consuming, but it would be worth the trouble just in case. The sky lit up and strands of morning light shone through the hazy mist, giving the dangerous jungle a bit of life. Time is up. Xianxia sensed that the dream Tao had been reconstructed. He took out the corpse of a beetle, summoned his dream body, and absorbed it again. The surroundings were deserted. In this eternal mystery land, Even ordinary insects and mosquitoes were extremely rare. Apart from Xiang Nan's breathing, no other sounds could be heard. Time slowly passed, and it seemed that Xiang Nan had already absorbed about an hour. At this moment, a slight movement suddenly came from not far away. Xiang Nan's heart sank as he thought to himself, "Why is it at such a time?" One of the most troublesome things about the Nether Ghost stage was that it couldn't be interrupted when absorbing cultivation. During this process, Xiang Nan's own cultivation was closed, leaving only one path to absorb the beetle's cultivation, causing him to be unable to fight. He couldn't display his strength, but he could walk normally. However, this state was extremely dangerous. He wrapped his left hand around the watermelon-sized beetle and reached into his pocket, touching the mysterious black book. He leaned against the tree trunk and started drinking with a wine jar in his right hand. The wine contained spiritual herbs that could recover his strength. A bright light slowly appeared in the swaying jungle, followed by a group of more than 30 people walking out. Along with them, there was a strong smell of blood. These 30-plus people were all at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, but all of them were injured and were limping forward with each other's support. When Xiang Nan saw them, they also discovered Xiang Nan. Everyone unleashed their weapons, but when they saw the big beetle that Xiang Nan was carrying, more than 30 people subconsciously took a few steps back. There was a strong sense of fear in the eyes of those people, and they didn't dare to continue to step forward. A middle-aged man with a goatee said, "Martial Saint Beetle, everyone, look at me, look at you, and your face is filled with horror." The goatee stopped talking and looked fixedly at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan could feel a wave of perception enveloping him. It was the goatee who was inquiring about his realm. However, the goatee had been searching for a long time, but he couldn't tell how much Xiang Nan's cultivation base was, and he felt that Xiang Nan was even more unfathomable. "Friend, we have no intention of disturbing your rest. Please forgive your recklessness. Since you're drinking here, let's go another way." The goatee cupped his fists at Xiang Nan and beckoned his teammates to turn around to leave. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the direction they came from. The shadow's speed was extremely fast, and in a flash, 2 of the more than 30 martial artists on the spot instantly disappeared. Immediately after, 2 miserable screams came from afar, and the screams abruptly came to a halt. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He had already seen clearly that the one who stole the martial artist was a ferocious beast, and it was also a speed-type ferocious beast. Its realm was already at the 8th level of divine martial arts, and it was indeed not something that this group of 3rd-level martial saint martial artists could deal with. The 3rd level of martial saint was only above the 4th level of the vicious beast. According to the general rules, these 30 people had to be at the 4th level of the martial saint to be able to fight against that vicious beast. "Place." The goatee became nervous. Xiang Nan nodded silently. The expressions of these people weren't surprised. It seemed that they had already fought with the ferocious beasts. The injuries on their bodies most likely came from the murderer. However, the strength of these people was not bad. They were actually not completely annihilated during the first battle, and they even escaped. Xiang Nan looked at the emblem on their chests. Xiang Nan recognized it from the Western Emperor Guild.